For those who don't know what this is about, it's I have no clue what it's about. For those who don't know, it's wrote by Jinrobuchi. And so that was the main reason when I looked into Jinrobuchi back when I actually got really into Jinrobuchi stuff. Of course, the writer of Fate Zero, I'll Noah Zero's first season. I don't think he had anything to do with the second season, because I don't think he would have done that. Like, Jinrobuchi sticks to his stuff. So nothing about second season of I'll Noah Zero makes sense as a Jinrobuchi writing. Of course, Madoka Magica. What else am I missing? Tons of great stuff. But when I first really got into his writing, I immediately looked into him and I found Sayano Uta. And I heard a lot of people say, yeah, please read it. And way back then, shoot, this is like early Otaku Spirit days, we were talking about it and the forums were going, yes, please watch it, read it now, do it now. And I kept saying every single, well, I wasn't saying it every single year, but I kept saying that I wanted to do a live stream of it. And now we're finally doing it. As long as my power stays on, because apparently we're getting more storms tonight, so we'll see. Peak game, good. I hope it's good. I just know based on the intro, it's unsettling, but it's really annoying. The intro is really annoying, that's all I know. But we'll see. But, hey, what's up, Patches? My favorite visual novel? Psycho-Pass, yes, Psycho-Pass, that's the thing. I think only the first season with that one, too. He starts really great things, and then he, disappears. Probably because he's that's how I wanted to end. And they're like, no, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Anyways, let's start it. Let's kick it off. I remember to record for the YouTubers. We'll see. I have a oopsie button. Hey, the Ringle's mass of flesh burbles. Do I have to read this? Does it actually mean something like Gisheshi Y Anshikr Trip? There might be a code in there. Sky Gujul. Gojegarish or higher. How's the sound? Is that too loud? Let me know if the sound's too loud. Hacks. Kiss give. High scats. Grinstly. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in that. 3 such creatures sit around a table in front of me, slurping filthy sludges from their cups as they trade whines, growls, and sounds that I cannot describe. I'm gonna stop trying to read this. I'm gonna stop trying to read this. IRL ban on that one. I don't know, I might say it again. Little kitten. Red. Oh, that's wonderful. By listening carefully, I'm able to grasp the gist of their conversation. You're doing much better than I am, and respond when is required of me. This is necessary to avoid arousing their suspicion. However these creatures look, they are my friends, apparently. So it looks like he's in a cafeteria or something. I wish that I could still deny it, but I gave up on that a long time ago. Night after night, I went to sleep praying for an end of this nightmare, only to wake each morning to the same twisted hellscape as the day before. I know now that I have to blend it, or I blend in, that I have to act like one of them. Such has been the life these past 3 months, and so it will remain until the day I die. Is it like one of those cases where you get the ending before it actually begins? I'm gonna assume so. Virgo John or Drago. Oh, that's great. Oh yeah, true. It's very, very true. This dude's got it figured out. Judging by its tone, this one must be Koji. And the one next to him, squealing more than the others, is probably Omi. This one won't shut up. It's gotta be that one girl. He's gendering them based on how much they talk and squeal. Which means that one next to me is Yo, though I can no longer see any trace of their once attractive features. I try my best to ignore that rotten stench of excrement that issues from her, wow, quivering flesh. She's kind of letting it go there. Magafago. Fack and Fagasfettle. Yep. No. Everything has changed. Or almost everything. By some cruel trick of fate, my relationship to the world alone remains the same, as if an insane architect took the blueprints of my life and rebuilt it out of blood and gore. These creatures and I were part of the same college club. We studied together, ate together. We even went skiing together every winter break. Now these are but painful memories of the days that will never return. Only no one recognized me. I might have been able to disconnect myself from the world. It would have been comforting, in comparison, to believe that I had been abducted by aliens, or that I had stumbled through a gateway to hell. I can see my mouse. Stop looking at my mouse. But no, this is beyond a doubt the city where I was born and raised, the society that I was a part of for 20 years, save that I, and I alone, can no longer see it that way. It's like his whole world's turned into big blobs that poop everywhere. The world as I knew it was gone. I have no place to call home. Gurgle gurgle. Chuckle gurgle gurgle. Anyways, I can tell whatever they're discussing is of no importance to me. I decided to keep quiet while pretending to listen. He's like, I never really cared to listen to her when she was normal anyways. But just then. Hey, Fuminori, one of the flesh beasts say as it swiveled its bloodshot eyes towards me. What do you think? So he does understand them every now and then. No, he said earlier that he understood them. About what? Tried desperately to suppress my loathing and behave normally, but my hoarse voice ruins the attempt. We're talking about this year's ski trip. You're coming too, right? The caps are messing me up bad. Slimy hole near the top of the creature writhes nauseatingly as it vomits some semblance of words. That must be Koji's face, or what I would have seen as much as 3 months ago, unable to stomach the sight of it. I avert my eyes and give a neutral answer. I don't know. You have other plans?
Yeah, listen.
Not really. If you missed it, the world's fudged. These are my closest companions. One of them had been even wished to be more. How many nights I've spent crying in loneliness, lamenting the friends I no longer existed. In 3 months, my tears ran dry, and now there is only loathing left in me, surrounded by hideous creatures that can only assume are Koji, Omi, and Yo. I spent each day trying to act like I always have. If I fail at this, I'll surely be sent back to the hospital. Really beat the crap out of him. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever. He has to go along with it, otherwise he'll be sent to the hospital where he'll be locked up. Okay. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever, no matter what. I won't let that happen. I mean, it's not like physically activity could affect your injuries, right? Oh, that's so messing me up. I'm not sure. Ask the doctor during my checkup. That's it. Can't look at them or bear the screeching any longer. Jump on my feet, desperate to escape. Hey, Fuminori! Spray of stringy slime from the cilia around the voice box flies at me. Try to cover myself, but it's too late to keep the slime from splattering across my face like the yolk of a rotten egg. About to lose it. I want to grab my chair, a desk, anything within reach, and use it to smash the life out of this creature, ending it all. Barely suppress the impulse. Mustn't let on that something is wrong. However, they look at me like this is their world. I'm an outsider here. Like I said, today's my checkup. Gotta go. Struggling to put on a smile, I reach in my wallet, pull out the first bill I find, and put it on the table without looking at it. I don't care about the change. I just need to get out of here now. Later. I mutter hastily and flee the cafeteria. It's like implying the entire world's like this. I'm not crazy. I'm the only one. Why don't we go somewhere to skate for this year's ski trip? Tsubaki Yo frowns at the suggestion. So Omi's the chick. I'm guessing Yo is the dude. Skate? Why ski resort to skate? Good luck. Thanks, Greg. Give her a break. Oh, guess no. Never mind. Yo is going to be a chick, too. Give her a break, Tsubaki. It's all she talks about these days. Koji supports Omi with a laugh. Her impromptu suggestions are nothing new, and it's Koji's role as her boyfriend to provide backup. They're a good match for each other, Yo thinks. Sometimes it makes her jealous. I mean, she generously never... It's so difficult to talk while they're talking. That's like the only difficulty when it actually has them actually do the voiceovers. I have a big problem with talking while the character's talking. Seriously never gone skiing before. I took her the other day. Hey, is it really that strange? I guess I could just turn it down a little bit on my end. How many people start skating on in their 20s, you know? It's never too late. I was scared when I was little. Those shoes look like big knives. You picked it up like that? That's pretty amazing, Omi. It's a lot like skiing. Keep your weight forward and use the angle of your shoes to steer. You made it sound so easy. I figured I should give it a try. It was fun. So it was a date. Yo feels a stab of envy. Koji and Omi enjoying their time together, as normal lovers do. It's certainly not something that should make her jealous. It's just that her luck in love has been bad. Of course, hot chick that has no luck with love. Oh well, I want to see Omi skate too. Yo keeps her voice upbeat, trying to cover up her disquiet. She knows it's wrong to envy her friends. She too will spend her time with the man she admires, if not for terrible tragedy that befell him. His is true misfortune. Her bad luck doesn't begin to compare. So how about it? If we make it our next ski trip and skating trip too, it'll be twice the fun. But you can... Oh, I got a choice. Why is the text different? But you can skate at the skating rink, can you? Why not go all the way to ski road? I don't want to skate indoors. Just skate outside, on a lake or something. That sounds fun. But won't it be crowded? While speaking, Yo sneaks a sideways glance at the young man sitting next to her. Though the conversation has involved only 3 people so far, there were in fact 2 couples at the cafeteria table. Yo's boyfriend, though there's still some doubt over whether he could be called that, is beside her, as silent and expressionless as a statue. Hey, Fuminori. What do you think? Perhaps Koji sensed Yo's plan, or pain, in his unusual quiet and considerate way. About what? The cause of Yo's distress. Fuminori responds to Koji, a sudden query, with a vague, mumbled question of his own. We're talking about winter ski trip. You're coming too, right? Koji speaks gingerly, as though probing a tumor. A few months ago, he would not have hesitated to rebuke Fuminori for his attitude. Their long acquaintance had forged a strong and honest friendship, but now... I don't know. Fuminori responds bluntly, his downcast eyes and sullen demeanor making it clear that he has no desire to break his silence. You have plans? Not really. Even Koji, Fuminori's best friend, cannot communicate with him as before. What hope does Yo have of breaking through his shell? The scars left by the events of late summer day are still all these months later. Each one of the four bears them, not only Fuminori. This is like a what he did last summer thing. I know what you did last summer. I mean, it's not like physical activity could affect your injury, right? Oh, somebody got hurt. Not sure. Asked the doctor during my checkup. So that the answer drained the last of his patience, Fuminori bolts out of this chair. Hey, Fuminori! Even Koji can't keep his voice from rising as he tries to stop Fuminori from leaving. Fuminori reacts swiftly, throwing his hands over his face as though to shield himself from something terrifying. Maybe some spit flew inadvertently from Koji's mouth. That happens sometimes. Fuminori reacts and is beyond the pale. Like I said, Fuminori snaps, making no attempt to relieve the discomfort of his friends. Today's my checkup. I have to go. Even as he tossed the money on the table, pay for his coffee. Is this the other perspective? Okay, this is weird. Why are you feeling weird? Why are you feeling weird? Though he tossed the paper on the table, pay for his coffee, he acts like he's touching something filthy. Later. Yeah, it like gives me a sense that like now they're showing the perspective of those there at the table. So he is the one that's crazy. Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria, almost if he's running away. Cloaked in a heavy silence, the remaining three lower their gaze at the table, where they abandon 10,000 yen, swaying forlornly. Fuminori's coffee is untouched. Can't take this anymore, Ami says, as he sighs, with a sigh. But Koji shakes his head reproachfully. Fuminori just needs a little more time. Eventually he'll join us. It's been 3 months. What's his attitude? I feel like I'm going crazy hanging around him. I don't understand what he's going through either. I don't think any of us can. Can you imagine losing your whole family like that? That'd screw anybody up. Hey Ram, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Could have happened to anyone. Tractor trailer flipped over, highway, crushing the Sakisaka family. Car and twisted into scrap. They said it had to be difficult to get the bodies of Fuminori's parents apart. For a while, it looks as if there were no hope for Fuminori either. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was able to leave the hospital and return to a normal life. So yeah, I'm guessing that's just injury in the car accidents then. Forgot about Prime. That's right, Prime up, people. If you have a Prime account with Amazon, Prime up. It was worth when he was seeing him in the hospital, remember? He was terrified of us. Like he didn't know who they were, or we were. He even had to be tied to the bed. He freaked out so bad. So he got in the car accident, got taken to the hospital, and then that's the point in which everybody turns into blobs. That makes me believe his head's messed up. This is already making me believe that his head's messed up. He's just seen all this stuff being all, like, twisted and weird. Thinks the entire world's, like, morphed because probably hit his head too hard. I'm just glad he's made it this far. Still something about him. The way that he looks at us. It's like we're not even human. Cut it out, Omi, Koji said forcefully. Probably less out of sympathy of his friend than out of consideration of Yo. While Koji's kindness makes her happy, Yo also finds that she must take advantage of it. Fuminori is a victim, just like Koji said. He's the one who most deserves sympathy. Yo's feelings for Fuminori are her problem, and no one else. She doesn't blame Fuminori for not giving her the answer after she worked up the courage to ask him out. What if she asked him out when she was a blob? In fact, she thinks even more fondly of him, taking the time to consider that than he would have treated their relationship casually. Apparently, the fact that Fuminori did not reject her was enough to make them a couple in Koji and Omi's eyes. They've had plenty of fun at Yo and Fuminori's expense since. The truth of it, though, that he still hasn't given her an answer. So, what the fan art? Fellow familia culture. After revealing her feelings to him, Yo didn't see Fuminori again until a week later, and then she could only stare at his broken body through the window of the ICU. Okay, so she did confess beforehand, and then the accident, and now she's a blob. And when he was finally released, after 50 days, it seemed like an eternity, he was somehow different. No, you're all different. She's starting to doubt that he would even remember if she confessed to him before the accident. Now winter is coming, and her feelings hang forgotten in the cold, lonely air. Aww. I don't know, based on the cover art, I'm assuming he's going to go after a blob chick. Culture familia. Dr. Tombo Ryoko has never had more troublesome patient. Oh, damn. Damn. I'm feeling a little under the weather. Any changes since your last visit? No, nothing to speak of. His voice is hard and flat. His words tossed carelessly into the air. It's like he's speaking to himself in an empty room. Ryoko is a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. But even she can sense the thickness in the walls that erected between himself and the world. Shut up. Clips are piling up. Any nausea, dizziness, hallucinations? No. Masaki Saka, that name, appears to be looking at Ryoko. His gaze is actually aimed a fraction down and to the side. He's only superficially engaged in conversation, when in truth it does not interest him in the slightest. Perfect rejection. Realizing that she can't interview him like this, Ryoko sighs and sets her chart aside. It's a little distracting, that's all. I mean, there's it's a little bit of a distraction in the area. Mr. Sakisaka, the procedure you received at the hospital was the latest in experimental neurosurgery. We explained this before, didn't we? Yeah, they messed him up. Treatment of subdural hematoma. I know that word, hematoma. Through the use of micro machines, a procedure available in Japan exclusively here at T University, have been the only way to save Sakisaka Fuminori from a cerebral contusion that should have been fatal. With any experimental treatment, there's always a risk of unexpected complications. This is unexpected complications? Of course. Sakisaka Fuminori's lips twist slightly in what might be a bitter or mocking smile, but has gone before Ryoko can discern the meaning. Normally, I would never say this to frighten a patient. There have been reports of serious neurological disorders post-surgery. We must continue to monitor your condition carefully. Hence the weekly checkups. If only we could take him a little bit more seriously. If only he would take him more seriously. How was last week's MRI? Sakisaka asked abruptly, as if to catch Ryoko off guard. MRI, the magnetic resonant imaging, is a way for doctors to examine the brain in detail without opening the patient's skull. Surprised by Sakisaki's uncommon technical knowledge, Ryoko recalls his profile. Oh, that's right. You're a medical student, aren't you? Kind of anomaly you're worried about should show up on the MRI, right? Did you find anything? No. There was nothing, not the slightest hint of abnormal activity. For a procedure with such a low success rate, the results had been nothing but miraculous. However, something still bothered Ryoko. She can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something beneath his guarded exterior. Some terrible weight on his soul, perhaps. Yeah, you're a blob! But if it's an inorganic problem, then there's nothing that she can do as long as he refused to explain it. Well, you're not a psychiatrist. Like, if he explains it, I mean, he can explain pain or pressure or something like that, but what he's dealing with, I don't think is going to be describable. I'm fine. I've been on my own for 3 months without any problems. What could go wrong? I don't know. See, the big massive question mark with deciding which side is actually real is the fact that he's smelling excrement like this. Well, I guess he could be mentally creating the idea that this chick is just letting go, like, in the seat next to him. But I still kind of wonder, like, with how specific I guess it is. Like, yeah, him feeling like something protruded out of this blob and slapped him in the face. Yeah, it could be the guy talking a little bit loud and spitting when he talks. But, like, excrement? I don't know, everything's lined up that he's crazy. Obviously, they're putting it that he's crazy, which I think that'd be really cool if this actually keeps going back and forth like this. It'd be curious to kind of pick up on things that might show it. I'm not sure if that's the intention. Please, you know, continued observation is required for these difficult surgeries. You have to trust us a little more. I suppose you're right. I do want to trust you, Doctor. Can I come to you with anything? Yes, of course, Ryoko answered, smiling to cover up her irritation. It's got like that little nerve mark right there. Oh, yes, of course. Sakisaka asked, expecting exactly the same question during last week's visit. Well then, let's pick up where we left off. Have you learned anything new about Dr. Ogai? I'm guessing he's a surgeon. Unable to answer, Ryoko hardens the mask of her smile. As before, the patient is inquiring about someone who he has no business knowing. Like somebody snuck in there. Really wish you'd be able to set up a beautiful... No, I was going to make a joke about that when I started this stream of like, isn't it so great? I got this really amazing PC. Just top-end GPU and everything. And the first thing I live stream is a... How old is this? This is a 2004 game, right? Like a 20-year-old game? Or it's like a 15-year-old game. A 15-year-old visual novel. It's so freaking great. If you don't mind asking, what does Dr. Ogai have to do with your treatment? You just told me to trust you, and now we're keeping secrets? Ryoko is used to her patients treating her with hostility. Some degree of paranoia is natural when dealing with a person whose mistakes could kill you. Like a recent update for Windows 8 support. I was on 11 right now. In Sakasaka's, however, she doesn't even have anxiety that her other patients exhibit. His demeanor is perfectly calm, almost like a detective questioning a suspect. With the hospital some time ago. Never had contact with him myself. Do you know why he left? So he's actually there. So he's not making up somebody. Yes, I believe it was personal, Ryoko answers smoothly. Earlier hesitation gone. Having decided to, the outset to lie, she has no trouble with doing so with her straight face. Why do you keep asking about Dr. Ogai? Are you acquainted? Did you know that the doctor had gone missing? Nope. Ryoko realized that her answer may have been a little bit too quick. She could have acted more surprised. I've recently become close to relatives of his. It was she who asked me to find him. A relative? You can consider this a frown. I didn't think Dr. Ogai had any relatives. Oh, who told you that? I heard from the nurse, Ryoko replied, remembering that she had just claimed that he had no contact with the man. I see. The doctor was famous enough to have nurses gossiping about him. He was an unusual man. But no one knows why he left the university. ... Ryoko falls silent, knowing this isn't the topic that she'd brush away with a smile. Sakisaka seems to have finally grasped her mood. However, as his strangely stiff tone softens a little. Please, I have to find Dr. Ogai. There's a girl who needs him. Can't you help me? Isn't this something the police should handle? Though she makes it sound like the most obvious thing in the world, the suggestion is actually a gamble. If Ogai Masahiko's disappearance becomes a police matter, then the university will be investigated. Everyone who was involved with the incident will be at risk of exposure. Uh-oh, somebody covering up something. Somebody covering up something. Give me a second here. Okay. We can just blame Freya on the setup difficulties. And of course, that includes Ryoko herself. Damn. Got vested interest. She knows, however, that Sakisaka is unlikely to go to the police. First of all, his excuse is obvious a lie. They already made sure that Ogai had no relatives who might come looking for him. So they're actually doing something to him? Which is why they could bury the truth of what happened. Now it's getting super sus. Ryoko's sus. The university's sus. Are they experimenting on him? But then how does Sakisaka, a mere patient, learn about Ogai? No, unless it's just Ogai himself did something, and they're trying to cover up something there, but his accident and what happened to him might be unrelated. I'd be happy to help. There's no word from Dr. Ogai since he resigned last April. I can only assume that he had gone through extended vacation. I see. Expecting resistance, Ryoko's surprised when Sakisaki backs down. She's still worried about his condition. The mysterious link between him and Ogai is making her more uneasy. I mean, that was a question mark I have. Like, if there's a chance that he had this accident, again, he's supposed to be a doctor. If he had this accident, possibly this doctor helped him get him through it. I mean, he could be not on the charts, but still get involved. That happens in hospitals. As long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. After a brief pause, Ryoko writes, progress good on Sakisaki's chart for the day. Hey, he opened up a little bit. About next week appointment. How does 4 o'clock sound? Before she can finish, Sakisaka is gone. She didn't scratch out good and changed it to no, he's not doing better. Lock this boy up. Looked like someone sprayed the walls with pig guts from sealing the floor. What color should the walls of the hospital be? White, of course. And to the creatures of the rotten flesh scrambling around me, I'm sure this hallway looks like a white as it should. I know intellectually the walls are white. I know the flesh beasts are actually human. I'm the one with the problem, and it's because I've accepted this that I'm able to lead something approaching a normal life. So he does acknowledge it. I mean, he was acknowledging it earlier, but he was putting it in a way that everything's messed up, and I'm the only one that's like not like everybody else messed up. Now he's at least acknowledging that he sees things differently. Even if my university's medical department is nowhere near as good as T University, I'm still a medical student specializing in neurology. I have the basic idea of what happened to me, though it's hard to believe. It's a pathological condition. It's probably some sort of agnosia. I don't think I've ever seen the word agnosia, unlike anything that have been studied before. The flesh beast, called Tonbo Ryoko, said that other patients had developed neurological disorders after receiving the same treatment I did. So I guess I'm just another failure. Makes me want to laugh like a know-it-all, laugh in that know-it-all doctor's face. That said, I don't blame the doctors who operate on me. After all, I do owe them my life. I know all too well anyone with a low chance of success was, and I had no other hope for survival. I was unlucky. That's all there was to it. The point that my condition isn't treatable. Just like someone adapting to hearing aid or wheelchair, I have no choice but adapt to this nauseating disease. Yeah, I don't think I would. I mean, yeah, they're like the idea of being glad that you're alive, but this is a very specific way of seeing the world that does not look appealing. I mean, there's a chance that you can get used to it, just like most people do with disabilities. Like, over time, it just becomes normal. Like, when I first wore glasses, it was like, holy crap, this is so, like, everything. I started wearing glasses when I was in junior high. And when it was because I wasn't able to see the chalkboard at school, and so I went to my mother took me to the doctor, got it checked, got glasses, and it was like, holy crap! And I didn't like the idea of wearing glasses. I really hated it. I did not want to be called a Four Eyes. I did not want to be bullied for being a nerd-looking kid. Just only nerds wear glasses. And so I was only going to wear them when I was in class, but I couldn't take them off because it was like, holy crap. It just, everything looks like crap when you take them off. And eventually I got used to it. So I guess like eventually you get used to it. But at least I had the option of wearing glasses. Of course it's hard. It wasn't easy to resign myself to this fate. But now it's more than just despair. Even for me, it's a glimmer of hope. Keeping my eyes on my feet, I hurried home. I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood in a house that's much too large for me alone. My parents, even unluckier than I was, died in an accident 3 months ago. I couldn't even go to the funeral for being in intensive care. I had to sell my father's business, but at least it left me with a house that had enough money to live on for a while. And so he bought a massive house? He could just save the money. I was wearing glasses like a really early, like kindergarten at least. Big, thick plastic frames. Yeah, I wasn't too happy with the size of mine. I didn't start out too bad. They were pretty thin, but thankfully my vision hasn't decayed that much or that quickly. But yeah, I've probably updated my prescription a couple times. If I don't get like a really decent priced glass, I mean, you guys can tell how much it's magnifying. If you look at my videos, and you'll see like that magnification. If I don't pay like for really good lenses, they'll give me like these thick ones that look like they're the base of a bottle. But they can make some really good ones if you pay them enough. That'll be like thinner glass. Of course, I'm sad. The accident took more from me than my parents. In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. Of course, I'm sad, but the accident took more from me than my parents. Your parents died. What? In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. That sounds weird. If they were still alive, my parents would never have allowed me to live with some strange girl. Oh, so she's there. So she's the one that's actually looking for... Okay. So she's actually there, because he was mentioning the idea that there's a girl that needs him or something like that. So he must have, I'm guessing, Saya in here, if I'm going to go by the the title of the thing. Welcome home. As I open the door, a bright voice greets me from the kitchen. The voice of beautiful and clear as a bell, human. The sweet sound washes the day's cacophony from my memory. I'm home, Saya. Yep, it's Saya. Oh no, do I need to censor yet? I have my censor button. There's my censor button. Do we have somebody here that can warn me on the censorship? I meant to ask that earlier. I don't know if we have anybody here that's like, oh yeah, I know exactly when to press the button. I mean, it's not bad if something pops up. If I get banned on Twitch, it's alright. No, that's the wrong button. Not that one, this one. Don't censor? I have to. I don't want to like go out of my way to get banned. I want to be able to finish the stream. I want to be able to finish the stream. Metal frame is a great invention. Yeah. Man, I had some ones back in the day, like acrylic and whatnot, that like break after a while. Like I've gone through so many glasses that were so poorly designed. You get some new one here soon. Even the patter of feet coming down the hallway is music to my ears. Nowhere else in the city can I hear such footprints or footsteps. Only in this house with Saya. Am I so privileged? You're late. I was a little worried. Sorry, I had to stop by the hospital today. Oh, that was today? And her smile and the inquisitive tilt of her head is everything I have lost. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've met, perhaps the only person in the entire world, who does not trigger my cognitive disorder. See, that's where it starts to make me question, like, why would she be the only one? Unless she's in his head. Why would she be? I mean, there's a chance that she's grotesque and thus looks normal, while everybody that looks normal looks grotesque. I'm already trying to figure this out. True, her skin seems too white, and the color of her eyes and hair are probably different in reality. But even so, her form is undeniably human. Or is it? It's not just her appearance and her voice either. As I bend down to take off my shoes, Saya wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me gently into her tiny bosom. Her skin feels truly human, not cold or slimy, and her hair wafts a sweet, feminine fragrance. Ooh. She actually looks like a character from Utawaramono. Is she like a puppy girl? She looks like she got like the whole puppy girl ear thing going from Utawaramono. Unless it's like a fake animal girl like they always do. In all the world, only Saya is pleasing to my 5 senses. And what's more, she smiles at me, embraces me. She knows that she is my salvation, and for some reason is happy that I need her. If I had not met Saya, I would have been alone in this twisted, filth-ridden world. I would no doubt have succumbed to madness. It is no exaggeration to say that Saya alone is keeping me alive. What did you do today? Worked in the living room. The painting's half done, and now I'm making your dinner, like I learned from the TV. Sounds good. It'll take a little longer. Can you wait? Sure, I'll do some more work in the living room. After I see the humming Saya off to the kitchen, I step into the living room. I realized one day that natural colors of the world were stricken, and all I had to do was paint over them with colors that seemed pleasant. What? So you can paint over the... Okay. I wonder if that's cognitive. That he's painting over it cognitively. Because he does it, it changes. Like, because he believes he painted over it. What was I at? I realized one day that National Color City, all I had to do was paint over it with colors that seemed pleasant. I went to the hardware store and bought every color of paint I could find. Then Saya and I tried different combinations until we found one that worked. She's just spending all day painting. I thought she was saying that she was painting a living room. I didn't think that she was actually painting the living room. That's a bit different. Like, yeah, I just got done painting some more. I'm surprised how clean she was. I figured she'd like come walking into the hallway and she's just covered in paint. After painting the bedroom from ceiling to floor, I was finally able to get my first night's sleep ever since the accident. When we first started on the living room, Saya, unsure what to do with the curtains, just painted carefully around the window without a moment's hesitation. I tore the curtains down and painted over the glass itself. There'll never be anything out there that I want to see. As long as we keep storm shutters closed, the neighbors probably won't think anything of it. Until somebody walks in that house and he's like, yeah, you're getting locked up. Crazy. Dinner's ready. Can you bring it here? As she enters the living room with a tray of food, Saya sniffs the air. Paint smell doesn't bother you? Yeah, that would be bad, dude. You got like a massive headache. I mean, paint these days, you can get some paint these days that are a lot less, like, overwhelming. But still. Now that she mentioned it, I suppose the smell of paint thinner must be building up in the clothes room. Up in this clothes room. Doesn't really bother me, though. There are far worse smells out there. Yeah, that's the thing, because, like, he's talking about all of his senses being messed up. Like he said earlier, he smelled the chick, like, crapping herself. So, yeah. Does it bother you? No, I'm fine if you are. Because I'm just a figment of your imagination. Saya has sets of food on the table. Unfortunately, neither the color nor its smell is appetizing. Not all the food elsewhere is any different. Thanks, Saya. So even the food's messed up. As has become routine, I steel myself methodically transport the food into my mouth. That's a good way to put it. You could just have her do the plain. The taste of the gut-wrenching, as I expected. But it's not Saya's fault. I'm sure she made it exactly what the cooking show said. No, just paint it. Just eat the paint. just eat paint chips. Or like potato chips. It's just the taste buds can't accept it. It's not good? She asked hesitantly. Well, no. Lying won't make Saya happy. She knows about my condition. Don't worry about it. I'll make something different tomorrow. Sorry. You always go to the trouble of cooking, but It's fine. If I keep trying, maybe I'll find something I like. My current state. Eating is nothing more than unwelcome duty. As much as I hate it. I need food to survive. If I stay alive, then perhaps one day, as Saya says, I'll be able to taste something delicious again. I met Saya, didn't I? Aren't you going to eat? Where do you meet Saya, though? That's going to be my question mark. I think it's going to answer what the heck Saya is and why she's the only one different. No, I already ate. See, she's not even eating. All the time we've been together, Saya has never once eaten with me. Sus. I don't even know why she refused to do so. It makes me a little sad. Still, I'm not going to push the issue. Not if she's been putting up with all the problems I have. By the way, I've been asked about your... By the way, I asked about your father again. Oh, so that's actually her father. Okay. If it's actually her father. You did? Dr. Ogai Masahiko is Saya's father and her only living relative. Saya has asked me to unravel the mystery of his disappearance. So a guy disappears because of something that happened that is very, very... that they don't want to come to public light and be investigated. He has a daughter that he can see... Or that is the only thing that looks normal after having an accident where he sees everything's messed up. Sure. They still wouldn't tell me anything. I get a feeling they're hiding something. Oh. I expected Sai to be a little more disappointed. You haven't given up, have you? No. Sai responds with an unreadable expression. It's not that. She gives a little shake of her head, then smiles at me once more. Thanks for all you're doing for me. It's nothing compared to what you've done for me. I thank her for the meal and set my chopsticks down next to the perfectly clean table. A clean plate. The table's clean too. As wretching as the taste was, thinking of the care that Saya put into it gave me a strength to finish every bite. Is it bath time? Or what? Tashi? Yeah. We washed my back again. Sure. Uh-oh. 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 Censor Saya. Oh, wait, it's not yet. It's not yet. You got me all jumpy. Ever since Saya moved in, it's been like having my own life. Oh! Change scene. Not yet. I'm too jumpy. Saya. Why are you so good to me? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now it's censored. Now it's not an appropriate stream. Aha. Saya's... I don't know how I'm going to say this. That's the question mark. How am I going to read this? Saya's slender hips bounce up and down with an insatiable hunger. Each decent going, my thing into the embrace of her. How do I read this? Because it still has to go on YouTube later on, so I'm not sure how I can read this. I was gonna do something else, but that's just inappropriate. Who could imagine that her seemingly incorruptible body would ever glisten with a with passion or feast so much with bottomless. There, Saya, my darling Saya. Is this really what you want? This is how she eats. Is she a succubus? She's a succubus. Why do you go so far for me? What am I? That you would give me yourself and your body and soul. This is merely sympathy. Do you pity me? The exile from society? Is that enough for you to surrender yourself with such mad desire? Are you so wanton? No matter what cruel fate might await me, Saya, there is nothing I fear more than losing you. Yay! As Saya is super happy and wails around, I surrender to her embrace and unleash the basketball that she wanted to catch. I like my censorship. This is actually turning out to be a lot of fun. Saya collapses as she caught the baseball. Oh yeah, I can switch now. Or is there still more? I think that's it, right? The text might be bad though. Saya collapsed on top of me, still smiling, and I wrapped my arms around her. The feeling her soft, sweat-soaked skin and warmth emanating from her body reassures me that she's still here. Fuminori? Are you crying? I keep it. Yeah, you done already, dude? What the hell? I realize that my cheeks are wet with tears. Why, Saya? Why do you go that far for me? Fuminori. I don't understand. I don't. But I'm losing myself to you every day. I can't live without you, Saya. I'm turning into a yandere. Wrap my arms tight around her, praying that our bodies will melt together and never be apart again. Tell me, please, what must I do to keep you with me? How can I repay you? Fine, I just turned it off. Keep holding me, Saya whispered in my chest. I want you to make love to me. I want you to stay like this. I swear she's a succubus. She's totally gonna be a succubus. I won't leave you, Fuminori. Why? Why me? Because you're all alone, she says softly, gazing up into my eyes. Alone, just like me. She crazy succubus. The sorrow in her voice resonates with my own. There's a deep loneliness in her eyes, a loneliness from which now springs boundless affection. I don't know. I mean, it's trying to make it sympathetic, and the idea that this is actually a loneliness that she actually has. But again, it could be the fact that she's actually the only thing that's actually a monster, and he's the only person that doesn't see her as a monster, so she's alone. I don't know. The reverse theory kind of plays out. Kind of prefer the shorter arrow scenes. Some games go along for like 30 minutes of text. You're all I have. In the whole wide world, only you will embrace me, my precious Fuminori. Again, the only person that will embrace me. She's a monster. Yeah, now I know. No matter what horrors this world unleashes upon me, all I ever need is Saya. Nothing but Saya. Then why does he even leave? Why does he even leave? Yo is determined to talk to me today. Which one was Yo? Was that the girl that... I think it was the girl that confessed him, right? She wants her answer. But he's like, no, I can't give you the answer. I have Saya. I don't want you. I have Saya. Close this down here. Text is messing me up. Nothing will happen as long as she hesitates. It will only prolong her suffering. The time has come to show courage once again. Yo's fourth period on Thursday is biology. This is her one chance to see Fuminori. Give up, girl. Saya's got him. As a required course with many of the students, the lecture is held with a large hall and can be seated well over 200, but since the room is usually only half full, it is rarely difficult for Yo to find a seat she wants. Yo prefers to sit near the center, where it can easily hear the professor. Most of the students congregate in this area for the same reason. Fuminori usually sits beside her, although given the ambiguous state of their relationship, she knows better than to take this for granted. Still, she tries to save a seat whenever possible. The classroom isn't crowded today, so Yo is able to set her bag on the seat next to her without conveniencing anyone. But when the professor arrives in the usual time to start class, there is no sign of Fuminori. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yo scans the room for is this before or after the accident? Scans the room furtively. Fuminori is there, sitting alone in the far back corner. Okay, he's there. Did he miss Yo when he came in? If he can actually recognize her? No, he couldn't have. And besides, no serious student would be willing to sit so far away from the front. Feeling miserable, Yo slides her bag back over to herself. Fuminori is out the door the moment the class ends. Yo barely manages to catch up with him before he disappears down the hallway. Fuminori! Fuminori jerks the sound of his name. You would think that he'd just scream at him. She just screamed at him. What? He turns to ask her reluctantly. Now that they are face to face, Yo is painfully aware of how much weight Fuminori has lost. His sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones are far cry from the features familiar to her. Features familiar to her. She wonders whether he's under a lot of stress or perhaps not getting enough nutrition. Maybe it's both. Yeah, kind of hard to down stuff. I mean, he's eating Saya's food, so I guess he's eating enough. But what is she feeding him? That's the question mark I have, is what is Saya even feeding him? He definitely looks a little more tense than he should. Afraid even. Though of what she can't imagine. His eyes are more restless from the point of view, and he refuses to look at Yo in the eye. It hurts to see Fuminori this way. What could have changed him so? Today, she reminds herself, rekindle the flame of courage in her heart. I want to talk to you about something. Do you have time? Don't do it, girl! Don't do it! The courtyard is empty and silent. No one is willing to sit and chat in the cold November air. What is it? Don't you remember? Yo almost blurts out the question, but manages to keep her composure. You've been acting strange lately. I'm worried about you. Well, lots happened. He smiles like it's nothing, but even that seems forced. He's even standing precisely one pace further away from her than he used to. Is that really all? What more do you want? You can tell she's in love when she knows, like, exactly how far he usually stands from her. Like, she's that dedicated. Yo manages to keep from flinching at the harshness of his tone. It's like you're struggling with something. Rather than answer, Fuminori grinds his toes into the dead grass of at his feet, fearing that her determination might flag. Yo lets words come as they may. It's like there's a terrible weight on your shoulders, and it's slowly breaking you. Yeah. I'd imagine he hasn't told anybody. I mean, he hasn't even told the doctor. That's how you look at me. Oh, really? Fuminori mutters through his clenched teeth, no longer trying to deny the change in the topic. This is an even clearer signal of rejection than his previous evasiveness. But Yo's determination is strong. Today, at least, she won't back down. It's times like these, she implores, trying to convey the sincerity of her feelings for him, that you need your friends. That's not a confession. That's like a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 moment right there. I love you all. I love everybody. Feel really bad about your parents. But you're not alone. You have Koji, and Omi, and... This is weird. You have me. Yo can no longer stop the words pouring from her lips. She fears that if she does not unleash her feelings now, they will be lost forever. I think we can help you, so you don't have to deal with it all by yourself. Even if you can't do anything, just talking to us might make you feel better. I want to help you. We all do. So please, tell me. Stop it. Fuminori shouts, silencing Yo's energy. She promised herself that she wouldn't back down, but Fuminori's expression is terrible enough to shatter her resolve. Look in his eye is not anger or any warm-blooded emotion. It is hate. Murderously cold hate. Come to think of it, I never gave you an answer, did I? He remembers. Dude! Is Dude gonna do this? Dude's gonna do this? He remembers. I mean, it's good that if he's not gonna do it, to freaking let her go, but damn! I still treat her so coldly. That is all the answer she needs. If his words stabs any deeper, she might as very well die. I never saw you in any special way before. When you asked me out, I wasn't sure how to respond. I didn't know how I felt about you then. Fuminori. But now I can give you the answer. I've had plenty of time to think over it, you know? Damn! Damn, dude! What the hell? This dude doesn't deserve Saya. This dude does not deserve Saya. I hate you, Tsukuba. I don't even want to look at you. What a D, dude! What an absolute D! Don't cry, Yo tells herself. But it's too late to stop the tears pouring from her eyes. God, this guy's a D. Suppose it's too much to hope I never see you again. We do go to the same school. God, dude, stop! Okay, did she do something terrible? Are we gonna get to this idea that she actually did something horrible to him? Just make sure it's the last time to speak to me, okay? Your voice makes me sick. How could he be so cruel? Yo whispers in shock and despair. Okay, the whole, like, changing the screen just to change the character to grin just throws me off bad. We'd be so cruel. Yo whispers in shock to which Fuminori twists his lips into a malevolent smile. You really should try to think for yourself once in a while. I bet it was Koji and Omi's idea, wasn't it? Well, you could play at love all you want, but leave me out of it. That's all Yo could take. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely refuses to let him hear her cry. Any disgrace would be preferable to breaking down here. So she runs, fleeing breathlessly from the courtyard with Fuminori's cold smile at her back. God, this dude's a dick. This dude's a dick. Omi was the first to catch the sight of Yo and Fuminori leaving the courtyard. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them be alone, she and Koji ended up watching the whole thing from the shadows. I like this chick. I like this chick. She and me think like... At the exchange, Omi was clearly itching to jump out and punch Fuminori in the face. Knowing her temper, Koji kept a firm hold on her arm until the end. If he hadn't, she might have very well done it. No, you should have let her go. Fuminori leaves after Yo, his every step seeming to take an act of willpower. Fuminori leaves after Yo? Like he went after her? His every step seeming to take an act of willpower. Koji sighs heavily into the once more empty courtyard, but the bitter taste in his mouth will not go away. I think he's saying that she went after him. I don't know. What's wrong with him? Even Koji cannot forgive Fuminori's treatment of Yo. However, the first thing that feels in confusion, not anger. The thing they feel is confusion, not anger. Koji has known Fuminori since long before college. Fuminori was never this cruel before. There's no question now that the accident changed him. Are you sure? Are you just gonna let this go? I don't want to. What can I do? Punch him? Punch him? Something besides watch? Omi shouts, her face red with fury. I won't be satisfied until I get a piece of my mind. That will make Tsukuba better. It'll make me feel better. She's like, it'll make me feel better. Yo and Omi are best friends, just like Koji and Fuminori. In fact, it was the relationship between Koji and Omi that brought the two of them together. Omi's anger is only natural. I'm going to talk to him alone. You don't have to come. Are you serious? Take care of Yo for me, will you? She's probably really hurt. Need someone to be nice to her after she's done crying. Wait, shouldn't we just switch jobs? You console her while I go punch him? You know how I am. If I try to comfort her, I'll end up making it worse. Yeah, you got a point. Hey. Anyways, just go easy, okay? In the conversation before Omi's mood gets any worse, Koji has to find Yo. That night, Fuminori was found dead. I feel awful, miserable, but also refreshed. I finally crossed the line. So he just wanted to break. I hate before crashing down like this sooner or later. Having become unable to feel anything but disgust for other people, there was no way that I could hope to maintain the relationships I'd had before the accident. So he just wants to break it because he just hates seeing it. It's like a... I kind of understand it, but it's still a dick move. Like, I would just like more prefer just tell him to leave you alone. Say, I just have my reasons, leave me alone. Please don't talk to me ever again. Not say I've always hated you. Like, it's that whole idea of like trying to get somebody to leave you alone in a lot of these stories where it's like they go full nasty mode, which typically does make people push more because they know something's wrong. Just be honest. Today's incident will definitely get back to Koji and Omi, and everyone will be convinced that I made your change in my character. Honestly, I don't care anymore. And they're going to come after you. They're going to come after you. At least I probably won't be committed for this. I just need to avoid acting like a stranger, like any stranger than I already have. If this puts a rift between me and the others, good. The thought of all the stress I'll avoid brings a smile to my lips. I'm fed up with them, sticking their nose in my life. It's like they don't care that they'll make my guts turn just by being near me. That's implying that they do that with the intention of making your gut turn. Again, they don't know what's wrong with you. How can they know that? There's no intention there of making your gut turn. This dude's going nuts. I've been terrified of them until now, but today I struck fear into one of them. In that sense, it's something of a relief, but I'm not entirely without remorse of what happened. The person I just demolished with my verbal equivalent of a nuclear bomb used to be my friend Yo. Even if my senses don't believe it, my mind accepts the theory. I don't have any particular grudge against Yo herself, and I don't want to hurt her. It failed that miserably. In retrospect, perhaps I should have ignored her outright. Probably better. Yo was an attractive girl. I certainly didn't think badly of her. To be honest, though, I was annoyed when Koji and Omi tried to stick us together. It felt like they were trying to using us for their entertainment, and Yo seemed totally oblivious to the fact that she was dancing in their tune. Her cluelessness was irritating. I mean, that's assuming. I mean, that's a massive assumption there. She might actually like you, question mark?
so that none of them meant any harm. Back then, I didn't have any reason to hurt others, just just to get my way. If having a casual relationship with Yo would keep our circle of friends together, I'd be willing to make the compromise. Now, however, there was no room in my heart for such forbearance. If merely talking to someone is an ordeal, then how can I expect to show them kindness? These ruminations have left me exhausted. I want to return to Saya as soon as possible, but thinking about the packed trains and crowded downtown streets between here and my home saps my spirit. Catching sight of a nearby bench, I sit and close my eyes. The horrors of the world. I can't do anything about the stink or the noise, but at least it calms my nerve enough to rest. That's like the weirdest thing about it. The idea that he can close his eyes and everything, but he still smells it. The senses, the smelling is what's kind of weird about it. I can envision a vision of it and hearing it, but like the smell, that's weird. I was like a introvert. Like he hit his head and became an introvert. So he's panicked about going on a train. When I regained consciousness at the T University Hospital ward, the world was as dark as it is now. This is after the accident. I had not yet recovered my sight, even though my eyes' optical nerves were undamaged. It must have been an after effect of the accident. This is like, I don't want to say the name. Is this like an anime that was out like a couple years ago? I don't want to say the name because it kind of spoils that show. I didn't think about that earlier when they brought it up. Blindness was a shock, but now I know that my suffering was nothing. After all, my sense of hearing, touch, taste, and smell were all fine at the time. Blindness was a shock? So yeah, somebody did something. So he had an accident, and he hadn't gained his sight yet, but everything else was fine. The real horror began when my sight returned. The one small mercy that I was able to come to terms with in the accident was my neurosurgery while still blind. The one small mercy was that I was able to come to terms with the accident and my neurosurgery while still blind. I panicked when I first saw the nightmarish hospital and blood-curdling shapes of the doctor and nurse, but I soon guessed the cause. But he wasn't smelling it or hearing it or anything until he was able to see. So it was the surgery. It chills me to think of what might have happened if I had recovered my sight along with my consciousness, suddenly awaking in what can only be described as hell. I would no doubt lost my mind instantly. Soon my disorder just spread to the sense of touch, taste, and smell. As it turns out, sight exerts tremendous influence over the other four. It does, yes, technically. Like, I don't know if that's actually true. I would assume that's the case. Like, just smelling something rather than seeing it at the same time makes it worse. Like, you can smell a dead rat. But the moment you see it, it's like suddenly that smell like gets worse. Yeah. I don't know how it would affect sound, but I can see it affecting smell and taste. The taste of my food, the feel of my bed sheets, the fragrance of my get well flowers, all become unbearably foul as my eyes said they should be. Yeah, like it convinces yourself. Eventually, when even the doctor's voices become unrecognizable as human, I decided to kill myself. I should have stopped that one for YouTube. Whatever. Didn't believe for a second that I could live in this world. In this new world. At least not until I met Saya. Where? I want to know where. One night, while thinking of a painless way to die, I found myself succumbing to sleep. Is this a censor moment? Is this a censor moment? This sounds like an H plot right here. Drifting between nightmares in my dreams and nightmares of reality, I didn't notice her enter my room.
The next thing I knew was a face staring down at me from from next to my bed. The face was not covered in pus or slime or earthworm-like feelers. It was a smooth white cheeks, round eyes, and lovely little nose. All things I would never expect to see again. The face of a girl, undeniably human and positively glowing with beauty. Ah, I sighed in admiration, savoring the first glance of joy since regaining my sight. She was not expecting such a reaction, apparently. Aren't you afraid of me? She's totally one. She's totally a monster. Aren't you afraid of me? She's totally a monster. Now, I mean, the question mark is she just, you know, a succubus or a demon or something like that most people would find scary or whatever? Or is she, again, the only thing that's actually one of these blobs? Looking at the clock, I saw that it was exactly 3 in the morning. No time for a young girl to be alone in the hospital. Perhaps she expected me to mistake her for a ghost. But I would not have cared if she had been a ghost. And then that's the question mark. Would he even care? Like, come to find out she is like a massive blob thingy. The only thing that's not human. Would he care at this moment? But not even cared if she would have been a ghost. Either way, she was a godsend. Who are you? What are you doing here? I am Saya. I'm looking for my dad. I assume that she was a daughter of a late shift doctor or another patient. It was unusual, but not unthinkable for such a girl to be wandering around the hospital. It's no fun if you're not scared. Wait, I cried, desperate to keep her from leaving. It was only then after I turned around that I realized I hadn't thought of what to say next. Well? Her beautiful eyes drew me in, healing my soul to its core. The white haze clouded my mind. I struggled to form a coherent sentence. Apparently me too. His mouth is dry. I struggled to form a coherent sentence. I shouldn't do this to a girl, but are you the only one I can ask? No longer concerned with propriety, I let the words come as they willed. Will you let me hold your hand? Saya looked confused at first. Then she smiled, like she'd just found a new toy. Her smile was bright. That's a good one right there. Her smile was brighter than my memories of the sun. You're strange, she said, holding her slender white hand. No one asked me anything like this before. Ever so carefully, as though catching a snowflakes, I placed the palm of my hand against hers. I feel her human warmth and the softness of her delicate fingers. She was there, just beyond the palm of my hand. Thinking back on the joyful tears I shed then, I know this was the moment I was saved from my fate. I mean, yeah, I was contemplating how to end it. It's the first time in weeks that I touched someone who felt them as human. I can't touch anyone else. It was an accident. I was in an accident, and the side effect of the surgery. I can't see people as human anymore. How mysterious. You're interesting, she said, laying the fingers gently around mine. Can I come back tomorrow night? Yes, of course. Why are you sure? But are you sure it's okay? Don't worry. The night belongs to me. The night belongs to me. And so our rendezvous begin. The little rendezvous. Saya came to my room every night at 3 a.m., skillfully taking advantage of the duty nurse's shift change. I was astonished to learn that she was living inside the hospital. It's so big. I never run out of places to hide, she said, answering my surprise with nonchalant smile. She had been living in the suburbs with her father, she told me, until one day he'd suddenly stopped coming home. And so now she just hangs out in the hospital. After she was tired of waiting, she was like probably some experiment in the basement.
After she was tired of waiting, Saya had decided one night to sneak into the hospital where he'd worked. And there she'd lived for over 2 months, searching for his whereabouts all the time. I mean, there's food there. There's beds. I mean, honestly, if I was like a kid that was like orphaned, I would totally hide away in a hospital. Just find like in a bed and branch or something like that. Don't you have to go to school? No. Dad taught me everything I need to know. I'm really smart. She was a strange girl. On one hand, she looked like she acted like a child. On the other hand, she was remarkably self-reliant, and at times exhibited a sharp intellect and deep knowledge that many have found unsettling. I didn't care. Saya was the only other human in the world gone mad. Saya was the only other human in the world gone mad? Okay. I mean, that he is kind of pointing out the fact that the way that she talks about things. Her existence meant far more to me than the standards of society. Aren't you worried that you might get caught? Nope. I don't have to worry about food here. It was a lot more fun than staying at Dad's house all by myself. He totally bought her dad's house, I bet. I bet he bought her dad's house. No, he's taking her. He's also buying his dad's house. Looked through the patients list and found the ones that have mental problems. Saya continued, grinning mischievously. She's looking through patient lists to find people that have mental problems. And then I found yours. And yours were the most screwed up, so that's why I'm hanging out with you. Sometimes I sneak into their rooms late at night and scare them. Even if they raise a fuss, no one believes them. Oh, this girl's messed up. Oh, this girl's messed up. I go into the psych ward and spook people just to get them to go crazy. Nobody believes them. They just brush it off as a bad dream. Her confession reminded me that the hospital was famous for its ghost stories. Oh, those stories. Right. The girl with the green hair that runs around and goes boo. Who could have imagined there was actually a real girl impishly roaming these hallways? So that's why you came to our room for the first time. Yeah, sorry. Are you mad? All her pranks were hardly praiseworthy. I couldn't bring myself to scold her very thing that had brought us together. You shouldn't do that anymore. You come talk to me instead. Yeah. That's much more fun, too. Oh, that's the sheets, I bet. I'm like, what in the world? Is dude, like, half gone? I guess it should be his sheets. This is what he sees. He's laying on nothing but filth. With extreme care, I was able to conceal my sensory disorder. It was glaringly obvious the doctor had no way to cure me, and the fact that I had undergone a still experimental procedure made me even more cautious. As a medical student, it was easy for me to imagine how the doctors would react if they discovered that I was exhibiting such an unusual side effect. I was not about to become a guinea pig, a mere specimen to be examined with clinical detachment. Yeah, that's the thing right there. If you're crazy, they're going to lock you up. That's technically what a lot of people have to deal with. Like, if I do reveal the truth of what I'm going through, will they lock me up? Then they don't want to tell anybody. And so I hid my discomfort and loathing behind the mask of normalcy, convincing the doctor that any signs of stress were merely a result of hospitalization. Saya was my supporter. Looking forward to her nightly visits gave me strength to endure my daily torture. Help can make an enormous difference in a patient's progress. With the aid of my secret nurse, the secret ghost nurse, I recovered at a pace that left the doctor stunned. I just want to get out of here and buy the girl's father's house. And last night, before my release, I summoned my courage and asked her, "Are you going to stay here forever?" Yeah, I couldn't learn anything about my dad. but it's not like I have anywhere else to go. I guess I'll stay here as long as I can hide. In other words, there was nothing keeping her here. Why not stay with me? I asked timidly. The question took all the courage I had. Huh? My family's gone. So I have plenty of room. You won't need to hide, and it's not not a bad place to live. You just gotta paint it. We just gotta paint the place. I need an extra hand to paint. You let me live with you? I was afraid to ask her what she thought of that, so I hastily offered a deal. In exchange, I'll help you look for your father. I'll find him no matter what. I think that's gonna be hard, Saya said, looking a little embarrassed. Does she already know that he's like gone or something? That's probably did something bad and had to leave the hospital. They did say it was something that needed to be investigated. We can't get the police involved. You'll have to get as discreet about it as possible. Do whatever it takes. Unable to control myself, I finally spoke the truth. Can't be apart from you. At first, she looked bewildered, but after a few moments of silence, she said, "Give me a little time." That night, she left my room earlier than usual. On the day of my release, I managed to smile and accept the hideous, foul-smelling celebratory bouquet. Sorry. The flesh beasts calling themselves Koji, Omi, and Yo came to pick me up. Though they had come to see me many times during my stay, it never got easier to see my friends change so horribly. My sudden tears of despair drew suspicion, but I managed to explain them away as tears of joy. While we walked to Koji's car, I looked desperately for Saya amid the grotesque scenery. Even as we drove away, I kept watching the hospital fade in the distance, praying for a last glimmer of hope. She got rejected. I mean, we know that she goes there eventually, but Saya never appeared. I wonder if he's going to go to the house and she's going to appear at the house. After Koji and the others dropped me off, I paused while I regarded my surroundings. I had lived my entire life on this block, in this house. There was no other place that I could call home, but nothing was as I remembered. As I walked up past the front door and took the yard where I spent my childhood, I could feel those memories being defiled by the twisted, festering shapes around me. Inside the house, I found nothing familiar, nothing to offer me comfort or warmth. What I had once called home was now a whole other world. I have no home, I whispered, with a smile of self-pity. There was one last stop to make, one last nail to hammer into my coffin. And there she is! Stepped in the room that was cradled around me. I stepped into the room that had cradled me from childhood. The walls were papered with human entrails. The bed a tangled mess of warm flesh. But none of that mattered. There, curled up in the bed, like an abandoned cat, was Saya. As I stood there in shock, she looked at me in a tiny, weak voice, said, "Can I really stay? This chick's a succubus or something, or it's going to be completely in his mind." I responded by sweeping her into my arms, embracing her tightly, so that she would not escape. Happy ending. And that's the story. So I did not resist. When she arrives in Sakisaka, I just got used to that name and I haven't said it in a while. Now I have to say it again. When she arrives at Sakisaka house, Ami first takes a deep breath to calm herself. Her anger does not vanish entirely, of course, but at least now she can hear herself think. While waiting for a response from the intercom, she looked over the patch of the yard that she can see from outside the gate. Even Omi isn't normally one to complain about the other people's housekeeping, but this is going too far. The grass is growing wild, and there's piles of dead leaves scattered everywhere. This doesn't look unintended. It doesn't just look untended. It looks like an uninhabitable ruin. It's still light out, but every window has its storm shutters tightly sealed. I'm gonna guess that they've been closed since morning. No, they've been closed for a long time. Apparently, I don't know why they would open them. No, I guess Saya could be open it if she's actually a person. What kind of life is Fuminori leading? Even if he is living alone, he can't neglect his housework forever. And it's just her imagination, or does something stink like rotten meat? Couldn't be coming from the yard, could it? It's gonna be Saya. There's still no response, so she presses the buzzer a second time, and a third, and a fourth. Finally, after this had gone down for over 10 minutes, Omi loses her patience and opens the cover of the intercom. As she expected, the power had been disconnected. Perhaps Fuminori has a good reason for shutting out the world, but Omi can only see it as a lack of respect for others. Her anger rekindled. She pushes the gate open and stomps through the yard into the front door. Given the state of his intercom, she doubts Fuminori will respond to a knock. So, Omi decides to just open the door and go in shouting. And if the door is locked, she'll just have to... I feel like there's going to be a reveal time. Surprisingly, the doorknob turns easily in her hand. And the enraged Yomi finds herself throwing open the door wider than she intended. Her nostrils are instantly assaulted by a choking stench. What is that smell? As Omi stands petrified on the threshold, the cowbell hanging on the inside of the door chimes loudly. A moment later. Welcome home. I knew it. I knew it. Elma can't believe her ears. The voice she just heard could not even be human. Now you know how he feels. Yet its intonations were too complex for any animal she can imagine. Someone there? She calls out to the end of the hallway from which the voice came. There's no response. Instead, she hears the sound of something soft and wet flopping its way deeper into the house. Finding it difficult to place a meaningful image to the voice she had heard, Omi stares blankly at an empty vestibule. There's nothing here. There's nothing there. Not even Fuminori's shoes, which can only mean that he's still outside somewhere wearing them. The house should be empty. But then, what was the voice just now? Don't do it. Don't go in there. Don't. It's like the perfect Halloween visual novel because we have to deal with somebody walking in somewhere where they shouldn't. Her anger had vanished, as if there was never there. Nonetheless, Omi sets foot into the hallway, leaving the door open so that the cowbell won't ring. The floor creaks, setting her nerves on edge. Omi isn't sure why she's acting like a burglar, but something tells her to make the little noise as possible. The potency of the stink inside of the house makes the whiff she caught outside pale in comparison, sickening, like rotten fish guts. Has food been left to spoil in the kitchen? She hears bubbling sound up ahead. Stepping gingerly on the cracked floorboards, Omi makes her way to the end of the hallway. She finds a room to both sides of her, one lit, the other dark, and chooses to look into the lit room. Wrong one. Wrong one. In the kitchen, lit by what must be the open window of the house, not covered in storms. Interesting. I guess because he doesn't go in the kitchen much. Because he says to bring it into the living room. Of course, they painted the living room, so that's why he wants to eat in there. But the sound she had heard was the pot boiling on the stove, and on the chopping board next to lie a butcher's knife and some half-diced carrots. Perfectly normal household scene, with the light of the setting sun making everything the color of decomposing fruit. Something is wrong. Who was cooking here? And where'd they go?
誰か
Is anyone here?
いない
Ami
んです
calls.
か
Regretting it immediately, she realizes that her voice is shaking. As her words echo vainly through the silent house, she begins to feel foolish and defenseless. Suddenly she feels something cold seeping through her pantyhose. She timidly reaches down to cover her feet. Her fingertips come away covered with vicious olive green slime, like filthy water from a tank long clogged with algae and dead fish. The whole floor is covered with it. It must be the source of the stench. Ami now wishes that she had worn her shoes inside. Manners be damned. When she look at, I mean, that's one of those things like these, everything like Japan, they just leave their houses open and people just like walk in whenever they want into like at least the threshold. But it's like the aspect of like, if you're gonna sneak into somebody's house, why do you take your shoes off? When she looks back ruefully, the way she came, she realized that her current position is not visible from the entrance. This kitchen must be where the strange voice came from. Uh-oh. The next room is probably the den. As she expected from the closed storm shutter, it's pitch black inside. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's one of those like horror movies. It's like a B horror movie right here where the person just keeps digging their own grave. Omi wants nothing more than to flee the house, but that would mean turning her back to the darkness, and that she simply cannot bring herself to do. Moved by some irrational compulsion, Omi sets foot into the den. You just walk backwards. You just walk backwards. It is too dark to see anything, and the stink is far worse than before. What's good's gonna be the walk in there, though? That's the problem. She slides her hand along the wall, feeling for the light switch. Finding it much sooner than expected, she flips it on like it's her last hope. The colors. Everything painted. The colors. So many colors. The purple of entrails, the brown of rotten meat, the crimson of flesh, blood, and they're painting it with flesh. It's not paint. That's why it smells. That fits it even more. That fits it. That literally fits it anymore. That the only thing that what he sees is warped, and the only way that he can see normal things is to see that in reality. Like again, Saya is totally gonna be one of these mob blob things that he sees everybody else as, and because she's a mob blob thing, she looks normal. And in order to make his house look normal, he has to cover it mob blob stuff. So literally, he's turning everything into what he sees in order to see it normal. Okay. The purple entrails, the brown of rotten meat, the crimson of fresh blood, the yellow of fat. These colors and more cannot be described. Cover every inch of the room in maddening array. The colors say all that needs to be said about the painter's hatred, malice, and insanity. Omi's legs give out from the shock, sending her to the floor. Slime immediately soaks up through her jeans, its cold tendrils creeping up on her legs, crotch, and her neck. Her hands flies to her neck, where it is greeted by another drop of chilly slime. Above her, something is dripping down her head. Saya. Making perhaps the worst decision of her life. You're like 5 steps in, girl. You're like 5 steps in at this point, girl. Making perhaps the worst decision of her life. Mommy looks up. The predator clinging to the ceiling, poised to leap upon its prey. She sees it in every detail. Her mouth and nose are sealed before she can scream, and her belly is torn open as something enters to feast on her innards. That was quick. Bye, Omi. No, I bet Omi's gonna be turned into one. I bet Omi's gonna be turned into one. We're gonna make a big happy blob family, and everybody in the house is gonna look normal. Suddenly he's gonna come home. He's gonna come home and he's gonna find Omi looks normal. But she's not gonna be able to leave the house though. He's gonna be like, "Why don't you leave the house?" He's he's totally gonna NTR this chick from, what was his name, Koji or whatever his name is. He's gonna totally NTR this chick from Koji, his best friend, because she's gonna be normal looking. Anyways, by the time she feels any of it, Omi has already gone mad. I bit the bullet and tried to take the train. You see, now he's coming home. He's gonna find it. She's gonna be normal in there, I bet. Or she's gonna be gone. Just kind of seeps in the background. Bit the bullet and tried to take the train. But the rush hour crowds were so bad that I had to get off the halfway and walk. I'm running pretty late. Is Saya worried? I hope she's not mad. When I entered the yard, I realized the front door had been left wide open. Light from the living room is seeping out into the hallway. And I hear what sounds like something smacking their lips. There's also a tantalizing fragrance in the air. Is it Saya? I considered calling out to her, but decided to enter in silence instead. Something smells strange, though not unpleasant. The aroma is quite soothing, in fact. It reminds me of Saya's hair. At first, I'm surprised what I see in the living room. The floor is covered in what looks like some kind of grass, probably the source of the herb-like smell. There's a fruit of vegetable-like balls of various size scattered everywhere. Okay. Like her corpse?
Saya.
Oh! Saya's just munching. There's Omi! There's Omi! I'm getting pupa vibes right here. Saya, what are you... Saya, stop! What are you doing, Saya? Golly, girl! You eating my old friend? What the hell? Saya turns around, her eyes wide with surprise. She then looks away, sheepishly, like a child caught at some prank. What are you eating? This is, well... She stammers, so flushed that I suddenly feel bad for sneaking up on her. Remembering that she had never eaten in front of me before, I realized that she must be quite embarrassed. At least that tells me that she at least does eat. Seems like she eats people. And she might not be a succubus that has to consume his stuff. Can I have one? Oh no. Dude going cannibal. Dude going cannibal. Scoop up the closest fruit thing that popped it into my mouth. Ignoring Saya's attempt to wave me off. Yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy. It was a strange texture. Soft. Pliable. Like a peach or pear. I bite into it with my back teeth. A succulent juice fills my mouth. Combined with a sharp, strong fragrance, it's unlike anything I've ever tasted. Hey, Saya. Can you bring me some more of this? How'd you make this? What did you use? I ordered takeout. Got it delivered. It wasn't hard. I just took apart and melted it a little to make it easier to eat. It's practically raw. Oh? I picked up a different lump. This one consisting of fruity flesh around a hard core tearing a chunk of it off my mouth. I find that is similar taste to the last one. Hey, are you okay? That's a... Yeah. I can even I can eat this. In fact, it's good. Oh, and Saya's too super excited about that. She definitely gonna want to make sure to feed him this every day. At first, Saya looked dumbstruck, but then she burst out laughing. So this is what you like. Now I feel stupid for going through all that trouble. It's like, this is so much easier than cooking those stupid carrots and crap. Is what you always eat, Saya? Yep. It's been a while since I've had one so big. I usually catch them in a nearby park. So she's like eating animals and stuff before. No way! No, she's killing kids! It was in that moment that Andrew realized how stupid he just sounded. I usually catch the small ones in the park. Andrew, well, I mean, cats can be in the park. Some birds in the park or something. No, I usually just get kids from the park. I mean, does that not like trigger something in his brain? Like I usually catch fruit in the park? Never had one this big? As an impressive... But that's the thing. This dude's so out of his mind. Would he even care at this point? There's an impressive nature preserve. There's an impressive nature preserve not too far from here. I've never heard of about fruits like this growing there, but well, of course, they only look like they're fruits to me. There's something. They're really something else. Sorry, I already ate the best parts. Please go into detail. What parts of Omi was the best? Sorry, that's okay. There's always next time. And now we can eat together. Mm-hmm. Yum yum. Saya seems really happy. I'm happy too, of course. Eating with someone is much more fun than eating alone. Eating someone is so much more fun than eating alone. And it makes food taste better too. And it makes Omi taste better too. There's still plenty left. I'll keep chilled. It'll keep chilled for 2 or 3 days. Though, it won't taste as good. Then we better start putting it away. Sealing some small fruits in Tupperware. And the large ones in tots and bowls. Saya and I store the remaining food in the refrigerator. Thinking of tomorrow's dinner fills me with anticipation. I feel that, little by little, starting to regain a joy of living. The day I became a cannibal, everything was so much better. Saya will guide me. With her, I can live on. Thank you, Saya, for cooking Omi. True Scary Stories Hospital Edition. Chapter 4, The Monster in the Hospital. Here's going to be what the other patients seen. A medical student relates his shocking experience. Will you believe him or not? Strange things started happening in the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares, and many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to the hospital because of it, to other hospitals. The weird thing is that they all had exactly the same dream. A dream about a horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from the bedside. But the really strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of stray cats around the camp. See, he wasn't getting kids. It wasn't kids. You all trying to make me think it's kids. Looking for scraps from the students. One day, the cat suddenly disappeared. It wasn't like they just stopped coming. It was more like it vanished from the entire area. And then people started taking their dogs around. According to rumors, the dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Eventually, things started going missing in the hospital. Organs, to be precise. Transplanted organs kept disappearing. That's why she wanted to stay in the hospital. People came close to losing their jobs over it, and it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that happened. They tried to keep it from the students, but they heard it was a lot worse than that. Yeah, it was just cats and kidneys. Come on, just cats and kidneys. Not even dogs. Like people are less worried about cats going missing. Dogs, that's a big deal. People started saying there were something living in the hospital. The janitors would find strange messes that could only be made in the middle of the night, traces of something that crawled down the hallway, or weird stains caused by something dripping through the ceiling. The late shift nurse talked about hearing strange noises on the same nights as a patient woke screaming. There was one last story, one you could never mention inside the hospital. One day, the obstetrics? What the heck is that? Department for Pregnancies and Women in Pregnancy and Childbearing. They said that the newborn had disappeared in the night. If that were true, the police would have come and it would have been all over the news. But they say those big shots managed to make it all go away. It's just a rumor, of course. So is that implying, did this happen before or after? Is Saya the child, or did Saya take a child? These strange incidents suddenly stopped towards the end of summer. Now there's almost no patients complaining of nightmares, and cats have started coming back to the campus. The cats return. The cats return. But still, what happened in the hospital that summer? Even now, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Yeah, you Googie Bear. It's okay. Nothing. It's the 3rd day in a row they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. I'm surprised nobody else went to his house. Like, literally, she went to his house. I mean, I guess she didn't say that she was going to go to his house, but I would think that would be where they go. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report. Well, you know her. She'd probably pop up somewhere else and nothing happened. And this is her boyfriend? This is her boyfriend? The dude's like, she'll show up eventually. It's alright. Hey, want to go out somewhere? I hope so. Yo replies with a gloomy expression. She worried about Omi, of course. But the incident with Fuminori 3 days ago must still be weighing on her as well. What's up, Death Metal? Yo hasn't seen Fuminori since then, and Fuminori hasn't made any effort to approach her or Koji. 4 people used to eat in this cafeteria between classes, but now there's only 2. One's been num-nummed. One's been nom-nommed. One nom-nommed. Hey, Koji, let's keep thinking. Let's keep thinking. Isn't there somewhere Omi might have gone? No, Koji answered evasively. I already checked everywhere. This dude had to have checked his place. Like, again, she's mad at him. She leaves to go talk to him. She then disappears. That usually, like, basic investigation, go to the place that they're going to. I mean, she didn't say that she was gonna go to his place, but again, it's still we go there first. Anyways, it's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening, but he doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Huh. How long are you planning on the stream for? However long this takes. I am like 2 hours in right now, and from what I know, it's upwards of 6 hours. Is it like 4 hours if like you just do like the basic run? Something like that. So I guess only 2 more hours, unless I'm going super slow. I don't know if I'm going super slow. Their awkward silence is mercifully broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period. Well, I've got to go. Yeah. Unless Koji is mistaken. I'll have a VOD for this up on YouTube later on, so if anybody's not able to catch the first part of it, a second part of it, I'll have it all eventually up. I'm not sure how I'll handle the inappropriate parts, because I know there's still audio, and I'm not really blocking the audio, so we'll see. Unless Koji is mistaken, Yo is supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there, staring off into space. Unable to come up with anything to say, he leaves the cafeteria reluctantly. Both Omi's disappearance and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the exact same place. Fuminori. What the hell is Fuminori doing? When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori. After all, the last place he had seen her, and that's the crazy thing, because Fuminori doesn't know. He doesn't know. Saya's the only one that knows. And you ain't gonna go question her. After all, the last time he had seen her was just before she stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with unequivocal denial, and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea what Omi would have done, why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps that was only natural, as she was unaware that Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Yo to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She had been riding a wave of emotion when she had left, and might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Or perhaps she ran into trouble on the way. Koji concluded, or more accurately convinced himself, that one of the possibilities was true, subconsciously denying that one remaining possibility, that Fuminori was lying, that he had met Omi, and was involved in her disappearance. When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she planned to go after that. Why would you keep that from the police, though? Like, let them question him. That's odd. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course. Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything he needed to know. I mean, they are friends, and so there is like an aspect there that you want to not to believe that, but this dude's been acting a little off. Because I mean, there's even an aspect there that if you think somebody has changed a lot, like this dude's been in an accident, he's been off a lot, and then he does something super nasty like he did with Yo, would you not just tell the police? Would you not just be at least honest with the police and saying that yes, Omi was mad at him at the time, just so the police can look into it? Because there is an aspect that if you know somebody that, even if you've been friends with them for a long time and they feel like they're changing a little bit, you do want to be honest with the idea that they might be going through something and causing others harm, and thus doing something that could lead to somebody intervening can prevent them from harming other people. What did he do to Yo? He didn't do nothing to Yo. He rejected Yo. Yo was in love with him, confessed to him, and he said that he's always hated her. He just wanted to get her to leave him alone, because to him, from his view, she's disgusting. I don't know how much you know of this story. So we've got the rejection part of the story. Have you read this before? He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but not wanting to get into still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. Oh, no. Yeah, everything... Fuminori was in an accident, and he sees everything as disgusting blobs. And she confessed to him before he had this accident, and he basically said that he never wants to see her ever again, and super mean to her just so that he doesn't have to see her anymore. But the conflict has built up, and at least that's my viewpoint. This story could totally flip it on its head, but that's what it's trying to convey, it seems. But the conflict has built up inside of him without his noticing, leaving unanswered suspicions to fester up in his mind. Koji is deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings, but perhaps that was what allows him to catch the sight of his friend's back through the crowd of milling students. Did it break? Oh, I have to click again. I was waiting for the text to come up on the screen. Fuminori? At first, Koji assumes that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he is instead going home. Don't do it. Don't do it, Koji. Don't do it, Koji. Strange, medical students have required courses this afternoon. I thought it did too. Though he is initially surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he won't be noticed. Fuminori wasn't going home, as became obvious when he boarded a train heading the opposite direction. He's probably going to the hospital again. Koji's next guess was that he was going to see the Dr. T University Hospital, but Fuminori rode straight through the closest station. He's probably going to see if he can find some more fruit. Saya told him where to get some good fruit. At first, Koji felt ashamed for telling his friend like this, but his conscience fell silent as Fuminori's action grew more mysterious. The stranger it gets, the closer Koji feels discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Even Koji is beginning to think that there must be more behind Fuminori's change than the accident alone. He wants a more satisfying answer, one that will help him decide whether Fuminori could be trusted. Don't trust him. Well, don't trust Saya. Fuminori gets off the small station in a nondescript suburb of Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight amidst the other disembarking passengers. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of the train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This neighborhood was carved out of foothills, and here remains steep inclines and wood areas that escape assimilation. Koji is amazed by this quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moves quickly and purposefully through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. I wonder if he's going to Saya's house. He said he's not going home. He's not going to the hospital. There's only one other place. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji wondering how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes back out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. Yep, Ogai. It reads. Dr. Ogai. Koji has never heard of anyone with that name amongst Fuminori's acquaintances. Next, his attention is drawn to a thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slot. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel of the place, suggests that it has been abandoned for some time. Small playground about 2 blocks away provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch the front of Ogai home. Fortunately, it does not appear this sort of house has a rear exit. Koji settled down on a bench to begin his stakeout. I wonder if that's where she used to get her food from. Nearby playground. Oh. Again, if she even stayed there, I should have brought more smokes. 1 hour passed and another, but there remains no sign of movement in the Ogai residence. Soon, twilight settles upon the neighborhood. After Koji, 1 pack of cigarette runs out. The stakeout becomes a battle against mounting impatience. He kills some time by redialing Omi on his cell phone and sending her short text messages, but efforts are futile, as he knew they would be. When the sky turns to deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back towards the station with some hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that right now investigating the house is more important than tailing Fuminori. Here we go again. This is our Halloween stream right now where we're going to have people going into places they really shouldn't. People digging their own graves. He rings the doorbell. Just make sure. After receiving expected silence in response, he checks to make sure that no one is watching and turns the doorknob. The door is not locked. Of course, it's Japan. Why would you lock doors in Japan? Nobody enters the house. Stale air, thick as mold, and dust fills Koji's nostrils. At least it doesn't smell like rotting flesh. This unmistakable smell of the house that has long lain untouched. There's also a faint hint of something in the air. Something reminiscent of damp sewers and fetid cisterns. Maybe not. Flipping the light switch does nothing. The power must be cut off. Koji uses a cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area, and a thick dust cover the floor. He sees several brand new trails of footprints. That could only be made by shoes, Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his own shoes on. I guess it's like I'm trying to consider, like, could you be able to see like the footprints of somebody on a dusty floor? I mean, some thick dust, I guess. The lighter's flickering flames pushes back the deathly silent and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tableware and appliances. Nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of dust suggests the house has been empty for several months, which means the owner must have left due to little more than clothes on its back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? The calendar in the den is still turned to April. I'm kind of wondering if she ate him. I wonder if she ate her papa. Calendar in the den is still turned to April. Empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of life that was once lived there. The house reminds Koji of a passenger ship entombed at the bottom of the sea. In the graveyard, like quieter, a sinister thought suddenly appeared in his mind. No one is living here, but that does not mean that the owner left. Maybe he was murdered, and his rotting corpse is right under Koji's feet. He finds himself wanting a stronger light. A flashlight in his hand would make him feel much better. Koji follows Fuminori's footsteps to the second floor, where he begins to catch the scent of paper and the stale air. It is a smell of old books, instantly recognizable to anyone who worked in the antiques bookstore or library. The first room on the second floor turns out to be a study. It is towering shelves packed with the vast number of books. Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern at a glance the study belongs to a medical professional, and a high-level one at that. Judging by the contents of the book, smorgasbord of technical volumes beyond the simple student's understanding, the owner's interests lie more towards medical research than this clinical practice. Fuminori must have spent most of his time here. The scattered dust suggests that he was searching for something, and the contents of the desk drawers are obviously disarray. A small pile of books stacked upon the side of the table catches eye, being next to the desk. They must have been there most frequently read. Their nature could shed some light on the character of the person who worked there. Koji frowns as he examines the three books. These aren't scientific texts like the rest, but old, leather-bound Western tomes like the sort you would find in a rare bookstore. The titles are meaningless to him. Trait des chiffres appears to be concerned semiotics, but Ars Magna et Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination. We're getting divination stuff. And then there's the Voynich manuscript, which looks like some sort of picture book. When he pages through it, he finds text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher. Whatever they are, they're clearly nothing to do with medicine, refuting Koji's earlier guess that this Ogai was a doctor. I wouldn't go that far. Looking down, Koji suddenly notices a glint of something black and metallic underneath the chair. A pocket-sized flashlight, quite out of place amongst all the dusty books. Fuminori must have brought it. Yeah, summon a demonic lolly book. bunch of guys in the chat are like, where can I get this book? With relief, Koji examines his lighter for the flashlight. Its tiny body emits a powerful light beam that casts away the darkness. His courage restored, he tries to explore the rest of the house. Not sure if that would do that for me. Koji notices something strange. Something's not visible in the lighter. Weak flame. The slime. Rip Koji. Rip Koji. Rip Koji. That's like the signification. Whenever we see slime, rip character. F's in the chat for Koji. F's in the chat for Koji. The slime. Dark, oily stains are everywhere. The stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and stairs, banisters, like someone grasped them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Look closer, he sees places where slime was splashed low on the walls, almost as if their wet mop was run violently across the floor. Could Ogai have made these marks? If so, how? Koji begins to feel sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with slime dripping from his body. Yeah, I got some more fruit. Hey, Fuminori, got more fruit. Find the bedroom next to the study. Koji checks the closet on a hunch. He discovers 2 empty staircases. Not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation. Or suitcases. Take care, Sabanasu. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever was living here is still somewhere inside the house. Suppressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. If he finds a corpse, he'll have to call the police right away. He might get away with trespassing if he reports it first, but if he finds a body later, it'll be awful hard to explain his fingerprints all over the house. It's like, damn it, now I gotta find the corpse, that way I don't get charged with murder. Flashlight reveals a den. I'd rather have trespassing than murder, so I better find a body. Flashlight reveals a den to be covered in even more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks as though it was drenched from the bottom of the swamp. I mean, that's the question mark. How long has it been since Saya has joined him, Fuminori, at his house? Because she could have been here recently. It's like, how long does slime last? She might not be there. But the question mark that I have is really, is Saya in his mind? Or is Saya a reality? And if Saya is a reality, and Fuminori didn't kill her instead of Saya, if she is a physical thing that's there, which I'm assuming so because of the reports of something in the hospital and this situation with this house being covered in slime, that she is a thing, how did she get to his place so fast? How did she know where to go to be with him? Because he left the hospital, got in a car, went to his house, and she was there waiting for him. How did she know where he lived? I mean, she was looking at the files, so she could have known his address. And so when he said, hey, you want to live with me? Or can you stay with me or whatever? She could have looked up his information and then traveled to his house that night. And the next morning, he wakes up, gets in the car, and drives there. But I don't know, it just kind of brings the question mark if she can transport to different locations very quickly. That she could be here. Flashlight reveals that Dan discovered more than slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks like through a dredge from the bottom of the swamp. You didn't notice until you had a flashlight? In the kitchen, Koji takes a look at the sink and decides not to get any closer. He doesn't want any more fuel for his imagination. He reaches the door to the bathroom. A common scene from the TV drama flashes through his head. A body with slit wrists floating in a bathtub full of water. And wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposed of a victim in the bathtub filled with lye? Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines a light in the ceramic bathtub that appears in the darkness like a white ghost. Wow. Bones. A mountain of bones. Black with dry flesh and blood. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself and his legs threaten to buckle. Something is wrong. He realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. The bones are too small. There are too many of them. Animal or kid bones? They aren't human yet. They're animals. Okay. You didn't see any cats as you came in, did you? The neighborhood doesn't have many cats. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled up top of each other, like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals, perhaps cats or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bodies would it take to produce this many bones? The bones have been all separated one after another, so it doesn't look like the bodies are just thrown into the tub and left to rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks left by teeth biting through flesh. Koji's sanity won't let him consider the possibility that a human would have done this. The owner of the house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving the bones of small animals to eat and disposing of their remains in the bathtub. Why would you keep them, though? Why not dispose of the leftovers properly, right? Why is she keeping the bones? They could have just been thrown out with the garbage, or was there something keeping them from leaving the house? Yeah, that's the question mark. Did she never leave the house? I assume that she was at the house. Ogai disappears. Or again, like I assume, she possibly ate him. And then she goes to the hospital knowing that there's food there, and maybe she doesn't realize that she ate her father. And she's eating fine there, and now she's eating at his place. So she may just choose not to leave the house once she goes somewhere. The relief Koji felt when he realized the bones were not human, once again under attack. The relief Koji felt when he realized the bones weren't human is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminori doing here? Okay, was expecting that. Kind of got my gut a little bit there. Wasn't expecting that. It's wrong, Koji. Koji rolls around, his light revealing Fuminori's expressionless face. You're trespassing. Well, so are you. Pot. What's up? Kettle, black. So are you, Koji replies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks in the bathtub. He doesn't even flinch at the sight of the bones. A friend of mine lives here. I'm just running an errand. What? Who's this person? Where'd you meet them? Koji doesn't want to believe that an old friend, friendly Fuminori, could have had contact with dissidents of this house. I'll introduce you one of these days. Turning to leave without a glance at Koji. I owe her my life. Hey, Fuminori! Koji runs after me, Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally again. Wait, is this friend of yours the reason why you're acting so strange? Oh, that's gonna set him off. Standing in this entrance, Fuminori glares coldly at Koji over his shoulder. The utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji pause. You followed me, didn't you? ... Koji swallows. What can he say? You're starting to bother me, Koji. Don't do it again. Fine. I mean, he's gonna have a lot more bond with Koji than the rest of them. Again, the other two kind of came with the package. They became friends because of friends. Like Koji has his girlfriend, and that girlfriend has a friend. It just the package. So I don't see him pushing back Koji as quickly. Really walks without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still at the forefront of his mind. Koji wants to help him. Koji trying to be a bro. I was wondering how he can realize that his friend is... Realize that this is his friend if he sees everything weirdly. He gets the semblance of their faces. Like, he's gotten used to it. Like, there's like a lot of jarbling noises, and he's kind of figured out how they even talk, because they talk jarble. It's all like his brain's messed up. The way that he sees things is all messed up. Now, however, that concern is swiftly fading or giving way to a growing sense of dread. Was Fuminori that he knew no longer exist? Was the person who just stared Koji down as an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Ooh. Koji has begun to believe that might be so. I'm just surprised Koji thought Koji was dead. I thought Koji was dead. What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? If he only spoke to me without exchanging... spoke to me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it. But now he's sticking his nose into my business, just to satisfy his curiosity. Koji is a perfect example of someone who thinks that it's only good to take interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks that he is doing me a favor by prying into my life. Couldn't be more wrong. If he keeps this up, I have to find some way to deal with him. Gonna have to find a way to deal with him. Like Saya says, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogai a secret. Koji could ruin everything. I didn't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. At this rate, it'd probably take several days just to go through the study. Saya didn't believe me when didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? I figure out how to make another Saya. The problem is Koji. He knows about the house now. Will he make things difficult? Just call the cops on him. Call the cops on him. Excuse me. A hair-raising voice calls out as I pass through my gate. Suppressing the shudder, I put on a fake smile and turn to face the writhing mass of rotten flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes. Good evening. Are you just getting home? Yes, I am. Ah, of course. It's the next door neighbor, Suzumi, a middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife is work. I haven't much contact with him since that accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now? Have you gotten used to living alone? Yes, thank you for your help. I know it must be very difficult, but you are still young. You have to try to move on with your life. Yeah. What is this? Did he stop me to deliver the lecture? With such a big house, it must be hard to take care of everything by yourself. Yes, I suppose it's rather difficult. Why not hire a caretaker? Did your father have one? I'm still a student. Can't really afford the expense. I see. The flesh beast. Undulated? Undulates foully? I don't think I've ever seen that word before in my life. As though it still has something to say. The sight of... It's so great when I've probably seen the word before, but it's like seeing the word and you're like, what in the hell? Or it's a lot of cases where it's like, sometimes I don't think I've ever had to read the word out loud. The sight of it drives me to the closer to the edge. Even so, don't you think you should at least tend to your yard? I'd be happy to help. No, thank you. I'll manage on my own. Now I get it. He's worried about the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damn snob. I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate, feeling Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. Why won't everyone just stay out of my life? I just want to live together with Saya, alone, where no one can ever bother us. Just locking himself up. Eventually, he's not going to leave his house. Suzumi Yosuke sighs in annoyance as he watches his neighbor boy retreat to his house. What's with this attitude? This dude's totally dead. This dude's totally dead. Saya's in there at the kitchen, chopping something up. You're next. What was his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted, as to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth, a little shy, but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of the sad situation. If it continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems. Or is it too late already? Yosuke wonders as he gazes warily at Sakisaka yard. Even during dinner, Yosuke can't shake the neighboring house from his mind. What's wrong, honey? You look like something's bothering you. Yeah, some young man from next door today. Fuminori? I just had to say something about this yard. I know. I wish he had done something about it, about that smell. The stink coming from Sakisaka's house grows worse each day, and Suzumi family is at its wit's end. Could there be a dead cat in his bushes? He must have noticed the smell coming from his own yard. Maybe he's leaving his garbage out there. He wouldn't. No, I wouldn't put past him. Who knows how long he's been doing it all day? Who knows what he's been doing all day with his storm shutters shut? What kind of life is he leading? Did he go crazy? No, Hiromi, you mustn't say things like that. Honestly, the things that are going the way they're going, I'm starting to wonder if he's gone paranoid or something. Will he be all right? Unless he gets help soon, who knows? Gossipers, gossiping neighbors. The seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock compounding my agony. When I returned from the Ogai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty house. Saya had vanished without leaving any clues of it as to her whereabouts. Is she gonna get food? She's gonna go. She's grocery shopping. Saya's out grocery shopping. She's going to the neighborhood butcher. Or she's being the neighborhood butcher. It isn't rare for her to go on walks at night. I've often gone with her. However, such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one's around, and never last for more than 2 hours. I wonder why. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before I return, she's still been gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I try to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on work. If I had known this would happen, I would have left. I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted any time on Koji. If Saya doesn't return, the thought makes me want to tear my hair out. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. At last, the cowbell chimes. Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs as I jump off my bed in relief. All the stress that had built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet. So happy. So tired. Saya sighs as she climbs the stairs. I knew the trip would be hard. Saya, where have you? My questions trail off. I noticed a thick bundles of paper that she'd been carrying in her arms. What are those? Your medical charts and surgery records. I went back to the hospital today. Saya dropped the bundle on the floor, sending papers flying everywhere, then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses into it, stretching luxuriously. Walked all the way back to the hospital in the middle of the night? Sorry, she says, skillfully gathering scattered papers together. I mean, to come back sooner, but I meant to come back sooner, but there was so many files to go through. So that's one of those kind of things that makes you wonder, like, if there's rotten flesh and everything everywhere, it's like you could drop pieces of paper on the ground, they'll just go and just stick into the ground. Why don't they just are covered? It probably is, just you can't see it. So I just decided to bring everything. So heavy. Maybe it's just the exhaustion. The not understanding of words I was saying. What are you planning to do with all this? What do you mean? I'm going to study it, of course. She replies, holding the MRI photograph after another up to the light. I'll have plenty of time to go over there. Go over it here. I mean, he does kind of mention the idea that she's... Like, she acts, like, way more intelligent than she looks. So the assumption there is that she's some sort of... I mean, it could be the whole, like, 100-year-old monster thing. 1,000-year-old vampire thing. That she's possibly an intelligent being that's just been implanted into something. At first, I think that she's just playing around, but the occasional mutters of, better check this one. Oh, I see. Well, that was silly of them. That's not a... I mean, if she is really intelligent, that's not a really good one to hear. That's not a good one to hear. As like if you have a if you're changing doctors and you go to a new doctor, they're suddenly like, why would they... that I've heard before. Why they prescribe that? That's never a good thing to hear. Like, that's too much. Why would they prescribe that? I had a relative of mine did a big move at some point, had to get a new doctor, and had lots of problems. And they went to this new doctor, and they looked at all the stuff that they were prescribed, and they were like, "And you're still alive?" And that was like a scary thing to hear. Like, I was in the room and heard that, and it was a scary thing to hear. You're still alive? They knocked out everything but like 2 of them. Never been better. Can't always trust that's like always press people, like always get second opinions on things, especially when you're that deep into like prescriptions and stuff. It's scary. And the like, as she separated the photos into growing piles to get beside her, make me think that that might not be a joke after all. Do you understand this stuff? I learned off of Dad. She flashes me a grin, then returns the papers. That's how it is. No wonder it can't be fixed. That's always another one I want to hear. It can't? Not by a human doctor. I can't tell if she's being serious. Even for me, it'll probably be tough. 'Cause I'm not human. She says offhandedly, even as her hands continue to shuffle papers. I'll have to experiment first. Watching more closely, I realize that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly, so rapidly in fact, that I'm unable to notice at first. Could Saya actually be reading my charts? Hey, Saya. Yeah? She answered coolly, looking up from the charts. I'm tired. Let's go to bed. You know what that means? You know what that means? Is this another moment? We'll see. Warning to anybody, I'm censoring it, but sometimes I'm not going to catch it in time, so be warned. Sure, Saya replies with a grin. If that's what you want. She's like, sure, I'll feed it. Saya tosses aside the papers she was sorting, then leaps onto me and begins to tear off my clothes. Itadakimasu. Hey. Come on. Just once before bed, okay? Contrary to her appearance, Saya's appetite for sex would put any adult to shame.
You could even say it was a little unnatural. She's not just passionate, she's also unlimited stamina. Make me wonder where her slender body gets all the energy. Never satisfied with letting me feast on her to my heart's content, she always uses me to pleasure herself until I'm forced to tap out. Hey, Saya, do you think it's unhealthy to be doing this every day? Aww, poor guy. Huh? Are you sick? No, not me. My body's all grown up, but you're... Ah, don't worry. She laughed playfully as she pushes me on the bed. Familiar sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me helpless. But I am worried. We haven't used any contraception. To my astonishment, Saya is completely uninterested in safe sex. She doesn't just eschew protection. She even insists that I do it inside. Surely she must know the risks, which can only mean that she wants to get preggers. She wants a bun in that oven. Fuminori, she whispers, staring straight into my eyes. You don't want me to have your child? How can I respond to that? It's not that. Your body's too small. That's a serious pregnancy burden, you know. It's not really something you have to worry about. Saya seems unsure how to reply. Well, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look at her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it. She must produce more of the hive. I know you're just thinking of me, she says suddenly, her smile glowing with an innocence. So, I'm happy. ... By the time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Saya has undone my belt and removing my pantsu. Come on, Saya. Relax, she says teasingly, as she bares my crotch and wraps her slender fingers around my... And tonight, I'll do it, so you don't have to worry. Dang it! Not a good happy stream. The feeling of her willowing, unblemished fingers embracing me, enough to fill me with twisted and draw out my instincts. What have I done? He panics. Regardless of the situation, I shouldn't have done that. What if she... What if she chokes on it? She just got done eating your friend. She ain't gonna choke, dude. Saya, however, pays no heed to its distress, still clinging on to him like a predator unwilling to relinquish its prey. She starts to dine down, trying to somehow give you some sort of indication of what's happening on the screen. Gulpy gulpy. What is she swallowing? What? The answer is obvious. Every last drop. Okay, I was wondering why he's asking that. It started to make me kind of wonder. It's the first time I've ever had a girl do this for me. To be honest, speechless in shock. I've always been prejudiced against this act, thinking it was something that perverted, sadistic men force women to do. But Saya... Is that it for this scene? Can I uncensor? Can we go back? It can't be done. I ain't gonna trust it. I did that last time and I blew up in my face. She looked up at me, answering my confusion by smiling like she had pulled the greatest prank of her life. Her smile, her small tongue darts out from her lips to lick away the last remains around her mouth. That tongue was just... The thought sends a whirring jolt of happiness to my brain. See? You don't have to worry if I do it like this. Oh, well, duh. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say to that? I knew it! I knew it! They always follow up with a second one. I knew it! I'm learning.
I'm learning about this visual novel and how they craft this. Hey, was it bad? I didn't feel it. Did it feel good? Or didn't feel good? Hearing that sudden nervousness in Saya's voice, I hastily stammer. Of course it felt good. It felt so good that I thought I'd go crazy. But I can't say that, can I? But Saya, you don't have to swallow it. She wants to. Again, she's a succubus. What? But I want it. Suddenly distraught, Saya clings to me like a child who just had her candy stolen. I want every last drop of it. I want it inside of me. Inside you? I mean, she's talking about earlier, she's legitimately saying that she wants, or she said, what, you don't want me to have your children. So it is implying that she's this slime creature thing that I'm assuming it is, can produce a child from him and wants that. But then there's like the other side of it, which if she is a blob creature thing, no matter which direction it comes in, it's the same, right? So maybe she's doing this purposely because he figured that he's not going to think that it'll cause a problem. I don't know. Saya really does want to bear my child. I'm not averse to the idea. I still think that it might be too early, of course. But there isn't much point to worrying about my reputation now. I'm still worried about. Assuming that Saya will be left alone, I even welcome it. However, the only complaints, it only explains her appetite for normal sex. I still don't know why she wants to swallow, of all things. Again, I don't think it's different. I think it's the same both ways. If she's a blob creature thing, I don't think it matters. Well, I suppose that what's impure or taboo differs from person to person, and I can't simply apply normal values to Saya. Hey, manager, I thought I could listen to the stream in the background while doing something else, but now I can't concentrate while listening to this. Sorry. You don't like it? She gazes up at me pleadingly. How can I resist? I do like it. As long as you're okay with it, so am I. Saya smiles relief and burrows contentedly into my chest. I love you, Fuminori, she purrs softly. With her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as husband and wife? I feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all has happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of useless trappings of morality. Saya and I are all that matters. There is no point in worrying about what others think anymore. Although I suppose I should still talk to Saya's guardian. Of course, I need to find Dr. Ogai as soon as possible. Yeah, and if anybody gets mad at you, Saya will just eat him. You ain't got no problem with anybody coming against you. It's just Saya's gonna eat him. Crazy murderous blob girlfriend. Is that it? I think that's it. That might be it. By the time I drift to sleep, in exhaustion, comfort, and embrace, all doubts of Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the case is, all that matters is that she returned home to me. Or she returned to me, rather. That too. 2 o'clock for Suzumi Yusuke. The neighbor again? This is the most fulfilling time of the day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of morning chores, and eating leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down at his easel. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold an exhibition if he was hurting for money. However, the design work he does on the side ensures there's always enough to support his lifestyle. Alongside the salary of his wife earns working for a magazine, they're able to pay their mortgage, send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. But he can't not get involved. So he's about to lose that leisurely life. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely, absent of want. He loves his house, considered a symbol of success. When he mows the lawn and polishes the windows and floors, cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, he feels the same joy that he does in washing his own body. Just as he knows the length of his fingernails and the time since the last meal, he also knows everything about his home's conditions, the status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This dude's got some... He's got attention to detail. This is his pride, and when he sits in his studio, smelling turpentine, and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. That's why he can't let his neighbors... That's why he can't leave his neighbor alone. While trying to find the right combination of paints in his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty, but soon remembers there isn't much orange juice left in the refrigerator. In fact, it's also about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it'll probably be quite heavy. I knew this time it wasn't frozen. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? Okay. As he ponders this dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air tickles the back of his neck, changing him to a halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze? Impossible. Every window in the house is closed. Yosuke shut them himself this morning. That's the menu. Exit. Thank you. Yeah. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the... What would that button be? Oh, that's the space bar? My side button's space bar, and I don't know why space bar would bring that up. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Something stinks. Same pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing the yard next door is open, its curtain billowing loosely in the gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole and unlocked the window. Was Saya stealing ingredients in their house, or is she coming after the neighbor? It makes me wonder what Saya's doing there. Saya's coming to him. You were being mean to my boy. She's just going grocery shopping. Like, this dude's thinking about going grocery shopping. Saya's going grocery shopping. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully, but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left, but a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Why do you say he? Why do you assume it's a he? Maybe he heard Yosuke coming and hid somewhere nearby. Yosuke realized that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. Why the hell would you walk out down the stairs with a freaking wet palette knife? Unless it's just water. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment, then decides that it's not enough protection. Instead, he grabs an ashtray, sitting on top of the table, made of thick, solid glass. It is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon. I'd go with the knife. The home that he had thought of as part of himself is now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping in his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. You keep making noises. You keep trying to creep me out. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or to the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen is close to the stairs. There must have been movement. Yosuke would have noticed when he came down, which means the guest room is most likely place. Check the roof. Check the ceiling. He shuffles over to the guest room and prepares to slide it open. But where's that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? as if the odor is coming from inside the room. Yep. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. They never look up. The straw matter, Japanese-style empty. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. Mattered. There is a closet, but no one could fit in there. Saya can. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxed, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him. And that's when something seizes his ankle. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from underneath him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. The hand, if it could be even called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle, extends all the way back beneath the living room sofa. There's barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there can't possibly be human. It's Saya. Roar! Before the screaming, Yosuke can regain his footing. Countless hand-like appendages seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. Calm down. Don't be scared. It won't hurt much. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream. His terror is so great. It won't hurt. Don't be scared. It won't hurt. Thin, tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull. Right before his sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness. Rip. That's number 2 of known people. Who knows how many before then? Thank you for taking the time to see us, Koji says, his humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be a leading neurosurgeon at that young age. Oh, those are legs again. Hi to those thighs again. We meet again, Doctor. It's been a while, Doctor. How are you, Doctor? Don't mention it. I was hoping somebody like you would come along. Her friendly smile has none of the coldness one might expect from her sharp, refined beauty. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Tambo, Sakisaki's Fuminori's attending physician. I'm Fuminori's friend, Tono Koji. This is Tsukuba Yo. Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. When they arrived at T University Medical Center and asked to see Fuminori's doctor, Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease in which their request was granted. She's like, yeah, I can finally learn something about this crazy kid that keeps seeing me. You say you want to know what's wrong with him? Well, so do I. Sorry. He didn't come in for his checkup 2 days ago. I tried calling his home, but there's no answer. Saya got rid of the phone. Damn it, Saya. 2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching for an abandoned house, Koji frowns, wondering what was so important enough for him to blow off his appointment. What's he like at school? He's totally messed up. That dude, he got problems. Seeing Yo's shoulders jerk into the corner of his eyes, Koji regrets not choosing his words more carefully. Since the accident, he's been like a completely different person. We have no idea what to do. So, we thought talking to you might help. Are you medical students too? She asked out of nowhere. Huh? Yeah. Would you like to see his charts? What? Apparently it ain't no... Apparently there's no doctor-patient confidentiality up in here. You'd really show us? Koji replied, incredulous. Dr. Tombo regarded him silently for a moment, then sighs and says, someone wanted to see it, and without the hospital's permission. Files were stolen from the archives 2 nights ago. Oh, his files were stolen from the archives. Someone wanted to see it, and without the hospital's permission. So I'm guessing she's basically saying, you want to see them because you ain't gonna be able to see them. But she's also kind of readily saying, hey, people steal stuff from our hospital, apparently. What? She stares hard and at the astonished students, then shakes her head with a tired smile. Well, doesn't look like you two are involved. That's a relief. I guess that makes sense. If somebody comes in and steals all the files, and the next day these two just show up out of nowhere. Of course we aren't. However, the culprit must be had interest in his condition, or wanted to erase his records. Either way, I can only assume that there was someone close to him. I see. An ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Koji looks at Dr. Tombo and finds her staring right back at him. Her expression grave. He realizes that she must be harboring some suspicion. Oh, the same suspicion. What do you think? Do you have any idea who might have done it? I think it's like she needs to get some answers out of him. Sits back down, gets them legs back up. Perhaps Dr. Tombo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thoughts immediately fly to that eerie house to which Fuminori led him. Don't really know what their relationship is, but there's someone called Ogai, probably a doctor or a. Is she gonna pick up on that quick? Koji stops speaking as he sees dramatic change that has come across Dr. Tombo's expression. You know Dr. Ogai? Do you know when and where Fuminori met that man? No, that's what I'd like to know. Just who is this Ogai? He remains silent for some time. Dr. Tombo loses a heavy sigh. Alright, like I couldn't find out on your own. Ogai Masahiko was a doctor teaching at this hospital. He was dismissed over 6 months ago. However, following certain incidents, I don't think they've said how long ago he had the accident. It doesn't seem like it was very long ago. It just almost feels like it's been a week here. What instance? What did he do? I can't say anymore. And anyway, it's nothing to do with your friend. Then why would you bring it up? It's like one of those moments where like somebody says way too much stuff and they're like, but I can't tell you about that. But you just did. Koji has no argument to which Koji has no argument with which to answer Dr. Tombo's flat rejection. However, he can't shake the feeling that this Ogai person is a key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Fuminori. Yeah, thinking so too. Doctor, he says, making up his mind. Fuminori might be involved in the crime. Guess. In this sudden declaration, both Yo and Dr. Tombo raise their eyebrows. What do you mean? I think he killed my girlfriend. A friend of ours went missing after going to see him. Fuminori denies any involvement, of course. You mean Omi? Koji's unable to break the shock of Yo's voice. Bear the shock of Yo's voice. Sorry, Tsukuba. I couldn't tell you. Dr. Tombo is frowning, her expression even more serious than before. Right. Right now, this Ogai seems to be the center of Fuminori's attention. If we know what he is, who he is, and what Fuminori is looking for, we might start to see the whole picture. Please tell us, Doctor, just what happened at this hospital. We summoned a lolly beast. Dr. Tombo hesitated for some time, refusing to make eye contact, but she finally shakes her head. I'm sorry. It's not a decision I can make on my own. Doctor, just give me some time. Do my own investigating, now that I know how far it's gone. Please. Koji is out of options. All is left to trust the young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's rights only go so far. That's the thing. It's like, even if he brings up the idea that, hey, he might have did something to my friend that went missing, it's like, sucks for you. It's like, am I gonna let the entire hospital be in danger by looking into it more? It's like, it's all right, kid. Just go home. It's all right. Let's exchange cell phone numbers. I'll call you if I learn anything, and you can call me the moment anything changes. All right. What happened to me? Yosuke's awareness returns slowly, as though raising from a bog. Oh, he's storing her. He's totally storing her. He's cold, not hot. Just keeping him in a refrigerator somewhere. Something itches, like tepid tongues and cold sludge crawling all over his skin. What the hell's going on? Timidly, he opens his eyes. He's in the cupboard. What? It's everywhere. Things that attacked him in the living room. It's everywhere. Terror shatters Yusuke's sanity. He throws off the thing lying on top of him, but this wild flailing sends him crashing to the floor. Is it really the floor? The long wriggling fibers of what should be a carpet are winding themselves around his fingers. The floor is made of worms. He tears his limbs free from the worms and tries to stand, but loses his balance and fumbles on the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body. Where am I? Where does this thing take me? So he crawls across the worm-ridden floor towards the only exit from the pulsating room. His entire house has changed. When he gets outside, however, all they can see is blood, bile, and rotten meat. There's no place to run. Ooh, what is this? Most terrifying of all, this hellish place has the same layout as Yosuke's house. In a half-mad daze, he wanders through the nightmarish mockery of his home. I don't think she can change his house that fast. It does kind of make me wonder if she has altered him in order to experiment. That's what's happening. She looked at the charts, and then she said, no wonder it can't be fixed. And he's like, what do you mean? Is there no hope to be cured or whatever? And she's like, not by a human. But I think at that point, she's chosen that she's going to experiment. And so she's messed up this neighbor's head to be able to see the world like he does, probably to see if she can fix it. That's my guess right now. Yep, because there's a painting room. In a small, because I kind of thought that was going to be his house, Fuminori's house. But then this is the neighbor's house. The small room where the studio should be. He finds an easel made of bones displaying a blood-soaked canvas. Like a cruel joke. Everything exactly where it should be. And Yosuke's story. And this sucks for him because this dude's like mad OCD. Damn it. Let me out. Let me out of here. Howling, Yosuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bones shatter, driving splinters into his fist. He feels the pain, but does not wake up from the nightmare. If he isn't a dream, then what is? When his strength gives out, Yosuke falls to his knees, sobbing. For the first time in his life, he prays. The sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears. Downstairs, the front door. Is there someone there? We're home. And that's his wife and daughter. Fudge, dude. I hope he doesn't attack them. That's gonna suck if he attacks them. Yosuke trembles at the blood-curdling sound. It's that thing again. The monster has returned. Dude, this is messed up, dude. This is gonna be messed up if he hurts his family. Daddy, we're home. Where's dinner? Oh, he's not here? Did he go shopping? When can we eat? Yosuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken easel. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts his weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Honey, are you home? The monster growls are getting closer. Holding his breath, Yosuke presses his back against the wall next to the door. Pounding his heart is like thunder in his ear. So loud that he fears the creature might hear it. He knows it will eat him if it finds him. Again, but all he could do is it's all he could do to keep from crying. At last, the door cracks open. Honey? Yosuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fearing turning its roar into a high-pitched scream. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vile juices, but before horror can paralyze him, Yosuke brings his bones stake stabbing down. So freaking messed up. The monster screams as it stakes, pierces its chest, and punches through the other side. It falls back, writhing in agony. The sight of the pain sets Yosuke's blood on fire. I can win. I can kill it. Get the... Please, not the kid. Not the kid, too, dude. I can finish it off before it enters my head again. I'm safe. Yeah, it enters my head again, so she did mess with his brain. Yosuke grabs a bone and twists it all of his might. The monster convulses and gurgles, trembles, tentacles reaching out as though begging for help. Die, die, die. Yosuke knocks it to the floor, then brings up his heel, crashing down the flopping body again and again. With each stomp, its groans and spasms grow weaker. The monster at last stops twitching. Yosuke, panting hard, tears a stake from the corpse and rises to his feet. Daddy, something squeals. Yosuke turns around to see another smaller monster peeking out to him from the stair landing. There's still one left. His desperate, rage-filled attack both exhilarating him and gave him a taste for violence. This one will be easier. It's smaller. And it's weaker. Grinning maniacally, Yosuke raises his stake and moves towards the second creature. The monster flees, screaming down the stairs. And about to let its... Oh my gosh, dude. Let its prey escape, Yosuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monster might end his nightmare feeds his savage bloodlust. No, Daddy, no! The monster trips and falls in the dining room. Yosuke leaps on top of it and brings the stake crashing down, his bloodlust unsated. He pulls it free, then drives it in again the monster's flesh, once, twice, 3 times, and more, until there's nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. That is so effed up. So freaking Jinrabuchi. Like, I didn't really mind too much with, God, I don't even remember her name at this point. Omi or whatever her name is. I didn't really mind that too much because it was like, it was so freaking fast. It was like she went in there and then like, oh, done. This is the first Jinrabuchi moment of this freaking visual novel right here. This is so freaking The Butcher. And again, because I always mention the idea that the reason why I like Jinrabuchi is because it's always like death with purpose. It's not just death for the sake of death. And this is death with purpose because this is literally her experimenting to try to see if I'm assuming she's experimenting to see if she can undo it or something. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yosuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but The nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yosuke staggers to his feet, front door, and goes outside. And there's monster things everywhere outside. And he just runs down the city, slashing at people. The sky, the city, everything has gone mad. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking hair. There's no escape, no end to the nightmare. The last remnant of Yosuke's sanity vashes like dust in the wind. And there's Saya. And there's Saya. Konnichiwa. Yosuke turns the sound of the girl's voice. Teehee. She is standing in front of the house next door, wearing a spotless one piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of the filth-ridden world, she alone glows with beauty. How do I look to you, mister? You're very cute. Yosuke feels a sudden black lust rise within him. Like he's all horny for her now, too? Really? An experiment might be a success. Yosuke walks up to a strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand against her long, smooth hair. Such a lovely girl. You must be the only one in this whole world. Mister? She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his hungry stare. How about we play a game, little girl? Okay, what are we gonna do? A grin parts Yusuke's lips as he replies, everything that will please me, of course. Are we about to get an NTR scene? With that, he grabs the girl's collar and tears the front of her dress wide open. Are we getting an NTR scene out of nowhere? Is Saya gonna get NTR'd away from Fuminori out of nowhere in this story? Shock and fear twist the lovely girl's delicate features, stimulating Yusuke's sadism. Again, if she's experimenting on him right now, she says obviously that it's a success. She figured out how to at least get him to that point. Now the question is, does she ever want to cure him? So I don't even know why she even bothers with trying to fix him, because it's going to make him not want to see her anymore. But if she's testing it right now, and she's getting this effect, she might see this as being a failure, because this guy seems like he's super wanting to get to her. Like it's affecting it's making him thirst for her, which doesn't really give the indication that he's the same way, or at least Fuminori is. Even after killing 2 monsters, the embers of violence still smolders in his heart, and now he has fuel to burn. I like the expression of yours. Won't you show me an even prettier one? No. She's gonna kill him before he does anything, right? Not that I think that she cares. Terrified girl flees into Sakisaka's house. Yosuke runs after her, feeling the joy of the hunt. That's where she's gonna finish you off. No, stay away. Even in desperation, she has no hope of outrunning his longer strides. Yosuke charges down the hallway and catches up with her in the kitchen. He grabs her from behind and wrestles to the floor before she can resist. He's actually going to get some action. We're actually getting NTR happening right now? What the heck? Let me go. Why are you doing this? Like I said, because you're cute. Enjoying the sensation within her arms, struggling futilely against his grip, Yosuke uses his weight to hold her down while ripping off her remaining scraps of clothes. Wait, she must just want to deposit herself. No, I don't want this. Stop. Yosuke stares at the smooth, perfect body of the girl, flopping around, and transpired the sight. Now I gotta start figuring out how to say things. Andrew's attempt at censoring stuff. Amidst the horror of the twisted world is irresistibly happy. Yosuke runs. He tastes some food, and then prepares to consume the food. The food gets whimpers a little bit. It isn't supposed to be this way. Again, I think like legitimately
she's trying to recreate his symptoms, or at least his what he's dealing with, and this guy getting like super thirsty mode isn't what she wanted. But I don't know why she doesn't just kill him. Like, I don't think that she would have any problem with being able to kill him, unless she's trying to play into it. I don't know. Her tear-choke voice satisfies his happiness. This nightmare has violated him, but now he's able to visit the same torment on this innocent girl. Okay. Where he was the victim, he is now the victimizer. The release he feels is intoxicating. Okay. Something is ready to go, so he frees it. As he gets ready to use it, okay, I get what I was saying there. Never mind. I'm not gonna. I'm trying to. I'm trying to figure out how I can translate. And I'm like, no, don't try. Yeah, she starts crying. No, don't do it, Fuminori. Aha, I haven't done anything yet. Putting his mouth over the sobbing girl's ear, over his ear, close to her ear. Okay. Yosuke whispers, "If you're this scared already, how will you scream when something happens?" No. Staring into her wide eyes, Yosuke gets ready, and then stuff happens. The girl screams in pain as he does stuff. Yeah, and then he's surprised by something that he finds, but even by something, he's happy. Much too welcoming for this girl. Oh my, you're used to men. You look cute, but you're used to men. No, don't hurt. No, I think I have to punish you for being used to men. Yosuke begins to go. Each go. Yeah. I didn't actually think they were going to go this far with this. I was really thinking this is going to be like, okay, the Saya kills him. It kind of, I don't know, it kind of changes my perspective on what's happening here. Again, she is experimenting, but then there's like the question mark. Was it a failure and she's legitimately being assaulted by this dude? And that kind of shows a sign that she isn't the killer, possibly? Because again, if she should be a crazy killing thing that could just kill this guy quickly. So yeah, again, the question mark is she really fragile, or is she playing into it, or is she legitimately just trying to feel into his desires? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, she's in agony. She soon loses the strength to resist, goes limp, instead enduring his cruelty. Yet she stares tearfully, pleased to him. He goes crazy. And why aren't you gentle? Because you're so adorable. Yosuke roars, his breath wild with passion. You're too pretty not to hurt, too beautiful not to break. The girl choking grasps despair with her eyes, intensifies his ecstasies. Please help me, Fuminori! Everything around this neighbor is effed up. Like, this entire segment with the neighbor is like, I think I probably would just have to delete all of it before I could post it on YouTube. Best Halloween ever. As always, the size of the cities grate on my nerves. Can I turn this off now? For YouTube watchers. Can't see any of it. As always, the sight of the city grows on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I've grown more accustomed to my condition.
but that is not how the reason. But that's not the reason for today's high spirits. My search for Ogai's house has finally borne fruit. Now we're going back again? When I pulled all the drawers... Oh, his search of the house. When I pulled all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have been fallen off the back of the writer's tray. Inside were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure that it had to be show 3 buildings. No, they show 3 buildings. Trolling on the back of each photo is the address: Nagano Prefecture, M Village, Tochigi Prefecture, S Town, Shizuoka Prefecture, H Town. None of the names is familiar, so they must be way out of the countryside. The photos are all dated with more than 10 years ago. I don't know why were taken or when or what they mean, but maybe Saya will be able to make some sense of them. And what is he coming back to? I think he's going to come back and she's going to be like, "Welcome home. Dinner time." In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in that house. I wonder how she will react if I show her what I found. Saya, I want so badly to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds up my footsteps. When I step to the gate, I see the front door is wide open again. This is the second time this has happened. Upon entering the house, it's usually when she's feeding. Upon entering the house, however, the sound of Saya's crying chills my blood. It's not just her. I hear a low, wet grunting. Do I need a censor button again? There's no time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway, propelled by a terrifying premonition. Damn it. Yeah, I guess he wouldn't change forms. He's still going to see the dude as a blob. A monster is in my house and is attacking Saya. The filth oozing from its body spreads across her skin and drives itself with animal ferocity at her. The monster is attacking, and it's not good. Each time the beast moves, she's unhappy. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls out my name weakly, breathless voice. Fuminori, help! Rage erupts inside me like a black lava. The monster stops gorging itself on her body and turns its head to look at me. Surprised at my own composure, I slip past it and grab the meat cleaver sitting next to the sink. He's like, yes, I'm going to slip over here to the kitchen, grab this over here. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash the monster's face. It screams, staggers away from Saya. My attack must have blinded it, because it flails its tentacles wildly as it tries to drive me away. My bloodlust is unsated. I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapon deep inside of its quivering flesh. The blade enters the body with fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. As I carve the monster to pieces and savor the hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy. I'll see this monster suffers for all I've done to Saya. I give myself a fury, howling at the top of my lungs as I slash and slash and slash and slash. Even after the flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize I can no longer feel pain. Or I can no longer feel pain. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver into the floor, snapping it in half. When my thoughts finally begin to regain some cohesion, I find myself still digging the broken knife in the floor. The monster's gone, but pieces of it are scattered everywhere. I stop cutting it into the tile. In a sudden silence, I hear Saya's faint sobs coming from the corner of the kitchen.
Saya.
Aww. I guess this is not that bad. Saya. I pulled cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens of fear at first, but soon realized that it's me. She clings to my body and cries. Again, it kind of makes me wonder. I don't know. It's weird. Fuminori. I'm so scared, so scared. I don't know what to say. I can only just keep holding her. This should never happen to Saya. Everything in this twisted world is to blame. Yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I'd been here, then maybe I could have prevented this. Sorry, I'm sorry. She then says again and again in a voice choked with tears. I mean, to be fair, this girl drove this guy into insanity and led to the guy killing his family. Like, nothing about this situation has, like, there's nothing in this whole situation that's, like... There's no gray areas here. There's just no gray areas here. It's just all a big WTF moment here. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pulled her head into my chest. Don't say that, Saya. It's not your fault. I try to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in denial. No, it is. I did it. She's like, no. I done screwed that dude's brain up. So it's kind of my fault. You did what? I messed with his brain. There it is. She answered, glancing and disremembering the monster with her swollen eyes. I made the inside of his head the same as yours. It made him see the world like you do. It takes me some time to understand the meaning of Saya's words. What? But how? Damn it! Finally regaining her composure, Saya responds to my confusion in a low voice. I can do stuff like that. I can change the bodies of other living things. I wonder if she was involved in his original messing up. I really, at this point, kind of wonder if she was originally involved with him being kind of messed up. I mean, Dr. Ogai could have messed him up. Involved in his surgery. Again, like, coming there at some point, getting involved and messing it up. And his methods itself could have been placed... She could be Dr. Ogai. His knowledge could have been implanted into her. And that's why she lived in Ogai's house and assumed that she was a daughter or something like that. I don't know. I can do stuff like that. I can change the bodies of other living things. I can change the bodies. Okay, it's just the brain itself. I've had this ability since I was born. Every organism is different, so I have to study them in detail before I know how to change them. By doing some research, I figured out what was happening to your brain. So I wanted to see if I could do the same thing to someone else. But why? I thought that if everyone were like you, they would all be kind to me. I mean, what they were doing with that guy, Yosuke, whatever his name is, the neighbor. What they were doing with him was giving a sense that through terror and misery, he wanted to cause misery to something else. But my assumption there was that maybe when she was manipulating him, she messed up his brain to where he was massively, like, lustful. I guess what they could be saying there is that in contrast, what Fuminori is experiencing is that he is wanting to distance. But no, he pulled in her as well when he first seen her. I don't know. I can't really see a difference there. Again, I assume that she just messed something up. My heart aches at the loneliness in her voice as she confessed her sorrowful wish. But that man, He wasn't kind at all. He said he wanted to hurt me, break me, and he... She starts crying in my chest again, unable to say any more. I gently rub her back and trying to get her to jumbled thoughts together. Trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. What is Saya that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. However, there's one thing that I can't answer, here and now. Saya is mistaken. Think that I'm kind to you just because of the accident? Yeah, she nods. I smile and shake my head. You're wrong. That was only the beginning. Our relationship is a sum of so much more. The time you and I spent together, those days, those experiences, that's what made us what we are. Aww, Fuminori. You've been there for me. Saya shared my pain. Oh, sorry. You've been there for me, Saya, sharing my pain, giving me hope and joy. That's how you became important to me, see? It's harder than you think. I mean, that's the whole annoyances with the neighbors. Like, she messed him up and do it in a frenzy. Saya's still crying, but now her tears are warm against my chest. Yeah, I understand. I finally understand. Her smile shines through her tears. I only have you, Fuminori. There will never be anyone else. I mean, I was assuming that she was trying to turn that guy into the same as him in order to see if... Again, but I didn't think that she was doing it in order to fix him, because if she fixes him, he'll leave her. He will be able to see how she really is. But now it's sort of implying the idea that she was trying to make others like him so that more people will be nice. Which means she's looking for other people. Like, she wants more people like him. Not because she's trying to help him, but she's probably trying to help herself. Which is really making me wonder if she's killing anybody. Because of the fact that she wasn't able to just kill this dude. Is Saya really killing anybody? Question mark. Now more than ever before, I feel a depth of bond between us. And now I'm sure Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms tightly around her and seal her lips within mine. Okay. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as her tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. At this moment, Saya is my whole world, and I am hers. Earth turns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why. I've never said it before. Perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, she put it into words at least once, this oath of mine. Saya, Wait. She stopped me with her finger against my lips. Before that, Fuminori, tell me one thing. What do you want? What do I want? Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual solemnly. Like I said, I can affect the bodies of living things in a way that nothing else can. And now that you've learned how to manipulate I've learned how to manipulate human brains, Saya pause and take a deep breath before continuing. I can turn you back to normal. Is this choice time? Is this choice time? We finally gonna have choice time? Is this... I forget what the name of it. Isn't this visual novel has choices at some point, right? Is there a Saya no Uta veteran here? This entire segment's all been censored. They keep showing her front end. Yes, there's choices. Is like way late in it. I don't know if it's gonna give me a choice right now. I can turn you back to normal, she says. What? Until now, that hasn't even been in the realm of possibility. I just have to do the opposite of what I did to that man. It's really simple. just a little switch. I replay Saya's words in my head to be sure of their meaning. So tell me, Fuminori, do you want to return to your old life? Do you want to go back to what you lost in the accident? Do you want to turn your back on Saya, basically? Oh, it is a choice. It is a choice. Basically, the choice is continue the delusion until eventually some people come swarming in there to kill you, or fix the delusion and could possibly be worse for him to finally acknowledge the fact that this girl that he's fallen madly in love with is actually a blob monster. Let's go Saya route. We'll just do Saya route first time. I don't need it anymore. All I need is you, Saya. On a terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident. Are we good now, or is it going to go back to showing her again? Like, they keep going back to her again. On that terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? When I think back many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? Doesn't matter. Here, at this moment, there is no doubt in my mind. Who was that? I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable pieces of the monster. The man living next door. I don't know his name. Oh, Mr. Suzume. Shrug. Oh, that dude. He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I go so far as to say that we're on good terms before the accident. And now, I've killed him with my own hands. I feel a little. Mr. Suzume, the kindly painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. The pieces of meat around me belong to the creature whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. He complained about my yard being filthy, the swine. It doesn't matter what Saya did. He wasn't worth keeping alive anyway. These are my honest feelings. Again, that's such a Jinrobuchi thing. Like, that is such a Jinrobuchi thing. The idea of putting you into a massive conundrum of, he did a horrible thing to Saya, but she technically broke his brain. It technically broke the guy's brain and caused him to kill his entire family. Those are my honest feelings. My hands are wet with the another man's blood, and yet I'm utterly calm. Now I know what I have lost in the accident. Saya says that I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It's gone forever, like the life of this man called Suzume. Hey, Saya. No doctor could fix my condition, you know. Fuminori? You can do what no human is capable of. You're not human, are you? He finally figures it out. Saya looked away, her expression unreadable. Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes. Everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as everything else, as something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world, just as I am a part of hers. It doesn't change that we are to each other. I stand and walk over to Suzume's dismembered corpse. I read this manga once about a man who recovered from an accident, only to find that he could no longer see the world as it was, kind of like me. Finally realized that though the stench of the monster's flesh turns my stomach, their blood and guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know this fragrance quite well. Just like the fruit we had the other day. He saw his people as rocks and robots as beautiful women. He saw people as rocks and robots as beautiful women. Okay. And so he fell in love with something that wasn't remotely human. I retrieved the cleaver, picked up the pieces of Suzume's body, and started removing the skin and tendons. How do you tell from a blobous creature? Ah, just as I thought. The stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Saya and I have been eating. Hey, this looks pretty good. Let's eat it. He just accepts it. He's just like, cool. Bon appetit. Fuminori. Oh, sorry. You're in no mood for that now, are you? Now that it's dead, though, meat is meat. If you waste it, throw it away. We should get it to the fridge. Is that alright with you? Sure, I answered easily. There was no longer any room for doubt in my mind. Also, his wife and daughter are probably next door. They might cause trouble when he doesn't come home. We better hunt them down before they go to the police. Fuminori's accepted it. Like, my selection was literally, you know, I can't go back to before then, but apparently the selection is literally, I become a monster. The selection should have just said, I want to become a monster. We're just gonna, let's go hunt down the child, too, and the wife. Is that really what you want? Saya asked again, this time with a trace of fear in her voice. Huh. That'd be interesting if this is actually the choice that actually drives her away. I guess I still convinced her of my sincerity. So at the end of this manga, the man who fell for something inhuman gives up his own humanity for the sake of their love. A happy ending, don't you think? Fuminori, you're all I need, Saya. Nothing else matters as long as we're together. Tossing the knife and the meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more. I can say it now, can't I? Saya, I love you. As Saya wipes away the tears flowing from her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her face. I don't want you to regret this. I don't, but I have sworn my oath, and Saya has accepted it. I don't want you to regret this? I don't want you to regret this, but I have sworn my oath, and Saya has accepted it. There is a side of me that kind of wonders if, again, she was trying to get a seed from him, and fully acknowledges that if she does get the seed from him, he might die or something like that. So she's trying to figure out a way to fix him and choose somebody else because she likes him. I wonder. Sworn her oath, and Saya has accepted it. We have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry again. I can't help it. I'm so happy. I guess I'm pretty selfish, aren't I? I don't mind. I'll always indulge your selfishness. Filled with contentment, we exchanged a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. A single person produces a lot of meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar before. He did something similar before? Oh, I guess it's when he doesn't... Yeah, okay. Forgetting about a certain friend, about his wife and daughter. I think he killed them. I heard their screams. Well, that makes things easier. After he finished, we would go gather the meat from Suzumi's house. That should be enough to hold us for a while. And we can use their refrigerator to store Finnars. I thought I'd go ahead and grab a couple of their toothbrushes too. They ain't gonna use them. You might as well. It's not like they're using the refrigerator. Might as well put some in there. It's all coming together. Saya and I will do just fine. I think I recognize this picture. After we finished our labors getting to bed, I show Saya what I've found in Ogai's house. It looks familiar. Yeah, I've definitely been there. The photograph that Saya has selected is the one with Tochigi Prefecture address on the back. That's a house, right? I see trees and mountains.
そう
Yeah. Wow.
文則
Fuminori.
すごいね
You can see pictures now?
まあね。
A little. At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my senses, a sense of distance, to decipher what I saw. The house in front of me, the mountains far behind, the clouds high above. Only distance and scale told me what they were. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I've gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know what the mountains and the sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. Each of the 3 pictures shows a similar scene, a lone house in the middle of a thick forest.
パパはね
Dad
別
called
荘
it
だ
his
って言っ
retreat.
てた
He said no one would find us there. Well, that implies that she has at least seen her father, or seen the doctor. Going against my theory of him implanting his brain directly into her and her never having ever met him. Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably were excellent places to hide from prying eyes. But why 3? 3 Sayas? Why is there 3? 3 Sayas? Well, these are pretty old, and it seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe it was scouting properties, looking for a perfect location for his hideaway. So I recognized only one of the houses, so that must be the one Ogai picked. Checking the location in the road map, Kanto area, I found that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by car.
お父さんがここにいる可能性
Do
は
you think your father will be there?
電話してみ
I
た
tried
けど
calling him,
出なかった
but he didn't answer. I
多
think
分
he's
いないと思う
I don't think he's there.
でも最近に立ち
But he
寄った
might
ことはあるかもし
he
れ
might
ない
have stopped by recently. The way I see it, our only hope is finding Ogai is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. Probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not 0.
明日にでも行ってみようかなここ
I think I'll check this place out tomorrow.
え
Do you have to? Saya pouted. I wasn't expecting her to
でも
object.
ここ遠いんでし
It
ょ
isn't far.
行って調べて帰ってきても
I'll only take about half a day to
半
go
日
there.
もあれば十分さ
Check it out and come back.
その間
I have to stay home by myself while you're gone. So that's what it is. Slightly exasperated, I smile and rub Saya's head.
少しは我慢してく
Be
れ
a
よ
little patient, okay?
な
You want to find your father
そ
too,
うやっ
don't you?
てお父さんのこと見つけたいんだろ
I mean, he just came back and I found her attacked and then said that he was upset that he left and she got attacked while he was away. You would assume that he would probably take her with him. But we all acknowledge that she only goes outside at night at a certain time because, again, we don't want her to be seen by anybody. But anyways,
うん
I guess if he tells her beforehand, don't go mess with people's brains while I'm gone. After a brief silence during the exchange of expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up at me and says,
文則
Hey, Fuminori, let's forget about
パ
Dad.
パのことはもういいよ
Huh? That's the last thing I expect her to say. Yeah, because Dad'll get in the way. Dad'll get in the way of us.
でも
Forget about him. But he's your father. Are you worried?
いいの
Not anymore, Saya
私
says,
には
coming closer to
も
filming
う
warmth.
文則がいるし
I have you now.
パパって言っても
I call him
本当の意
Dad,
味でのお
but he's
父
not
さん
really my
っていう
father.
さやなことを教育して
He
くれた
taught me a
し
lot
ある意味で
and
は
probably
愛
loved
して
me in
くれ
his
てた
own
のか
way.
もしれないけど
But you're kinder and
で
warmer.
も文則の方が
You're the replacement. There was never a thing between the two of you. You were a replacement. You're the next one. And then when you're all old and shriveled, I'll find a next one. Okay, there it is.
あったかい
I accidentally right-clicked and I was trying to figure out how to get rid of the stupid menu. Saya's words make me happy, but I also hear loneliness in them.
本当に
Are you really alright with that?
うん
Yeah.
文則
You
は
don't look like
嫌
you don't like it being just the two of
い
us?
や
I do. But I also want to meet Dr. Ogai.
そうだな
Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I continue.
さやのことを
I want to get to know you
もっとよく知り
better.
たいから
If if there's someone who knows you more about you than I do, I have to meet them.
うーん
Oh.
そうなんだ
Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically, as though my thoughts are strange to her.
それに
And I also do want to, yeah,
やっぱり明日
I'm going to check it
あ
out
の場
tomorrow.
所に行ってみよ
And I also want to... Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I can find another use for that for his mountain retreat. Oh, he's gonna... Okay, he's gonna go over there to hide away at with her.
うさや
I know you'd be lonely.
寂しいかもしれない
Try to
けど
bear for it for a while.
ちょっと
It's gonna make a
我慢
little
して
love
待って
nest where they can store plenty of bodies and nobody will look. Okay, she nods. Then she looks questioningly into my eyes.
やっぱり
Fuminori,
ふみのりには
you really
さ
don't want a family and friend. You really want a family and friends, don't you?
もっ
More
と
people
も
you
っと
can
大勢い
spend
た
time
方
with.
が
そりゃその方
Well,
が楽しいだろうね
what would be more fun? Well, that would be more fun, yeah. I wonder if she could create. I mean, I wonder if she can create other selves of herself. Fearing that Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly added,
でも勘違いしないでくれ
Don't get me wrong. Even if I could have lots of friends, you'll always be special to me, Saya. I know, hee thanks. Giggling, Saya rubs her cheeks against
さや
mine.
もふみのりが喜びそうだ
I'll
から
find something to make you happy. Something just for you.
頑張るからね
I'll make something for you. Today, all of Koji's classes were in the morning. Kawaii. On his way to meet Yo for lunch after his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call from the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, he reaches to his belt for his new camera phone, but curses when he realizes that the ringtone is coming from an old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to his old phone from people who don't know his new number. I'm about to say, yeah, it's not the contact list, it'd be the phone number. When he finally fishes the phone from his bag, the name he sees on it display sends a chill up his spine. It's gonna be Omi. Oh, Fuminori. Saya finds the phone. Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after an incident at the Ogai house.
はい
Hello?
いや、コージ
Hey, Koji.
今日は
You're done with your class for the day, right?
あ
Yeah. Of course, Fuminori would know about Koji is free on Thursday
相
afternoons.
談がある
I need to talk to you about something.
駐車場に来てくれ
Can
な
you
い
come to the parking lot
今すぐに
now?
あ、待って
Yeah, I'll be waiting. Fuminori hangs up the phone without a word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks his phone back into his jacket pocket. A sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case, Koji should probably consider it a good thing. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong.
待たせたか
I don't even know what he'd want.
Yeah.
Nah, did I keep you waiting? Nah. In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's car. Last time they met was in the darkness of the abandoned house. It's the first time he's seen in over a week that he's spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps that's why Koji senses something strange about Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something has changed.
前にも話した
He's
と思う
embraced his insanity, that's what it is.
オーガイっていう人につい
I think I
て
told you
いろいろと
before,
調べな
but
きゃ
I'm looking for information on a man named Ogai.
そうらしい
Yeah, I got that.
それがな
Well, it's starting to
こ
get
こ
more
に来ていろい
complicated.
ろと難しくなってき
Looks
た
like I can handle it by myself
や
after
っ
all.
ぱり
Looks like I
僕一
can't
人じゃ
handle it
無理か
myself
も
after
な
all.
って
Fuminori seems to be more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something, but now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepish grin. I don't know. I think if a week has passed since they ran into each other at Oge's house, I think at this point, he's already found this Oge's retreat, and he's inviting him to probably take him out there to kill him. He's going grocery shopping right now, I bet you. I bet he's grocery shopping right now. Is calling, wavering, trembling, or sheepish grin. I need your help, Koji. Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji Fuminori's changes are not for the better. Why the sudden change of heart? Koji asked, keeping his expression neutral to conceal suspicion. Curious, aren't you? Fuminori responded coolly. His smile, unreadable as ever, offers no glimpse into his true motives. You searched Dr. Oge's house after me. It's a waste of time for us to look into him separately. We should team up. Why? Why does he sense malice, thick and vicious, lurking behind Fuminori's smile? Anyways, I need your car today. Mind driving? I guess not. Fuminori's car was destroyed in an accident, so Koji isn't surprised that he needs a lift. Sure, hop in. Let's go. I guess we're going. Just let's go. Koji unlocked his car, gestures to Fuminori to take the passenger seat, then gets behind the wheel and starts the engine. No, I guess they are going to scope it out. Well, where are we going? North Chigiri. Tochigi. North Tochigi, near the Nasu Heights. Tochigi? Koji can't believe his ears. Here's the address, Fuminori says, handing Koji a photo with an address on the back. We need to find this building. He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back? Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or impressed. If we leave now, we should get there by evening, right? Yeah, maybe. This is like one of those moments where you're like, okay, can we plan this? Like, the weekend? Something? Like, we have to go now? Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the end. Sure. It's a vacation home or something? Probably. Dr. Ogai should be there. Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of this creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. He's still a bro, though, I guess. Looks like he just have to grin and bear. We might not get back until night. Sorry for the trouble. Don't mention it. He's like, oh, by the way, can you drop by my place? I gotta pick up Saya. Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he thought was unspoken. I gotta go pick up Saya. Fuminori's smiles seem wrong somehow, like a mask hiding his true face. He's lost it at this point. Oh, Yo's like, damn it. Where'd they go? I gotta go find him. Yo's gonna go to his place. Yo's totally gonna go to his house. She gonna be like, what happened to him? He didn't come visit me. He was supposed to come to the cafeteria. Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for familiar faces as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. She was hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be all that unusual. Normally, Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack, but Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company, and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing. Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. This girl is way too dependent. This girl way dependent. Now that she's all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for loneliness. Exactly. That's what I was saying. She begins to feel paranoid. The whole world is plotting to take her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where is Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? Or is the key to the mystery or is he the key to the mystery as Koji and Dr. Tombo suspect? better go check his house. Yo recalls the evening of the last Thursday, alone and without any outlet for pain after Fuminori verbally eviscerated her. Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make her problems go away, his kindness was comfort. At the same time, Ami was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hadn't been heard since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Koji revealed the truth during their visit to the hospital. What if? A new possibility occurs to her, a reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori. What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi are known what transpired between her and Fuminori and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. She's totally gonna go to the house. Go to the house when everybody's way far away. As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. It's only a possibility, but if true, then whatever happens to Omi is Yo's responsibility too, isn't it? Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold. Not that she would have eaten it anyways. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She has never been that good at adapting to challenge, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to the situation. If Omi were here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and entrust her instincts. Yo has always depended on her best friend's energy. Now Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. She can only sink deeper in despair into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back to the brink of despair. And this girl's like going nuts in the middle of the cafeteria. It's a text message. There's no title. The sender is. I knew this was eventually going to happen. That cell phone's at that house. Eventually, Saya's going to type on it. But would she know the contacts? Yep. Omi. Yo cries out in shock. Saya calling her over. She said, "Did you want friends?" Yo likes him. I don't know anymore, but the message itself is even more baffling. If you want to know more about Sakisaka Fuminori, come to this house alone. Tell no one. Saya cooking. Saya cooking something over there. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it's sent from her phone. Takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing her reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. Is that you, Yomi? Where are you? Yo press send. The screen shows that her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send text messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over years, many of which contain the sort of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, you'll often put them into words for Omi to read. Did Omi put a password on her phone? Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously able to unlock it, which means that whoever has it has full access to her history. I don't know, did Saya sit there for like hours on end? 1111 11112 all to try to get him a girlfriend to be added to the family? Do you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori? Whoever reads the strange message one more time, whoever sent it must believe that Yo has interest in Fuminori. The phone rings again, startling Yo. But she quickly recovers and looks at the screen. There's no title. The sender is still Takahata Omi. I'll tell you everything when we meet. Come alone. Tell no one. It's not Omi. She would never try to scare Yo with such a mean-spirited prank. Anxiety has brought Yo almost to tears. Her mind isn't made to deal with this. Yeah, we figured that out by now. Girl is like super dependent. Who is using Omi's phone and promising to reveal Fuminori's secrets? Who? Yo desperately wants advice from Koji. From anyone. Someone. Tell me how to do things. I need somebody to decide for me. She even starts to dog Koji's cell, but a sudden suspicion stops her. The sender might be somewhere nearby, watching her at this very moment. Cold chill runs down her spine as she looks furtively around the cafeteria. Come alone. Tell no one. The lifeless characters on the screen are like a knife against her throat. However, Yo clutches her phone and forces her heart to stop pounding. Isn't this cowardice exactly what she hates most about herself? Doesn't she want to know what she's capable of? Doesn't she want to do more than just sit and wait? Yo realizes that her hands is shaking. How easily you just give her into her cowardice and convince herself that Omi and Fuminori are beyond her reach. That is what she truly wants. Even if it means abandoning dignity and loyalty, she wants to flee from her unknown, or from the unknown. But she also knows that even escape is beyond her. Yo understands herself very well. Yo understands herself well. She knows that no matter how far she runs, regret and self-loathing will consume her after everything else has fallen apart. In the end, Yo is unable to overcome her cowardice alone. She lacks both willpower and the courage to run. Damn, this girl's like beating the crap out of herself in the middle of a cafeteria. It's like, ma'am, can you please stop stabbing that fork into your hand? The afternoon's silence is somehow forbidding. A stink in the air. A stink in the garbage. A stink of garbage left out to rot. Even this perfectly normal residential neighborhood seems ominous to Yo in her current state. She feels like she was standing in the middle of a necropolis, as if everyone in the house around her is dead. That's actually pretty close to true. Yo pushes her fear aside, presses the buzzer on Saka's house front gate. Yuki? Fuminori wasn't in class today. Is he home? He could have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't even want to consider... Why would you think about that now? He couldn't have sent those awful messages, could he? She doesn't want to consider the possibility, so she forces the unwelcome thought from her mind. There's no response from the intercom. Yo doesn't know, of course, that Omi stood in the same spot 1 week ago, staring at the silent intercom with the same confusion as Yo is experiencing now. She, however, is not forced to wait as Omi was. The phone in her pocket rings, catching her off guard. It's another text message from Omi's phone. Come in. The door's open. Yo looks around quickly, a shiver running through her as she realizes that she's being watched. Searching fearfully for her observer, Yo spots movement in the corner of her eyes on the second floor of the Saka house. A tightly drawn window curtain just fluttered. A person who sent the message is inside the house. Only now does Yo realize that every other window as the storm shutters close, what's happened inside, no one will ever know. This time, she nearly gives in to the intense urge to flee. But the terror she feels towards her invisible watcher is stronger, and will not permit her to turn her back upon the open. It's the same thing that Omi dealt with. It's like, walk backwards. for her to turn back upon the window. She has nowhere to run. Yo bursts into tears, unable to take a single step. The phone in her hand rings again, demanding that she enter. She steps to the gate. She enters the house. An overwhelming stench assaults her nostrils. The house is dark, even though it's the middle of the day. Fuminori must be out, as his shoes are not in the vestibule. However, Yo catches sight of a different pair of stuff behind the shoe cupboard. They look familiar, so she pulls them out of the shadows for a closer look. As soon as she recognizes them, her mind tries desperately to deny reality. They're identical to Omi's favorite shoes. Yo has seen her wearing so many times before, but that doesn't mean Omi is here. She tells herself they might belong to someone else. Look at the state of denial. Someone who bought the same shoes from the same store. There's no way Omi could be here, is there? With a sudden flash of clarity, Yo presses the most frequently used speed dial button on the phone to her tightly clenched fist. The phone dials Omi's number. It takes only a second for the signal to reach the nearest relay station, and a similar ringtone echoes through the house. It's coming from the second floor. Someone must still be up there in the room with the moving curtains. Omi's phone rings just for a few moments and then stops as whoever is holding it realizes Yo's intentions. For the first time, Yo feels the definite presence of her formless guide.
誰ですか？
Who's there? She gathers her courage and calls out to the man in the house, but there's no one response. Whoever is there, whoever it is, must not want to be seen. Swallowing hard, Yo walks down the hallway to the staircase. Maybe it's Omi. Maybe it's Fuminori. Surely it's just the two of them playing a prank on her. Koji might even be here with them. Tell yourself that. Yo mind filled with comforting images of her friends. She needs to believe that there is still hope. Otherwise, she could not take another step. Girl, you in a Jinrobuchi visual novel. It didn't work like that.
おみちゃん
Is that you, Omi?
だよね。
Fuminori, are you here?
久坂くんだよね。
As she climbs the stairs one at a time, Yo calls out a voice choked with tears. When they see her sobbing, they'll probably laugh at her. Let them. It would be the happiest moment of her life. She just wants this torment to end. She tries to move faster, but her trembling legs won't let her. With each agonizing second that passes, she begs for release from this nightmare. After crying what seems like eternity, Yo finds herself standing at the second floor hallway. No sound greets her. It's only gloom, brimming with silent malice.
おみちゃん。
Omi?
お
Omi,
み
are
ちゃ
you
ん。
there? She shuffles forward, calling out in a weak voice. Come out already, please. Can't take this anymore. The door in front of her is half open. It must lead to a room that overlooks the front gate. Yo watches helplessly from a corner of her mind, of her body, as her body, seemingly to move on its own volition, slowly opens the door. The room is empty. It's always up. It's always up. The damp, stinking air clings to Yo's skin. Please stop this. She's at her limit, unable to take a single step more. Her spirit has been utterly crushed. Perhaps in this moment her torment was waiting. Perhaps this is the moment her tormentor was waiting for. Yeah, I would assume that at this point leave, because I don't see everybody this elaborately decorating a room. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Attack. Slime attack! Something grabs Yo's arm from behind. Something flexible and strong, like slime-covered rubber. As the thing binds her limbs, finger-like appendages tear roughly through her blouse and force their way there inside. Yo screams at the top of her lungs, amazed that she still has the strength to do so. Responding to her distress, primary energy surges through her body as she flails wildly to free herself. However, the grip of the thing behind her remains unbreakable. With escape impossible, Yo can only scream louder as something cold and wet slips under her chest cover and wraps itself around her chest. I'll tell Twitch about the nip slip. She is helpless to resist as the invader squeezes the chest and enjoys it, which has gone stiff with fear under the horrifying onslaught. Her ears are filled with the sound of something slimy sliding under her skin. Under her skin? As the loathsome assault of her chest continues, the unimaginable terror threatens to drive Yo utterly mad. Like, is this Saya like just inviting over to partake? I'm trying to understand the whole idea of difference between like consuming or consuming. Her throat was already raw from screaming, and now she can't even breathe as she struggled desperately against her attacker. Suddenly, the thing released its grip on her chest and pulled out from under her bra. Yo falls to the floor, unable to support herself on her unresponsive legs. I'm not gonna fall for it. The screen is clear now, but I'm not gonna fall for it. This visual novel loves to 1-2 punch. The creature that grabbed her is still there, lurking in the dark corner of the room. She can feel it watching her, but can't bring herself to turn around. She knows that seeing it will likely destroy the last vestige of her sanity. From close by comes a beep of buttons being pressed. She can text her. Saya like texting her right there. Yo hears a cheerful electronic sound, terribly out of place in this room, and sees the phone in her hand blink coldly. A text message has arrived. I'm trying to guess what this is. I want to try to guess what this is. You have a nice body? Do you like Fuminori? I think it'll be, do you like Fuminori? Do you like Fuminori? I think it's gonna be, do you like Fuminori? She's powerless to stop herself from reading the characters on the screen. Both. I think it's both. I mean, I did technically like you have a nice body, and it technically is. You're pretty, and your breasts are so big and soft. I bet they're good at attracting males. I like to mimic your body or something. I don't know. But is this Saya talking about... Is this it? At this point, I'm wondering if it's even Saya. With the whole thing with the neighbor, I'm really at this point questioning Saya. If this is Saya, is she questioning this because she wants to have an additional form for Fuminori? Or is she trying to attract other males? Does she want other males? I don't know. Now she has her answer. The message from Omi's phone was sent by the thing that just mauled her chest. God. Yo curls up into a tiny sobbing ball, unable to raise her voice or even move. Oh God, please save me. The creature makes a burbling sound. Yo somehow understands that it's laughing at her. That must be how you tempted Fuminori. Oh, damn. Is this Saya the yandere route right here? Is Saya going yandere right here? That must be how you tempted Fuminori. But Fuminori doesn't care about her. But yet she's still dragging her in here to kill her or something. You tried to steal him from me, didn't you, thief? Oh my gosh. Something cold seizes Yo's ankles, then travels slowly up her legs until it's covered her entire lower body. Some primal female instinct tells her exactly what's going to happen. So I guess Saya herself is Futa? Saya is Futa? She will be forced upon, powerless to resist the fate worse than death. Stop, she pleaded feebly. Even though there was no hope that inhuman creature would be merciful. Please, not that. She hears a burbling laughter again. The thing is enjoying her sorrow, her despair. Yos no longer has the strength to resist the monster on the top of her. She's only able to shiver in revulsion as a cold, slimy thing covers her body. Her sight grows dim, and her mind sinks deeper and deeper into the black, swamp-like abyss. Her chest toyed with. Things between two legs, but it seems so far away. Excuse me. Saya going crazy, dude. Saya crazy. I won't kill you, but her mind is now barely functioning. I don't know if I can do this. Though her mind is now barely functioning, Yo hears a voice whisper to her inside her head. It's a girl's voice, sweet and sinister, with the cruel innocence of a child gleefully plucking the wings from a butterfly. Instead, I'll let you share in her happiness. Rejoice, Yo. We'll love you to death. The soft voice is a stark contrast to the unyielding strength that drives irresistibly into Yo's core. The pain is sharp and savage, greater than anything she ever felt before. Damn it! I should know. I should know by now. It's always 1-2 punch. It's never a single time. It should be unbearable, but there's no longer enough left in Yo's mind to recognize its pain. Is it its pain? It's like messing with her brain now. While she stares blankly at the slithering, at the thing slithering deeper and deeper into her body, an idle thought floats through her fading consciousness. I've still never been kissed, have I? Aww. That is so gotta be a Japanese thing. This, like, kiss is so important. Are we just totally jumping to go check out the boys in the road trip right now? Which makes you think... I don't know, unless Saya's, like, going straight up, like, I want to go mating mode with women now. I'm assuming she's going to bring her into the family. Because, like I said, Saya told him that, do you want a family and friends or whatever? But the question mark is, how can she make her look like Saya? Look like a person? That's going to be the question mark. Unless she turns her into a blob. It begins to snow by the time they pass Utsunomiya and on the Tohoku Expressway. Hope the roads aren't snowed out, Koji says. In the passenger seat, Fuminori is gazing out of the frosted window in silence. He's been in this trance-like state for almost an hour now. Taking advantage of his inattention, Koji stares unabashedly at Fuminori from the corner of his eye. He still doesn't understand the danger signals that he's been getting from this man. Fuminori has stopped avoiding Koji, and he's been looking him in the eyes when he walks. And he's even looking him in the eye when he walks. So why does it seem like he's more distant now than he did when he was trying to push his friends away? Fuminori's posture is noticeably relaxed, but his gaze never wavers. Not even for a moment. It's as though his focus is clearly defined, is on a clearly defined future that he has chosen to bring about, one that has no place for the needs or wants of others. Right now, Fuminori is complete. Koji cannot help but feel beneath his bland exterior as a core of solid steel that no one can touch. About Omi, Koji says suddenly, trying to gauge Fuminori's reaction. It's been a week since she disappeared. We still haven't heard from her. Oh, Fuminori replies curtly, still staring into the distance. That's not good. I wonder what happened to her. That ain't good. Fuminori's tone is completely emotionless. Koji might as well have asked him whether about the weather or the condition of the mountain roads near the destination. I asked you about this before. Are you sure you don't have any idea what happened to her? Not a clue. But she tasted great. Fuminori answered in exactly the same tone that he used when Koji first questioned him the following Omni's appearance. Koji's eyes narrowed. It's like you don't give a damn. That's not true. Finally, Fuminori shows some emotion. He sounds hurt, like he can't believe Koji could think such a thing. She disappears on the way to my place, didn't she? Of course I'm worried. Sudden frustration wells up inside Koji. If possible, he liked nothing more than beat the secrets of Fuminori's head. Koji is worried, sick about Omi. To have concern brushed off so coldly would be unbearable coming from a complete stranger, but from Fuminori, who is his best friend, it's... Fuminori never used to be this callous. Even if Koji tried to interrogate him, he'd probably never find out what changed him so. If Fuminori were still hiding inside a shell he'd erected around himself after the accident, Koji might have been able to get some answers out of him. With this sly, evasive Fuminori, however, there's nothing Koji can do. Fuminori will never reveal his true intentions, not to anyone. All that was left, then, is for Koji to discover the truth on his own. Omi was going to talk to you about Tsukuba, you know? Oh? Fuminori smiles bitterly at the mention of Tsukuba's name, perhaps feeling sympathy for her pain. To Koji, however, it seems like pity, the sort one directs at an ant or a worm. I wouldn't know what to say, to be honest. It's been hard to talk to her after what happened. Unbelievable. If Fuminori feels for Yo were really this cold, then he would have rejected her back when she first confessed to him. But he didn't, or at least the Fuminori before the accident didn't. Once again, yeah, but he met Saya, apparently. Once again, Koji can't help but wonder if this man who looks like his friend is really a different person who only possessed the memories of Sakisaka Fuminori. Again, the dude met Saya. The snow had stopped falling when they get off the West Nasu Flats interchange. This area must have already this area must already be getting a lot of snow. However, as the nearby mountains are covered in white beneath the trees, by the time they turn off the highway and enter the mountains roads, conditions are already bad enough for Koji to regret having forgotten tire change. Nevertheless, he continued to power his car up the precarious slopes with only a road map to guide him. In a place like this, an address isn't enough to pinpoint a location. His only choice is to drive down every road, including private roads that aren't even on the map, while searching for something that matches the photograph. Damn! Back in the day before somebody just turns on a freaking GPS on their phone. It feels so foreign. Who would buy a home in a place like
人目に
this?
つかないところ
It's
だから
far from
こそ
prying eyes.
オーガに
That must be
とって
why
は気に入った
Dr.
はず
Oga
だ
chose it. The more he hears about Oga, the less Koji wants to meet him. Fuminori is the one who spots the narrow road half hidden in the trees. It's practically an animal trail, overgrown with weeds and tall and strong enough to withstand the weight of snow. Dude, he's gonna have to stay the night there with Fuminori and possibly another Saya. It's strong enough to withstand the weight of the snow. Is it really a road? Koji stops the car and sticks his head out the window and stares into the dark forest, but he can't see where the path leads through the tightly packed trees.
写真だとどう見える
How does it look to you? I would be... I went on a really long road trip with the family at some point without GPS, and it was... You always had to have this massive freaking map with you at all times. Constantly have to freaking take that big-ass thing out and figure out which road you're going down and, like, literally plot it out step by step yourself. It's a pain in the ass. How does it look to you? Fuminori hands Koji a photo, which he compares to the mountain ridges visible beyond the trees. Yeah, it's definitely the right angle.
行ってみよう
Let's check it out. Fuminori's tone is flat as always, but there's a quiet intensity in his voice that leaves no room for argument. Although Koji is worried about the car's suspension won't be able to handle the terrain, there's no turning back now. He shifts into second gear and starts down the frozen road. I figured they would walk it. The sun sets early at high altitudes. As the car creeps in the mountain path, Koji catches a glimpse through the trees, a gradually darkening sky. I told you have to stay the night. The forest completely still, with no sound, save for the rumble of the car's engine and the crack of the snow and brush beneath the tires. Fuminori is once again staring silently through the front window. In the ominous silence, Koji feels the same faint chill that he felt when standing before Ogai's suburban home. It feels wrong, as though he's traveling deeper and deeper into a world not his own. Dude, that was 15 steps ago. After some time, a blocky shape suddenly appears amidst the trees, standing against the twilight sky. Yeah. I was gonna think like all the windows are boarded up. I wonder what's inside. I wonder if Ogai is the same way. Watch the one they get inside. It's filled with like rotted corpses or rotted flesh and stuff like that. It was like another situation for Ogai as Fuminori. Koji turns off the engine and compares the structure in front of him to the picture in this hand. A perfect match. Now, granted, the other house they went to, they were inside, had slime in there, but that could have been like residuals left behind by Saya. Not the entire place was painted with it. Before you can tell Fuminori, however, his friend is already out of the car.
Oi.
Hey. Realizing the pointless to call out to him, Koji shakes his head, grabs a flashlight from glove compartment, and follows Fuminori across the snow-covered yard. The photo must not have been taken recently, as the old run-down cabin before them clearly been left to the mercy of the elements for some time. The front door appears to be locked, but Fuminori kicks it down without a second thought. Koji just watches, knowing that nothing he could say right now would matter. So yeah, guess we're doing that. All the windows are shut with heavy curtains, and the gloom inside is thick and stifling. Fuminori turns on his own flashlight and starts rummaging through the cabin, regarded with the owner's privacy. Koji is reluctant to do so. I would be checking to make sure Ogai's not there first, before busting and everything. Just me. Koji reluctant to do the same, but it's obvious this mountain retreat has been abandoned for some long time. Just like the house in Tokyo, there's no point in being considerate now. He goes to search a different room. He's gonna find like a summoning circle or something, a lolly summoning rituals circle. Soon after entering the cabin, however, he realized the search is meaningless. There's nothing inside this bare necessities of life, but the bare necessities of life. Some rooms are completely empty, save for a thick layer of dust on the floor. Of what few places of furniture are present, more than half appear to be never been used. There's an empty chest of the drawers without a single scratch or handprint, but bearing the telltale signs of mold and moisture damage, which would make me kind of, at this point, would assume a downstairs or basement, something like that, or maybe a back shed or something in the woods. My man Fuminori is on a mission. Nothing is stopping him. That's what he's thinking. Like, yeah, I'm not getting in your way. The condition of the cabin is eerie, though, in a different way than the filthiness of the house in the city. It's like someone put together a mock-up of a home and then left it to decay to cover something. The only signs of anyone lived here was found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, the bedroom. The only signs that anyone lived here are found in the toilet, the bath, the kitchen, and the bedroom. It appears the cabin was never used for anything but eating and sleeping. And pooping. Beneath the darkened sky, the snow itself seemed to glow with cold, light. A scene is something like out of a fairy tale, but to Koji, it serves as an unpleasant reminder that he stepped outside of the reality that he knows. Next to the front porch is a plain wooden door, half buried in the ground. Bingo! It's locked, of course, but Koji sees no reason to resist after what Fuminori did at the front door. I was gonna say, so Koji called out to Fuminori, and Fuminori kicked it open. Hey, Fuminori, over here, kick us open. The door offers surprising little resistance. Koji heavy kick, break it open to reveal a set of concrete stairs leading down into the pitch black basement. There, he finds a lolly summoning circle. Koji would prefer to leave such a forbidding place to Fuminori, but it's not like he can just ask him to take his place. He descended into the yeah, he can technically. He descended into the chilly darkness, the beam of his flashlight leading the way. There turns out to be nothing in the basement, but a storage room and a boiler, exactly what you would expect to find in an isolated mountain cabin. A few packages of preserved food sitting. This is like a downer. Look at an anticlimactic moment here. A few packages of preserved food sitting on the shelves have long since passed their expiration dates, and the boiler doesn't appear to have been used in years. Kozuri guesses that Ogai's mountain home has been abandoned longer than the house in Tokyo. Was Fuminori simply mistaken when he said that Ogai must be here? Or was he lying from the beginning? Not sure exactly what to do. Koji goes back up the stairs and walks around outside the cabin, and he finds the backyard. It's the well from the Ring film. It's in much worse condition than the front yard, having been mostly reclaimed by the forest. It must have been neglected, even when the cabin was still in use. The remnants of the woodshed lie in the yard. The mushroom growing on it seems to speak how much time has passed since its collapse. Next to the rotten logs, however, stands a circle of stone that has not been succumbed to the elements. So it's not a well. Oh, it is a well, okay. It is a well, okay. The well has no bucket or pulley, and Koji peers carefully into it. He sees the water is no longer flowing. It's probably less than 10 meters deep, depending on how much mud is piled up inside. Koji searched the cabin, has revealed nothing of interest, inside or out. Leaning against the edge of the well, Koji wonders why Ogai bought this remote home deep in the mountains, and what he is doing here. As far as Koji can tell, there is no sign that more than one person has ever stayed here. It's far from prying eyes. Fuminori's words play back in Koji's head. Could this have been in some sort of secret refuge? A place to remain hidden from the world? That would explain why there's nothing to suggest whoever lived here did anything more than eat and sleep. Koji suddenly remembers the doctor he met the other day at Teen University. Maybe she'd know something. He takes out his phone and calls up the number. There's barely a signal, but he managed to get through. That was a big shocker for me, honestly. Koji hopes soon dashed. However, the call goes straight to Dr. Tombo's voicemail. He considers calling back later, but realizes that it'd be hard to talk to her with Fuminori around. Fuminori would not be pleased to learn that Koji and Yo went to see the doctor. Yeah. Koji decides he better tell the doctor what he can while he's still alone.
どうも、殿浩二です。
He dead.
昨日はお世話になりました。
He dead. This is totally a flag. This is an ultimate flag. Leaves her a message. This boy dead. R.I.P. calling it already. Hello, this is Tono Koji. Thank you for your help yesterday. Koji leaves a clear and concise message explaining he went to Fuminori to Ogai's mountain retreat, giving the address and asking for confirmation that the property belongs to Ogai.
東京に戻ったら、
I'll call
こちら
again
から連
when I
絡
get
しま
back
す。
to Tokyo.
では。
If. Goodbye. After hanging up, Koji thinks back to the visit in the hospital. Is Dr. Tombo actually investigating like she said she would? No. Her reluctance to speak to Dr. Ogai is weighing on his mind. He talked to Yo about it on the way home, but they were unable to decide whether or not the doctor could really be trusted. Speaking of which, how is Yo doing? Koji hasn't seen her today. He didn't say a word to her about the trip to Tochigi. She might be worried, especially so soon after Omi's disappearance. Thinking of checking up on her, Koji dials Yo's number, and is surprised when it rings longer than it usually does. Did she forget her phone somewhere? Just as he's about to give up, the call connects. I think it's gonna be her. No, how could she? A mind broke version of her, or it's not gonna be Saya. It's gonna be a mind broke version of her. We'll see. First thing Koji hears is a strange sound. It's not signal interference, but some kind of wet, distorted noise. Like voiceless groans. Or perhaps sobs. Someone far out. It's a broken version. That's what I was thinking. It's someone broken. Not that exactly... No, that's not exactly what they are. The person on the other side is crying.
つくば。
Tsukuba?
つくばなのか。
Is that you? Who's there? There's a response. Is it really Tsukuba's voice? It's too twisted with agony for Koji to tell. Panic surges through Koji as he realizes that something is terribly wrong.
浩二だ。殿浩二
It's
だよ。
Koji. Tono Koji.
今どこ
Is
なん
that
だ。
you, Tsukuba? Where are you? After a short period of nothing but pain moans, words start coming through the speaker one by one, as though each takes an active will. I was attacked by a monster, and now there's something wrong with my body.
何があった。
What?
つくば。
What happened? She's totally gonna turn her into a blob like she is. Are you alright? Yo must be delirious, because Koji can't understand a thing that she's saying. Her gasps and wheeze, however, are enough to tell him that she's in unimaginable pain. I'm rotting away. My skin is melting. My ears just came off. Totally turning into one. Totally gonna turn her into one. She's not making any sense. Koji feels despair, sees his heart in an iron grip. What is happening to Yo now? 100 kilometers away? Only her voice gives any hint of what she's going through. There's nothing he can do for her. Help me, Koji. This isn't how my fingers are supposed to look.
つくば。警
Call
察
the
を呼べ。
cops. Tsukuba, call for them. No, I can't. Let anyone see me like this. Suddenly breaks into a violent hacking cough, as though she's trying to expel something filling her throat. Tsukuba. Koji screamed at the phone, his reason overwhelmed by unimaginable horror. Which is why he is unable to react when the phone is suddenly knocked from his hand. And also, while he didn't notice Fuminori sneaking up on him until it was too late. What? Fuminori seizes Koji's lower jaw with his right hand, cutting off Koji's angry shout. Koji can hardly believe the strength of smaller man's grip. His biggest mistake was leaning back against the wheel. There's nothing to grab onto as Fuminori pushes him backwards over the edge. He can only flail his arms vainly against the air. Koji soon loses balance entirely. He feels a terrifying weightlessness as the world spins before his eyes. Before he can realize it, what is happening, his back strikes something with tremendous force. He thrashes wildly as cold, dirty water fills his mouth and freezes him to the core. Only when his fingers find the wall of the well, he is able to regain his senses of direction and right himself. On his hands and knees in the mud, Koji vomits filthy water out of his lungs. Fuminori, he tries to shout, but comes off as hoarse groans, distorted by an echo in the cramped space. So this makes me wonder. He obviously needed to use Koji to get there. And from that point, he don't care what happens to him. But did he was he ever planning on killing Koji to begin with? I don't know how he can get from that conversation that he needed to kill him to cover up what was happening on the phone, because I don't know how he would get from the phone that this is a problem. I don't know. I think he was planning on killing him to begin with, because I don't see how he can get from that conversation that he has to cover something up. Fuminori's laughter, on the other hand, is clear as a bell. Sorry for interrupting your call, he says scornfully. Here, I'll return this. He probably got wind that he talked to the doctor. That could be it, too. Because he might have heard him when he was talking to the voicemail. Fuminori tosses Koji's phone in the well. Koji catches it just before it hits him in the face, but finds the battery pack has been removed, rendering it useless. What the hell are you doing? This is no joke. It's a miracle that Koji's uninjured. He could easily just have broken his neck. And just because he's not hurt doesn't mean that he's safe. Koji feels around the well, inside the well, searching for something to hold on to, but the mud-covered stone offers no purchase. It's obvious that he won't be able to get out of this well without help. Too bad the fall didn't kill you. Now you have to freeze to death. You really have no luck, Koji. Can't be serious, Koji starts to say, but trails off pieces as pieces finally come together in his head. Today's sudden change in Fuminori's attitude, that smile that always seemed somehow malevolent. Fuminori hadn't been smiling at Koji, but at the thought of his friend's death. But for what reason is what I'm kind of hoping for. Why? He can't wrap his head around this turn of events. Why would Fuminori try to kill him? Because he's the only one that knows about that? Yeah, again, he possibly... I think he talked to the doctor. And the doctor informed him what Koji said. And now he's trying to get rid of Koji to cover up the only person that knows where his girlfriend was going that day. So it kind of makes me think that he's in good with the doctor. And the doctor's trying to help him out. Because Koji's sniffing around. So if Fuminori gets rid of him, it's a win-win for them. If that doctor's that malicious to get this all kind of shoved under the rug. But Fuminori's looking into Ogai too, though, so that doesn't make sense. True, Fuminori had wanted Koji to stay out of his business. But is that really motive for murder? For him, yeah. Because he's done with people. It's not that I need you to dead right now. Exactly. But you might have become real trouble later on. Okay, so it wasn't intended initially. I figured I might as well take advantage of this remote location too. Well,
ついでにってお前
might as
そ
well.
んな理由で俺を
Doing this on a whim? Do you really need a reason to die? Fuminori replies coldly. He sounds truly amazed that Koji would ask such a thing.
何様のつもりだコージ
What makes you so
人は
special,
何の理
Koji?
由もなく死ぬんだ
People die for no reason at all.
僕
My
の
parents
両親
did.
がそうだったし
I almost followed them.
むちゃくちゃだ
Crazy.
そんなに理由が欲しい
Come with your own reasons, why don't you?
じっくり考え
You
な
have plenty of time down there.
そこでなら時間はたっぷりあるだろ
Fuminori disappears from view, leaving Koji alone in the darkness, nothing to connect him to the outside world.
ふみのりおい
Fuminori!
Fuminori!
Hey, Fuminori! Koji shouts at the top of his lungs, knowing beyond doubt that Fuminori leaves, all hope for rescue will vanish with him. No one will ever hear him calling for help from the bottom of this well.
つくばが大変なんだ
Tsukuba,
おいふみのり
she's in trouble.
聞いてくれ
Hey, Fuminori,
ここから
listen,
出してくれ
get me out of here. Yeah, you don't care. Unfortunately, you don't care. In his desperation, Koji no longer comprehends the futility of begging for mercy. No god or devil will answer him. His only hope is Fuminori will have a change of heart. Praying for a miracle, he keeps calling Fuminori's name. Eventually, the sky grows as dark as the bottom of the well. Koji can no longer make out the edge of the opening, and has long since lost track of how many hours he had been screaming. Nevertheless, he continues to scream, for he knows that with the despair silence brings will kill him. He done. I feel great. The same feeling you get when your last piece of difficult puzzle slides smoothly into place. I have killed a man, and no one will ever know. It is a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin my good mood as I walk alone down the snow-covered mountain road. He's gonna walk all the way back? This dude dedicated. Why wouldn't he just take the car? It's like a brief moment going, well, he's not going to take the car because he doesn't have a license, and he can't drive without a license. You don't have a license to kill somebody either. Doesn't have a license to kill people either, so he did that fine. It's a long way back to civilization, but neither the cold nor the exhaustion can ruin the good mood as I walk down the snow-covered mountain road. I was tempted to use Koji's car, but that would introduce a flaw into the plan. I don't want anyone to connect me to this disappearance. The plan formed in my head the moment that I realized how remote this location was. Even I couldn't find anything to lead me to Dr. Ogai. His absence would at least prove that the cabin had been utterly abandoned, in which case it would be a perfect spot to take care of a problem. I knew coming all the way out here to Tochigi wouldn't be a waste of time. So he got there, checked the place out, and was like, might as well get rid of this problem. I didn't even need to use this meat cleaver hidden in my jacket. A dry well. It's like fate provided me with a perfect setting. That idiot didn't even realize the danger he was in, and his phone call distracted him enough to take him by surprise. Now one of the two people whose questions might have caused trouble for me and Saya have vanished from the face of the earth. All that is left is to eliminate the other, which is already being handled. Which, yeah, that'd be a question mark to me, because the only problem they have right now is, again, Saya has one of them handled, then the doctor. I don't know if they would want to go after the doctor. I imagine seeing everything as disgusting meat blobs would make it hard to drive. That too. That too. And you're literally steering with a meat blob. You have to steer with a meat blob. You have to step on a meat blob. You're sitting in a meat blob. Is the glass? That's another good question mark. Is the glass a meat blob? No, because he covered up the glass in his house, so he can see through glass. Sugaba Yo. I mustn't underestimate her just because she's less aggressive than Koji. Yeah, Saya's already handling that. Even she should be able to see the connection between the disappearance of two friends. I suppose I should be thankful. It was Yo who Koji was talking to on the phone. If he reported our location to a third party, I'd have to track down and eliminate the person too. I'm a little worried about what they were discussing, but judging by how Koji was screaming on the phone, they probably weren't exchanging detailed information. Either way, I'd better get rid of Yo as soon as possible. After walking all night long, I finally reached Nasu Flats station just as the train started running. Only takes about an hour to get back to Tokyo on a limited express. It's not enough time to rest, but I'm too wound up for that matter. Besides, I don't want to waste any time thinking of a way to kill Yo. Using the cabin again would be too dangerous. I'm not sure how I'd get her out there in the first place. I just exploded in her face the other day. I doubt she'll be quick to trust me as Koji was, which means that it would be difficult to get her alone. I could ask Saya for her opinion, but you can. But she's already handled it again. But even I would have some pride. I want to show her that I'm a man who could take care of business. She's like trying to strut in front of her now. Unfortunately, I'm unable to come up with anything before I get home. I suppose that I should just be proud of having dealt with Koji, the immediate threat. The search for Dr. Ogai's captain was a bust, with no trace of his having been there. But I see no reason to be frustrated. Saya isn't all that concerned about the doctor's whereabouts, so looking for him is just something to satisfy my own curiosity. I'm home. It's morning, half a day later than I normally get home. And the sound of Saya running down the stairs tells me just how impatient she was in my return. It makes me feel warm inside. Welcome back. Welcome home, Fuminori. She throws her arms around my neck. Her smile is at least 20% brighter than usual. She's like, I've been having fun while you were gone. Sorry I'm late. That's a change of plan. It's okay. I'm just done with my preparations too. I'm just about done too, don't worry. Preparations. Saya responds to my confusion with a mischievous smile. I'm getting a surprise ready for you. Kind of surprise. That's a secret anyways. Aren't you tired? Do you want to eat or take a bath? Let's do it. Do you want to eat? You want a bath? Or what, that's eat? I didn't realize how hungry I was until Saya mentions it. I walked all that night without a bite to eat, and now my stomach's emptiness become painfully clear. However, I can't sit down to a leisurely meal while covered in dirt and sweat from the road. I have to grab a quick snack and then get in a long hot bath first. I thought you'd say that, so I got a bath ready. He must be cold after being out all night. Sure I am. I'm amazed at Saya's foresight. She already ready to give me what I want before I want it. It's too nice. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Knew that was coming. That happened last time. Bath and then bam. Sounds like you had a hard time. While soaking in the bath together, I tell Saya about my adventures. Killing him was easier than I thought. The hard part was getting home. The heat of the bath is soothing. I guess it's still gonna go against my theory that she doesn't like him being so crazy. Because he's just like casually sitting like, yeah, let me tell you about how I killed my friend. Oh, that's great. Tell me more. Here the bath is soothing. The sensation of Saya leaning back against his chest as he massages that fatigue out of his stiff muscles. Her cute little collarbone rises each time she squeezes his leg, and he can see the soft curves of her chest floating in the water. Oh, I'm home. Contentment fills me. I don't even need to sleep to relieve my exhaustion. Just like the living room and the bedroom, the bathroom is painted in color that Saya and I find pleasing. We've left the entrance and the hallway untouched, just in case someone should see inside. So these 3 rooms are the only places I can relax in my own home. It was cold in the mountains, even for winter. I should have worn heavier clothing. It was I was afraid I'd freeze to death when it got dark. Why didn't you just take Koji's personal clothes? Oh, take the person's. Why didn't you take that Koji person's clothes? I pushed him in the well, remember? His clothes were with him when we got to the bottom. Oh. Saya laughs and sticks out her tongue out bashfully. So now there's just that Tsukuba girl to worry about. That's what happened. So she knew. She was told there was 2 targets. So she just basically picked up that phone and handled that side of it. That's what it is. What's going on? Welcome to the stream. She's the only person I could think of who can connect me to Koji's disappearance. After I take care of her, we can finally relax. She's like, oh, don't worry, I got that handled. Don't worry, I got that handled. Saya glanced at me over her shoulder, like she knows something that I don't. Teehee. Have you already thought of a way to kill her? Well, I'm thinking about it, but I haven't come up with anything yet. I was hoping that you might have some ideas. Leave it to me. She says, grinning with unusual confidence. I've got a way you'd never even dream of. It's as good as done. Really? Okay. It should be ready by now. Saya's voice was full of anticipation. She rises from her bath, her nakedness glistening through the steam. Come on, I have something to show you. I don't even know if I should even bother censoring. You know it's coming up. It's always a 1-2 punch. I'll show you briefly. She's in front of a door. Close your eyes and don't open them until I say so, okay? I guess I'll do this. It doesn't matter. We've gotten this far. Okay. But I'm going to get ready to do it. Okay. I have no idea what was going on, but I do as Saya says and close my eyes. She takes out my hand and leads me up the stairs. As I wonder what she has in store for me, the sound of crying reaches my ears. I stiffen. Is someone there? No peeking. She admonished me, then strokes my arm smoothly. Don't worry, there's no danger. All right. Little by little, the crying grows louder. I can hear the misery and pain in every choking sob. At first, I'm amazed that Saya would let someone in the house after what happened 2 days ago. But then I realize that something is strange. Isn't Saya the one whose voice can carry such clear emotion to me? Okay, so he's picking up on the idea that he's hearing a normal whimpering voice. He's not hearing a robo-psycho blob voice. He's hearing a normal crying. Because of my theory. Again, she said that she's going to make the family bigger, give him friends. Though my eyes were still closed when Saya leads me into the bedroom, my ears tell me that there is someone only a few feet away. And yet, I smell none of the human body odor that normally turns my stomach. Okay, time to say hello. Open your eyes. I open my eyes. I'm struck dumb by what I see. It's probably right now, isn't it? That's nothing bad. I mean, it's bad, but it's not bad. Sugabo Yo is curled up on the floor with not a scrape of clothing to cover her shivering body. But she's not a blob. I mean, she's a blob. But to him, she's not a blob, which means that she's a blob. When I first lay eyes under her naked flesh, I am entranced by the sensuality of her generous proportions, far more mature than I would have expected from her usual pure and innocent appearance. Wait, forget that. Why is she in my bedroom naked? Whatever, why is she not a blob?
どうふみのりこの子の
How
体
does she look
どんな
to
風に
you?
見える
綺麗だ
I guess technically it should be because there's like the lower parts not being covered up. Just be safe. How does it look to you? Because like I have like a light right here, and so I couldn't see technically right there with the text right there. She's beautiful, but why can't I? It doesn't make any sense. This is Sukaba Yo. I remember, not the putrid creature whose attention I found so unbearable after the accident. Yeah, the question mark there is if she is turned into a blob, which makes him able to see her as a human. How does that work? How does that work? How does just seeing a blob make you suddenly see what the person looks like? Again, it's a cognitive thing, I guess. I found it was unbearable in the accident. My senses recognize her as the human that she is.
この子ねふみのりの
This girl
ことが
loves
好き
you,
だっ
you
たんだ
know.
って
I do know, but I've never told Saya. How did she find out? She looked at the text,
だから私
so I decided to change her body into one that you can love back.
ちゃんとふみのりの
Saya
顔を
pauses
描
to
いて
gauge
も
my
らえるような
reaction,
姿に
then continues with a satisfied nod.
私の同類にして
I
あげ
made
た
her
の
like me.
どうして
What? How?
どうやって
I still don't understand. Why Saya chose Yo. But this last statement is even more baffling. She changed Yo.
ねえふみのり
Don't you remember what I said the other day?
私に
I
は
can mold the
他の生き
bodies
物
of
の
other
体に
living
再現が
things.
できるんだって
Yes, I remember. She claimed to have done something to Suzumi's brain. I didn't doubt her sincerity then, but I suppose that some part of me thought that she was exaggerating. I hadn't seen her handiwork firsthand. But now,
隣のおじさんにしたよう
it
な
was a
小細
big
工
change
じゃ
this
なく
time.
今
Not
回
like the
は
little
大掛かり
tweak
な
I
変換だ
made
った
to
け
the
ど
man next door.
でもこれが
But
私
this
の能
is
力の本当
this
の
is
使い
how my
方なんだ
ability
よ
are really meant to be used. Her abilities are meant to be used to turn people into blobs? Are they going to turn into something where the doctor was making some sort of, like, weapon of war? It's probably going to be like a weapon of war thing. Turn the entire enemy camp into blob monsters.
実際にやってみたのは
This is
これ
my
が
first
初め
time
てだ
doing it, though.
これが本
Is
当
this
に
really Yo? Yo finally notices my presence and turns her head to face me. I see a faint glimmer of recognition in her glassy, unfocused eyes. Her features are exactly as I remembered them. Incredible. This is far beyond cosmetic surgery. Once a twisted creature unrecognizable as human, Yo is now the very image of human femininity. There is no similarity between what she was and what she is, which can only mean that she has become something utterly inhuman. I guess he's picked up on this, though. Like, I don't think he's before now. I don't think he's ever acknowledged this, but now he's acknowledging the idea of the reverse aspect. Interesting. According to Saya, she has become what Saya is.
人か人目の生態構造
No one on
に
this
ついては
planet
ね
knows more about
サヤ
biology
はもう
than
こ
Homo
の星で
sapiens
一番のエキスパートなの
than
いっ
I
ぱい勉
do.
強したからね
Saya declares, her voice full of pride for her first creation. I've studied a lot. She's so freaking happy that she freaking murdered the body of somebody.
勉強って
Studied? How did you learn this? Who taught you? When?
いつどうやって
She couldn't have learned it from Dr. Ogai. No teacher on Earth could impart such knowledge or skill.
だって
Come on, don't you remember what you've always been filling me with every night?
私の中に
It just like pumping her full of batter is making her smarter? Saya blushes.
あれ要は人間って
That's like the blueprint for the human body. That's one part of it.
私にはそれを読み解く
I can decipher it, and then I can bend it to my will. I'm taking a lot from that DNA. What is she really? I've accepted that she isn't human, but there's more to her than that. Saya is something that far transcends my species.
でもねやっぱ
It
り
was the
最初
first
だったも
time
んだ
though,
から
so I might have messed up a little. We'll see. Let's check. Let's try it out. It was my first time though, so I might mess it up a little bit. When Saya approaches, Yo trembles and tries to crawl away, but is only able to flail her arms and legs wildly. It's like she doesn't know how to move her own body. Oh my gosh, dude. So freaking wrong. Jinrabuchi, you're a sick person. I think this is probably like his sickest creation I've ever read. And only sounds coming out of her mouth are frightened moans. She can't talk?
うんあい
Yeah.
心の方は
Sighs
壊れちゃった
and
みたい
mild disappointment. I guess the change broke her mind. Eh. I broke her.
なんだかんだで
I
編
mean,
集が終わるまでに
It
20
did take a whole
かかっちゃった
20 hours.
ちょっとかわいそうなことしちゃったかな
She must have suffered a lot. I feel kind of bad. Damn it. Yo looked up at me pleadingly, as though begging me to save her. She is no longer able to ask for help, though, or even call my name.
でどう
Well,
気に入ってくれ
Saya
た
asks, her eyes shining with anticipation. Do you like her? You want to keep her? I am at a loss for how to respond. What do you mean, like her?
だってふみのり
You said you wanted family and friends, didn't you? That's why I got you this
だ
present.
からこれは
Her innocent explanation only confuses me further. I got you a puppy.
おい
Present?
おい子犬か何か
Come on,
じ
she's
ゃない
not a dog. Like now we're acting all like upset about the situation. Like I just chucked my friend down this well. Come on, she's not a dog.
似たようなもんだよどうせ
And you were just
頭の
talking
中
about how you're gonna
真っ
kill
白なの
her, and now you're upset of treating her like a dog? There's not much difference. Her head is totally empty. I'm happy that Saya wants to please me, but she could use a little more common sense.
いや
It's not
人間
that.
一人を関係
Holding a
し続ける
person
っていうのは
captive is probably a lot harder than you think.
大丈夫だよ
Don't worry about it. Look, I have her chained up. I don't see any chains. The only thing preventing Yo from being totally naked is the leather collar around her neck. I didn't see. Okay, I can see it now. Like I said, the light bleaches out a little bit. Dog collar on her neck. Sold in any pet store. The chrome chain is fastened to one of the bedposts. Yo tries to get away again, but Saya sends her sprawling with a tug of the chain. Yo tumbles to the floor. Squealing in pain, her actions are those of an unintelligent animal, just as Saya said.
それにこの子どっちみち
She does
家
have
出
the
して
brains to
何かしようと
escape
か
or get help.
そういう
She doesn't have the
難
brains
しい
to
こと
escape or get help.
これ
See?
でもう
There's
ふみのりが
nothing for you to
心
worry
配すること
about.
なんてないでしょ
But I mean, the point, though, if she does escape, what does it matter if she might possibly just be a blob monster? I guess the question mark at this point is... Saya could possibly not be a blob monster, I guess. She could just be the vision is of people that are blob monsters. But Saya herself could be different. She could be an anomaly in that whole thing. And she could have turned her into the same thing. Yo into the same thing. Anyways. I was racking my brain for a plan to kill Yo. But now my problem has been solved in a way that I could never have imagined. But again, if she is a blob monster or whatever she turned her into, even if she escapes, what does it matter? Like, she's gonna probably like call the military to come over to nuke the thing because it's an alien, and then she'll probably just get put into Area 51. If a normal person looks upon her now, they'll probably have no trace for the old Yo, and if she has no memories and can't even speak, then it's perfect. Saya has killed Yo without taking her life. But there's still the problem that that what she means by giving Yo to me. You're not happy? Saya asked dejected, her confidence suddenly gone. Did I misunderstand again? Is this a problem for you?
Yeah.
No, but I can take care of her by myself. I won't let her make things difficult for you. So, can she stay, please? Saya wants her to be there. Saya wants to use her just as much as anything else. Again, Saya Futa mode. That's not it. The last thing I want to is reject the symbol of Saya's affection. But how can I explain to Saya why I'm trying not to look like at the naked woman writhing on the floor? He's like, I want to be faithful. It's not that. Yo's the first human figure besides Saya that I've seen in 3 months since the incident. And she's a woman. A woman positively glowing with voluptuous feminine beauty. Of course I'm happy. But also, I can't ignore the voice of reasoning telling me not to be. I'm happy, really. But if I show how pleased I am, I'm worried that you'll... Huh? Saya looked puzzled. As though she has absolutely no idea what I'm getting at. She has literally no semblance of, like, I guess human morality. I guess the key thing there. My innocent streamer. That's why I'm on Twitch. That's why I'm recording this on Twitch. I mean, look. She's still a girl, right? Don't you balk at the thought of me living with another girl? Yeah, that's a curious question mark. She's like, you use this stuff to lure my man, basically. But again, that probably led into her going, oh, that's the thing that he'll probably want. After considering this briefly, Saya finally seems to understand what I'm trying to say. I doubt it. Of course not. You worry too much. Maybe I'm worried too much. Although I'm pretty sure that I'm just showing consideration that any man would swear his love to the woman that he would show. Or maybe Saya doesn't understand that a man faced with a woman's naked body can't help to react regardless of his feelings. Ah, funny. You're really kind. Yeah? I only did this so that she can please you. If you really like her and enjoy spending time with her, then I'll be happy to. You have nothing to be shy about. I hate to say this, but I struggle to find the right words to express my true feelings. Men are, well, really depraved creatures, and... I mean, Yo's body has features that yours doesn't, right? So, even though it's nothing like my love for you, I can't help but get aroused. Let's explain it. With each word that I squeeze from my lips, Saya's grin grows wider and wider, until finally she starts shaking with laughter. I know, Saya claimed, jovially, patting my shoulder with one hand and wiping tear from her eyes with the other. There's no reason to be ashamed of your natural male instincts. And it does make me kind of curious, because if she is jealous of her form, why doesn't Saya change her own form? Why does she have to keep a form? That's the weird thing. I guess because she could only... I think she said that she could only change humans. She can only manipulate humans? That's what she was created for? No, she said all biological things. She can transform all biological things. Anyways. There's no reason to be ashamed of your natural male instincts. If you're really that worried, let me join in when you play with her. We can enjoy ourselves in ways that we couldn't when it's just the two of us, okay?
いいのか
Are you sure? Ask again. So trying to force her to say no. Saya answers me with a smile. It is like I've never seen before. It is calm, so terribly calm, and there's something bewitching about the soft set of her lips that sets it apart from the usual bright, childish expression.
文則とさやは
You and I are
恋人同士
lovers, and
つく
Tsukuba
ば
Yo
よ
is
そ
our
んな二人
pet.
ペット
Gosh. Damn, Jinnabuchi. Went crazy with this one.
この子は私と文則に可愛がられる
She will remind
そのことを
she will be
思い出すの
reminded of when we play with her every day from now on.
だね
I finally know why Saya chose Yo. For the venom in her voice and the smile does not escape me. Although she can no longer answer if asked, Yo would surely have chosen death over this fate. She did technically say it earlier. And that is the very reason Saya visited upon her. How wicked and terrible Saya was. That is like this this screenshot right here is literally this entire visual novel. Perhaps others would fear and loathe her. I, however, find her malevolence irresistibly charming. The horrifying cruelty of what she had done to Yo is so very human. Though her shape may be different, her soul is the same as ours. When I look upon Yo's wretched form, I see the intensity and passion of Saya's love for me, for the flames that have consumed Yo are fueled by that very love. I find myself enthusiastically accepting Saya's present.
さやは気に入ってるのかい
Do you like this pet too? Yeah, she's very pretty. It feels good to touch.
そうか
So you'll enjoy playing with her too, right?
二人で恋ス
I don't have to hold back, do you?
もちろん
Of course I will. Grinning happily, Saya grabs the chain and pulls Yor to her feet. Ah,
ねえ文則
try touching her, Fuminori. She's really nice and soft. Okay. As Yo looks up at me with teary, pleading eyes, I approach and let my gaze roam freely over her lush body and ripe chest. My fingers through her hair, finding as smooth as Saya's, enjoying the feeling, I continue to caress Yo's head. Her fearful expression softens a little. Perhaps she remembers me in some part of her mind and believes that even now that I will be kinder to her. How foolish. Thought I'd be nice. How foolish. Yuki Bear. Ah. I can't get this feeling from Saya's tight, slender body. And besides, I would never think of treating her with delicate frames so harshly. Yo, however, he's like, I'd never be this rough. More fun, I thought. Yeah, torturing her is fun. And then pops in, and then Saya appears in the background with a grin. Fuminori, Saya says from the sidelines. You guys gotta see her grin in the corner real quick. There you go. Fuminori says in the sidelines. It's like, you're really good to go. She's right. He's ready to go.
こういう立派な
He's ready to
女の
bust
体
free.
とさやみたい
Which do you prefer? A soft, curvy body like her, or one like mine?
そうだな
As far as bodies go,
体だけの
probably
部屋
this
じゃ
one. That makes me a little jealous, Saya complains, pouting adorably.
それでもいいって言って
You're the
ます
one who said you didn't mind. Come join in.
うんやらせてやらせて
Yeah, let's play with her. Yeah, let me play with her. Saya pressed up against Yo's back. The tears of Yo's eyes, the sight of her chest changing shape under Saya's hands, rises new sadistic desires.
じゃあ僕はこっちで。
Alright, let's try this. Still having fun. This is lore stuff. Everybody told me I have to actually read the uncensored version because there's lore stuff in there. I'm getting extremely important lore stuff, okay? Anyways, he erupted. She squeaked. The sudden explosion. They're now having fun with whipped cream. There's just somebody dropped a whipped cream bottle and it's just shot everywhere.
うわーいっぱいで
This is all the lore. Yeah, this is all lore. This is all important information I'm reading here. Wow, that's a lot, Saya said, staring at Yo's face with a mixture of awe and envy. Oh, now she's helping her clean. Oh, she's helping her clean. She's helping her clean.
これは
Yeah, she's
全
cleaning.
部さやのだからね
All of this belongs to me, Saya said. You can't have any. Stop that. You can't have any. Saya desperately pressed her lips against Yo's and thrusting her tongue down into her mouth, sucking up all. When she pulls away, wet sound, sensation, strand of saliva, and fluids that connect them briefly.
量になんてあげない
You don't get any of
全
it.
部さやが
You know what's the
もらうの
great thing is just assuming that if we don't have his vision right here, all this is a dude standing there in front of two fleshly blob things just going all over each other. You don't get to have any of it, Saya said with satisfaction as she swallowed it. It's all mine. Yo looks on Saya's bewitching smile with fear-clouded eyes. She obviously has no idea what's going on. The sight of these two women passionately exchanging his stuff is making him happy. Yo's chests aren't enough. Saya went to the trouble of giving me this present, so I'm gonna take full advantage of it. The realization purges the mind and remains respect of Yo, replacing it with affection one feels for a pet. Ha! Ignoring her cries, pushed to the floor. Yo probably can't feel shame anymore, but she does seem to understand how vulnerable she is in that position. She tries to get away, panting like a hunted animal. Dang it! You know it's coming. You should narrate Naruge more often. I was actually trying to censor most of it, but at some point I gave up. I kind of gave up at some point. While holding her in place, he got in position. He goes crazy more. Looks painful, Saya says, peering curiously at Yo's terror-stricken face. Is she pleasing you? You could say that. He's liking it. Definitely a different experience for him. Hypnotic quivering her thighs. He likes it. Heavy storm-tossed ships. These sights and sensations are enough to stimulate his basest lust. I'll join in too. Is she finally going to... Is she going to reveal to him that she's Futa? No. She's not she's not in the right spot to be doing that. Saya straddles Yo's side, pressing against her. When you're about to go, she doesn't need to finish to make it clear. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. So give it to me instead. Don't give it to her. She's got to examine that what was she calling it? The building blocks of life that he's been giving her. Hey, the package is delivered. Saya received the package. She signed the form and she was very happy. She then closed the door, and I got back in the FedEx truck. Sprawling on top of each other, smelling of sweat and FedEx trucks. We savored for a while the calm left after the aftermath of their delivery. There's so much lore in here I cannot believe. I'm so happy people told me to read the uncensored version. Now, I will admit, of all of... Now, I don't know what the censored version actually gets rid of. That's the other problem. But I would assume... The only thing I could think of lore-wise that would have been cut in all this stuff would probably be the neighbor. Like, I would assume that his attacking might have been censored or removed in the censored version. But no, I'm not getting much lore stuff out of these scenes. Again, I don't know what's cut. Later, as I lie on my bed, drained of energy, I'm guessing this is done. I consider what my life will be like from now on. Saya is resting my arm. Yo is curled up on the floor. Yesterday, I could not have imagined what kind of three of us would be. It would be a family. Is that a family? I thought it was just you, your wife, and the dog. A new home, new food, new family, all granted to me by Saya. She was selfless. I don't think this will last very long. Eventually, somebody's going to be knocking on a door. Somebody's going to smell it. Somebody's going to come in there. Selflessly led me to the brink of death to find a new joy amid despair. And I, too, have changed. I have killed 2 people with my own hands and made a third my mindless slave. Yet, despite all what I've done, I am still able to sleep peacefully. Without a doubt, I am no longer Sakisaka Fuminori I once was. How far will Saya take me? What will I become? I feel somewhat unsure, though not discouraged about unknown world into which we are heading. And so, while playing with Saya's hair, I ask, Saya, what are you?
一体何者なんだい
I didn't expect an answer. If Saya's asleep or doesn't want to respond, I won't mind. I'm all in your head. Right, here comes. Saya lifts her head, however, and draws my gaze into deep pools of her eyes. It's kind of hard to explain. She thinks for a while, searching for the right words, then simply says, You know the dandelion flower? The one that scatters its seed on the wind? Yeah. The wind carries those fluffy seeds far where they were, from where they were born. What if one of them ends up in a desert, where not even a single blade of grass is growing? If you can imagine how that lone seed would feel, then you might be able to understand me. As I consider Saya's answer, she continues her story. That seed is still a baby flower. If it does its best, it can turn even a desert into a garden. Maybe that... It kind of going to this... Would it be a parasite, right? I'm guessing they're going for the parasite. Maybe that little seed will decide to thrive. Maybe it'll decide to grow and multiply, so that it can turn the whole desert into a field of dandelions. What do you think that can give it that strength to do so?
それは
What? Saya smiled softly and caressed his cheek. All it needs is to be loved by just one person in the whole desert. All it needs is to be told how pretty dandelions are. The loving touch of her slender fingers fills me with peace and joy. I love you. I pull her in my chest, nodding silently. Stay with me forever. Never leave my side. I promise. Basking in the soft warmth of our love for each other, we sink into the oblivion of sleep. He has been buried alive. His world is the silence and cold of the grave. Ever since his voice gave out and he lost his strength to scream, no coherent thought has passed through Koji's mind. Perhaps this is his brain's way of protecting him from despair. Instead, he dreams. Images flash before his eyes, random, unconnected scenes from his 20 years of life. Not all of them happy times. There are some sad, painful memories as well. But even those pleasant warm compared to the death that is about to encroach upon him. His dream of mountains. His older brother once took him hunting of insects. Is he really gonna? Are we really cutting back to him to die? Is somebody gonna find him? Is that why we're cutting back to him to see him die? He still caught butterflies in a plastic bag, only to later find them holding a bag of tiny corpses. His brother once took him hunting for insects when he was a child. They sealed their caught butterflies in a plastic. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, I got you. All right, follow me. Yeah. That happens. His dreams of his lover. They met at a mixer where he'd been the only one to realize that she couldn't hold her liquor. After she had had too much to drink, he looked after her while she vomited in a back alley. They toasted each other with canned juice, and then he dreamed that he'd be driving into a black sea. He dreams that he is driving into a black sea. When he reaches the bottom, he looks up to see the moon shining through the surface of the water. As he gazes up the circle of light, entranced by its roundness and brilliance, and distant rumbling of engines reach his ear. Somebody's gonna save his butt. Something still conscious within him tells him that this dream is wrong. Oh, that's right. He did give the doctor the address, didn't he? That's right. He did give the doctor the address. Ever gone diving at night before? The dots begin to connect in his mind, forming a barrier to separate his dreams from reality. But why would the doctor go there? That doesn't make any sense. What is bothering him? Of course, the sound. The engine noise gradually fades to low idling and abruptly gives way to silence, followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. This isn't a dream. These sounds are real. Understanding comes like a sudden blow. Unless the doctor's connecting the idea that he's killed before and he's going to kill again. This is in the bottom of the sea, and the circle of light isn't the moon. It's the mouth of the well. The sun has already risen, and someone is right outside with a car. The pieces fall into place and becomes Tono Koji once more. Help, Koji shouts. Surprised at how easily his voice emerges, his desperation blocks out the pain of his raw throat. Hey, I'm down here, in the well. Help me. He keeps screaming with all of his might. Soon the echoes of this cramped well become deafening, and he is no longer certain if his screams will have meaning or if he is just howling wordlessly. Nevertheless, he continues. His only desire is to be heard, lest he die, forgotten at the bottom of the well. Koji's wait is not long, but even a minute feels like an eternity on the edge of despair. Soon the circle of light above him, partially eclipsed by the silhouette of a person staring down the well. Dunno? You alive down there? A woman's voice. Koji has heard it somewhere before, but for some reason can't remember whom it belongs to. Just hold on. I'll get you down. Silhouette vanishes, restoring the light to perfect circle. Fear of being left behind again threatens Koji into a panic, but his reason has recovers enough to resist. She has said she's going to get me out. I haven't been abandoned. While waiting, he generally tests his body, which he had forgotten all about until now. His joints ached, his fingers, toes numb, but through the exhaustion, he's still in one piece. After some time, the silhouette reappears at the top of the well. Are you hurt? Can you climb the rope on your own? No, I don't think so. Koji lacks the confidence to attempt such a feat. His frozen fingers can barely move. Well, I'm coming down. After a brief pause, the owner of the voice tosses a knot, climbing the rope into the well. He grabbed the rope as soon as it reaches him. The rough threads bite into his palm, and relief nearly overwhelms him at the sensation. This is really happening. He's really safe. Now he's free from despair. Questions leap to the forefront of his mind. First among them, who is his savior? The rope shakes as the woman climbs down carefully. The beam from the floodlight slung over her shoulder, pushing back the shadow cast by her body. Soon, she's standing in the same mud as Koji, and he finds himself face to face with Doctor. Oh, this is like some crazy, like super spy ninja chick. These visual novels always have to have the super secret spy ninja chick. Every one of them has to have a super secret spy ninja chick. We're expecting someone else? Koji indeed is not imagining his savior to turn out to be Dr. Tanbo Ryoko. Of course, it took him by a moment to recognize her. Instead of a white gown and a tight skirt, she's now wearing a heavy leather outfit, denim jeans, boots with no heels, and probably drives on a motorcycle. She must have expected a hike through the mountains. Her light and blocky, all-purpose type-featured side-mounted fluorescent runners is addition to the main floodlight survival gear and professional grade by the look of it. You look awful, Dr. Tambo, says Riley as she gives Koji a once-over. Here, drink this. She pulls out a flask out of her pocket and hands it to him. Go slow, take sips. It'll help a little. Thank you. She walks around with the flask. Maybe Koji's just old-fashioned, but doesn't seem appropriate for a young woman, and a doctor at that. She's a super secret spy. Shut up. Nevertheless, he unscrews the cap, takes a swig, struggles to keep from coughing, and potential liquid sears his tongue. What is this? Whiskey. It's obvious. Oh, vodka. Good for disinfecting wounds in a pinch, and it does a fine job of setting things on fire. Her tone is straightforward and quite serious. Koji can only gape at the doctor, a dark smile on her face, doing little to ease his confusion. Is this really Dr. Tambo? There's no trace of the bookish, mild-mannered woman Koji met at the hospital. Her expression is now a hard mask, and her eyes are sharp and wary. In the darkness at the bottom of the well, it is possible, however unlikely, that the change in her features is due to the ominous shadow cast by her lamp. It's not easy, however, to explain the change in her demeanor. Why are you here? We're gonna go hunt some parasites. You called me, didn't you? Ryoko replied, brusquely, glaring at Koji like an annoyed professor. I tried calling back, but you didn't answer. Neither did your friend Tsukuba. Am I supposed to think everything's fine? No, but Koji still doesn't understand why she acted so quickly. But it's a different part of what she just said that seizes his attention. Wait, Tsukuba? You called her too? Like I said, she didn't pick up either. To be honest, I figured you were both dead already. That's right. He almost died. In the hands of the man that he thought was his best friend. Anger and frustration well up inside of him. He can't forgive Fuminori's betrayal, nor can he forgive himself for his foolishness. And now he had no idea if Tsukuba was safe. Fuminori tried to kill Koji. Could he have done the same for her? Worse. Worse, some would say. Worse. Calm down. Why don't you? Ryoko says irritably, turning away to examine the inside of the wall. There's nothing you can do from here. If he thought something was wrong, Koji says to her back, then you must have called the police, right? No, she can't. She's a super secret spy. The police? Still engrossed in her examination of the wall, Ryoko laughs scornfully at the idea. So you still think that there's a way out, do you? So you still think that's the way out, do you? What's that supposed to mean? Annoyed by her condescending attitude, Koji is about to demand answers that she cuts him off with a gesture and shines a light at the corner of the wall. The well. You didn't notice this? Huh? The light of the lamp. Koji sees some stones are different shade than the rest of the wall. This must be what Ryoko was looking for.
気づきませんでした
Huh? No, there wasn't enough light. Ryuko's gaze moves slowly along the wall, finally coming to rest on a gap between two of the stones. The hole was just wide enough for an adult to reach into open-handed. You sure picked the right well to fall into, Ryoko said with a grim smile. Like they say, it's always the last place you look. She wastes no time, thrusting her hand into the opening. After a while, oh crap, I gotta censor this part too. She thrust her hand into the opening. After she feels around for a few seconds, Koji hears a thunk of something solid coming together from behind the wall. Sorry.
先生
Doctor? Ryoko pulls her hand out and gives the different colored stones a gentle push. With the rumble of the weight shifting, the stones slide smoothly back into the wall. So that's how he fooled me. I had no idea this was here the last time I came.
前にも来た
So she'd been there before. She'd been looking into... I mean, that makes sense. She was looking into this dude. She'd been looking into this dude for a while. Koji wants answers, but Ryoko ignores him and peers in the opening. In the beam of her floodlight, Koji can see a concrete tunnel leading into the mountain. I'm going ahead. You better stay here. Her warnings is utterly devoid of warmth. He's literally about to pass out from, like, freezing to death. Considering his options, Koji looks in the tunnel, to the rope, and then back again. He's practically sweating now, thanks to the 190 proof vodka he just drank. But although his feeling has returned to his fingers, he still doesn't have the strength to climb. That said, the thought of being alone in the well, again, does make him shiver.
一緒に行きます
I'm going
連れてって
to.
ください
Please take me with you. Have it your way. Ryoko steps into the tunnel without looking back, and Koji doesn't hesitate to follow.
前にお会いした時と随分雰囲気が
You're
違
pretty
います
different
ね
last time we met, Koji says sarcastically, following Ryoko as she moves cautiously down the tunnel with her light leading the way. This isn't the hospital, and you're not my patient. This service doesn't come with a
じゃ
smile.
あこっちが先生
So this is true. So this is where you really are. I wonder, does it matter? Ryoko suddenly stops and stares at the floor. When Koji looks over to her shoulder, he sees a dust-covered rope lying coiled up in the middle of the path.
何です
What is it? Something left by the last guy that came down the well. Ryoko picks up the rope, examines it, and hands it to Koji. It's about twice as long as my rope. It has a knot in it, and both ends have been severed. They were connected before to make a circle.
え
Huh? Loop on one end of the circle around something on the top side, then use the rest to climb down into the well. When you're at the bottom, you cut the circle open. You get the circle open at the top. Cut the circle open and pull the whole rope into with you. Okay. That's the way. There's nothing to show where you went. Ryoko shines her light down the tunnel, revealing the end in a closed wooden door about 10 meters ahead. That's how you avoided detection. Really got me good.
先生
You said you've been here before? Yeah. You and Saki Saka aren't the only ones, Ryoko said dryly. I connected Ogai's cabin a while back. I checked Ogai's cabin a while back. Oh, damn, she's already. Again, every one of these visual novels have to have some crazy super psycho ninja chick. As Ryoko speaks, she opens her coat, pulls out what she had hanging underneath it. There aren't any exits. Then, he's still behind that door. At first, Koji thinks that she is hiding a steel pipe, amazed that she would be carrying a weapon. Koji looks closer and is appalled when he realizes what it is. A gun. I so love Japan when it comes to this. Like, a gun. It's not one of the sleek handguns you see in the movies. Double-barreled shotty. The stock and the barrel have been sawn down. And it's a saw down. Jeez, dude. It's like you're not even supposed to have a gun really over there. And then she got a shotty at that. And then it's modified. Like she triple. She about to get life in jail for having this sucker.
何ですかそれ
What is that?
ショットガン
12 gauge.
12番口径
Ryoko replied blandly. Blandly, like, yeah, it was a 12 gauge. What do you want? As though naming a brand of cigarettes.
私にはこいつを持ち歩く
I have a
資格なん
permit,
てないし
and cutting it down would be illegal, even if I did. Any other questions?
他に質問は
I don't have a permit, and cutting it down would be legal. I'm already doing something illegal. Who cares?
そんなもの持ち出して
What are you
一体
planning to
ど
do
う
with
するつ
that
もり
thing?
です
Shoot something, obviously. Looks over his shoulder and gives Koji the most chilling smile yet.
王外の正体を初
When
め
I
て
first learned what Ogai was doing,
私
I
は
was model
全
citizen.
量が一般市民
Never even gotten a ticket.
交通違反すら無縁の
The woman whom Koji believed was his normal doctor waves her sawed-off shotgun menacingly as she continues, her tone sharp and
あ
bitter.
の時にこいつがあったなら
If I'd been this back
私は多
then,
分王外を
if I had had
きっ
this
ちり
back then,
殺せていた
I would have killed Ogai before he got away.
そうなってればもし
Maybe
かしたら
then
君
none
た
of
ち
this would
が
have
こんな
happened.
災難に
I
巻き
feel
込ま
bad
れるの
about that, really. Koji listened in silence, helpless to do anything but watch, and as understanding moves farther and farther from his grasp.
だからこれか
In
ら
other words,
私がやることは
everything I
一切
do
合
from
切
here on out is clean up
君と
his
その友
mess.
達が足を突っ込
that
んでる
you
泥
and
沼
your
のありさま
friends
を終わらせ
have
てや
stepped
る
in.
その辺をよく理解して
Remember that,
余計な口は
and
突っ込ま
don't
ない
ask
こと
any unnecessary questions.
Yeah.
Got it? Koji can only nod weakly in response. I mean, it is implying the dude is down there because he set the rope to pull. With a light in her left hand and a shotgun in her right, Ryoko walks to the door and takes a deep breath. Then she kicks the door open, putting her full weight behind the blow. With a disappointing feeble sound, the door breaks off its hinges and falls into the room. Dust billows up in the white smoke and the beam of Ryoko's light. The room is large, at least 35 meters square. The tiled floor is set with drainage grates, and there is no mistaking the open operating table sitting in the middle of the room. Cabinets full of enamelware and drugs line on one side of the space, and against the opposite wall stands a writing desk and bookshelves. Those things Koji recognized, and mysterious objects cluttering the tables and shelves, however, are beyond his comprehension. Mirrors delicately engraved with complex patterns, grotesque statues, and masks that must have been left by a race of savages, tapestries woven in a nauseating array of colors, a crystal ball the size of an infant's head. The place where you summon the crazy lolly. Any would fetch a hefty price for an antique store, if not for one thing they all have in common. Every last piece is so loathsome and foul that Koji feels sick just from looking at it. It's as though that each of them is designed for the sole sinister purpose of immortalizing its creator's hatred of the world. Rare-looking books, the sort of things that found at Ogai home, are piled up here and there, and one shelf are stacked with some scrolls that look to be made of a kind of sheepskin or papyrus. Whatever it is, it's not paper. Finally, there's an indecipherable chalk pattern and symbols filling every available space on the wall. Even the sides of the sliding blackboards are covered in strange, unreadable scribblings. Just looking at them is making Koji dizzy.
見るんじゃない
Don't look.
いいかここから動く
Listen,
な
don't move. And whatever you do, don't touch anything.
目を引くよ
Even
う
if
なものが
something
あっても
draws your attention,
見つめた
don't
ら
look
ま
at
ずい
it.
と思ったらすぐに目をそら
If you
して
see
自分
something
の靴を見
that
る
feels wrong,
分かった
stare at your shoes. Got it?
はあ
What I mean, I'm assuming this is probably where he was brought to be messed with. Ryoko switches her light fluorescent runners on and set it on the nearby table where he can illuminate the whole room. She then holsters her shotgun, only to pull out an even more confusing set of tools: a digital camera and a can of spray paint. Why is a more confusing set of tools is a digital camera and spray paint? I mean, more confusing than a sawed-off shotgun in Japan? Before they touch everything in the room, right? She gives the can in her left hand a good shake, switches the camera in her right hand on, steps up to the blackboard while looking at it, the camera side-mounted screen. After recording one set of symbols, she covers up with a thick layer of paint, then moves on to the next. Doctor?
レッスン1
That's one. Never look a stranger symbol. Look at strange symbols or read anything written in unusual languages like
機械
Latin.
の目で記録しておい
Use a
て
camera to record them for later, then paint over the original.
現物はその場で
Now
目
that
つ
she
ぶすか
mentioned
何
it,
かして破
Koja
壊し
realizes that she's only looking at the screen of her camera. Even then, only in short glimpses, and never directly any of the drawings. He understands that what she is saying, but it still doesn't make any sense.
一体どういう
What do you have to do?
ここまで深入りしたんなら高額のために黙って聞いておけ
Why do you have to? Now that you've come this far, you better shut up and listen for your own good.
あと水晶球とか鏡
Things
の
like
鍵
crystal
も危ない
balls and mirrors are dangerous. Anything that can happen if you break them. So, it's best to cover them up with a cloth or paint over them for the time being. Koja begins to fear the doctor might be even crazier than Fuminori. Ouch. Despite the burst of energy received from the vodka, Koji is still exhausted from his night in the well. The fear of affecting his body, making him dizzy and nauseous. Soon the walls are covered in black paint. The stale air is thick with the smell of turpentine.
とりあえずこんなところか
That should do for now, Ryoko says with relief, then tosses the empty can aside, puts away her video camera.
外って人は
What happened to Ogai? Koji asks, supporting himself against the nearby table.
あ
Hmm?
あそこ
Oh,
にいたよ
he's over there. Or he was over there. Without stopping her examination of papers on the writing table, Ryoko points nonchalantly to a Chinese-style screen standing in one corner of the room. He was there. Her clinical choice of tense makes her meaning instantly obvious. The urge to see for himself is irresistible. Koji staggers across the room to the screen, taking the utmost care not to look at the scaly octopus thing that is painted on. He says, don't look at anything. Behind the screen is a large, easy chair. Although he's never met the man before, Koji is fairly certain that the person sitting on it is Ogai. He's already dead. Ogai's corpse must have shrunk significantly while drying in the sealed chamber. The body is barely the size of a child, with only the business suit hanging from the bones, offering any hint of Ogai's former stature. I mean, so it's obvious that they're kind of playing it out like this dude's doing some crazy ritual stuff, like cultist stuff. And the question is, like, tying that in with what Saya was saying, I guess the assumption here is that he was... I mean, you can go with, like, a demon ritual summoning kind of thing. That she is this sort of kind of weed that is kind of blowing in the wind, and then it just gets summoned in this location. Or possibly... I don't want to go with aliens. That just sounds so stupid. Aliens always seems more stupid. But, I mean, that makes more sense. Actually, aliens and the idea of just drifting across different planes and then hitting Earth. Or different planets and hitting Earth. His empty eye sockets, wide open jaw, are filled with darkness. The same darkness that surrounded Koji at the bottom of the well. Compared to those gaping voids, the tiny hole in Ogai's right temple is almost demure. A revolver. He presumably used to kill himself, still clenched to his dangling right hand. Looks like a child's toy compared to Ryoko's shotgun. Ryoko must have noticed Ogai's corpse while spray painting the wall. He just kept working, without batting an eye. Impressive, though not like exactly sure not exactly surprising after what he's been through. It's getting difficult to remember the last time he spoke with someone sane. But not for her, Koji reminded himself with a bitter smirk he would have ended up joining this mummified corpse here, and no one would know. No one would ever have found him. And the question mark is what she's looking for. I mean, she obviously knew that Oge was doing something. I guess we can go with a full kind of super secret spy thingy that she's working secretly as a doctor. She knew about the clinic or the T University or whatever medical center. Knew that Ogai worked there. Knew that he probably. No, that wouldn't have been too far back. I was gonna think that maybe she knew that he messed with Fuminori, and then she chose to become his assigned doctor to keep an eye on him, looking for any information on Ogai. But that would have been. Ogai apparently disappeared a while back. I don't know. Koji's vision suddenly dims. He pushed himself too hard, and the Spiritus Vodka can't help him anymore. He collapsed to the floor, unable to hang on to his slipping consciousness. The last thing he sees are Ogai Masahiko's gaping eyes sockets staring at him. And she drags his butt out there somehow. When he wakes, Koji finds himself lying on something dry and soft. Bed is a bed, he thinks to himself, even one that smells of mold and dust, and especially after sleeping in a cold mud all night. There's no sign of hanging from the ceiling, but the soft, warm light of the lamp fills the room. Simple furnishing, non-existing decor. Koji realized that it's Ogai's cabin, in the bedroom that was searched before Fuminori pushed him into the well. You awake? Ryoko is sitting in a chair against the wall. Her expression blank as she studies a pile of documents on the table in front of her. She must have brought them up to Ogai's underground lab. She turns a page, then takes a bite of the sandwich in her free hand. If you're up to eating it, there's some food over there. Without looking up from the files, she gestures towards a convenience store bag sitting on the nightstand. She took the opportunity to drop by a convenience store real quickly to grab a bite to eat before she came over there and saved his butt. How did I get here? But you can't imagine a woman, even a woman like Ryoko, could even climb out that well with him on her back. There's a door behind the bookshelves down there. She muttered, taking care not to let the explanation interfere with her reading or eating. When I finally got it open, it led to a boiler room beneath the cabin. The other side of the hidden wall, a thin layer of the motor. That's literally why he went down there and the place that he looked before he went to the well. The fact that we got the most out of the supplies down there. Once he had everything he needed, he could seal it up and use the wall instead of pretty thorough. Was there really something in there that he was needing to hide? There used to be. This is this is the last of it. Having finished her sandwich, Ryoko picks up the unsorted papers with her free hand and waves them in the air. Not all scholars want to get the stage of symposium and show their research to the world, you know. Some nutcases get their kicks by learning secrets no one else knows, by being buried with those secrets in hidden tomes that no one will ever find. Koji still hasn't had the slightest idea what Ogai's secret might have been. From what Ryoko said in the tunnel, however, he can guess that Fuminori is somehow involved. Scion, dude. What happened to Fuminori? Koji asked desperately. no longer caring what she if he gets the answer.
地下の死体と文則と
What does he have to do with
一
the
体どう
body
いう
down
関係
there?
があるんです。先
Just
生
what
は
does
一
it have
体
to do
何を追い
with
かけ
this?
て
What
るん
is
で
it
す。
that you're after?
今それを調べてるところだよ。
That's what I'm trying to find out. Ryoko replied coldly, as though Koji's concerns are none of hers.
私が咲坂君から聞いたところによると
Sakisaka told me that he was acting on behalf of one of Ogai's relatives.
それは俺も
Yes,
聞
he
いて
told
ま
me the
す。
same thing.
そうか。
Oh well,
一貫
at
して
least
るんだな。
that's consistent. Ryoko pulls several sheets of loose leaf papers from the different pile.
だが鴎外に血縁者
The
はい
truth
な
is
い
that Ogai has no relatives.
私は
I thought that
咲坂君
Sakisaka
が嘘をつい
was
ていた
simply lying. However,
もう一つ
there
の
was
可
another
能性を考え
possibility
るべ
I
き
should have considered. He might have been tricked by
鴎外
someone
の
claiming
親
to be
族を名
Ogai's
乗る
family.
何者かにそそのかされていたのかもしれない。
Ryoko paused, then looked sidelong at Koji.
サヤという名前に
Does the name Saya ring a bell?
さや
Saya? No, who's that?
さて誰なのか何なのか
Who or what is the
興味が読む
question?
ほどわから
But
な
more I read, the less I understand. She sighs bitterly, then returns her attention to the papers in her hands.
間違いなく言えるの
All
は
I can say is that for
そい
sure
つ
is
が
that
鴎外の研
it
究の
appears
核
to
にある
have
ものら
been
しい
the focus of
ということで
Ogai's research.
もし咲坂君がこのサヤと呼ばれるものとす
Sakisaka
でに
is
深く関わって
involved
いる
with
のなら
whatever Saya
彼は
is,
もう引き
then
返
he's
せないとこ
already
ろまで
past the
踏み
point
込
of
ん
no
でいる
return.
ということになる。
The icy certainty of Ryoko's voice sends a chill down Koji's spine.
だとしたら
If so, then what will we do?
どうするつもりなんです。文則を
He has to ask, even though he already knows the
さ
answer.
っきも言ったよね。1年
It's
前
like I
の
said,
私も
Ryoko replied,
手元に銃を
smirking
持っ
with
てればっ
intention of
て
tension in
どれだけ後悔したかもし
Koji's
れないん
voice.
だ。
Smirking at the tension in his voice. I have no idea how many times I've wished I'd killed Ogai when I had the chance.
もう二度と後悔
I
す
won't
る
make the
つも
same
りは
mistake
ない
twice. Again, that was technically what it sort of implied a while back, that yeah, when, or at least I was getting a feeling of, is that you have Ogai was taking care of her, and at some point he goes missing, and then suddenly she just suddenly ends up with him, Fuminori, and then she's talking about this idea, this dandelion or whatever fluttering in the wind and going out to the desert, and then something taking care of it, almost feeling like it's just going from person to person. It was the Ogai at some point, and now it's with him. And that's why she's possibly saying that idea, I'm not going to make that mistake again, because Fuminori is feeding her, and then, or Ogai was feeding her, and then it's passed on to Fuminori, and now Fuminori is feeding her, and she failed to kill Ogai, won't do that again. Basically her fuel.
俺が警察に行けば済むことです。
Go to police, it'll be all over. That's never how this stuff works, dude. Ryoko didn't respond. I thought she didn't even hear Koji said.
文則がやったことは殺人
Fuminori
未遂で
tried to
す。
kill me.
俺が
Koji
訴えれ
continued
ば
persistently.
あいつは犯罪
If
者
I
として
report him, he'll be arrested
目
and
撃者は
Ryoko
物証
cuts him
は
off harshly.
咲坂
You have
君が
witness?
君を殺す動
Proof?
機は
What's Sakisaka's motive?
なあトノ君
You know, Tono,
君は警
you're
察の仕
completely
事について
misunderstanding what
ひ
the
どく
police do.
彼らの職分は正義を
The job
貫
isn't to
く
fight
こ
for
とだ
justice or even to keep people safe. What are you
不
saying?
条理な物事について
Finding reasonable
きちんと条理に
explanations
沿っ
for
た
unreasonable
体裁を
events.
整える
That's what the police are for.
これが警察っていう役所の仕事だ
Noisy girl.
彼らの思考はいつだって
They always choose to believe the simplest, most logical explanation.
It's
like how water always flows downhill.
どうあろうと彼らには興味ない
They aren't interested in the truth.
彼らが
They
感
don't
知す
know
ると
or
ころでは
care
ないんだよ
that the truth is
小
often
説より
stranger than
気にな
fiction.
る事
そこまで決めつけること
They
ない
can't
で
be
しょ。
like that. They can't all
話して
be
みなけ
like
ればわ
that.
かりませんよ。
I won't know until I try.
そうわかる
Exactly, Ryoko states. As she pulled another sandwich out of the bag. That's the problem. She hasn't spared Koji a second glance since looking at him earlier. Even while talking, her attention is always focused on the papers in front of her.
君が錯乱した親友の手
Let's
で
say you
井戸に
accuse your
落とされ
friend
た
of
と
pushing
主
you in a
張
well.
すると警察
In
はあと
addition to
二
your
つばかり
statement, the
真実
police
の
will
候補を
consider
用意す
two
る
alternative versions of truth.
君が
Maybe you're
狂
making
言
it
自
all
殺
up
で
to
親
frame
友
your
あるい
friend.
はもっとシンプルに
Or even
事
simpler,
故で
it
井
was
戸
an
に落
accident.
ちた君
You
が
fell in a well
錯
by
乱して
yourself,
親友を
and the
疑
shock
っ
has
て
made
い
you
ると
paranoid
こ
and
の3
delusional.
案のどれかが操作
These
してい
three
るレースで
possibilities will
勝ちを競う
complete
わけだ
to each to
勝ち
see
馬
which
は誰にもわか
these will
らない
compete to see which comes out as the most convincing evidence. No one knows which will be the winner.
こんな博打に
Are you
君は
willing to
信
bet
頼潰すまで
everything
かける
you
気かい
have on your truth? Koji has no response. I mean, it easily goes down the idea that they're police officers. They're not investigators. They're not PIs. They don't have like detective skills. Koji has no response. Can you really explain with cold, clear logic that drove Fuminori to do what he did? How can he convince anyone else when he doesn't even understand it himself? Are you okay? Are you okay down there? Sharp noises down there. You licking your paws? Doesn't even understand himself.
そして
And here's the biggest problem. Ryoko stays calmly, cutting into Kyoji's thoughts.
君がそういうランチキ騒ぎに手こ
When
ず
you're
って
raising
いる
hell with the police, we'll lose our chance at cornering Sakisaki.
逃すことで
Sakisaka. Sakisaki.
身辺で火の手が上がれば彼は手遅れになる前にさっさと姿を
If he sees trouble coming, he'll go into hiding.
そうやって
And he'll be
ま
right
た
back
ランチ
to
の
square
形
one.
に戻る
Oh yeah, she paused to bite her sandwich, finishing. You gotta take it slow to understand the lore fully. And that's the other thing, I don't want to rush it. Just like when I let Ogai get away. Heavy silence falling upon them, with only soft rustles of pages turning in Ryoko's hand to mark the passage of time. Please tell me, Doctor, Koji says, his hushed voice breaking through the quiet. What crime is so unforgiving that you're determined to take your justice in your own hands? What exactly did Ogai do in that room down there? Once again, Ryoko ignores Koji's question. This time, however, Koji doesn't back down. His silent glare demands her attention as she pores through the documents before. That would be a really cool twist if she's messed up too. Like she sees everything warped too. Sometime, Ryoko rearranges the papers in her hands and sets them aside, as though having come to some conclusion. She then turns to her chair to face Koji for the first time since she awoke. Listen, Tono. Her hard stares belies calmness of her voice.
君はここいら辺で降りた方がいい
You need to get out of here while you still can. There's a lot of fine hot springs out around here. Go relax, and don't return to Tokyo until you're ready to forget any of this ever happened. Forget? Koji feels anger rise at them. I'm with my girlfriend. Fuminori is my best friend, and you're telling me to forget about that?
そうだ忘れろ
Yeah, forget about them, Ryoko replies,
警告
coolly rebuffing Koji's anger. This isn't a suggestion, it's a warning.
今まではどうであれ
Whatever they were to you, that's all over now.
その二人は
You'll never get to see them again, I guarantee it. Or it's just simply an idea that she used to be Koji. She was Koji at some point. Then what about Tsukuba? Koji shouts, unable to control himself.
彼女はどうなる
She begged me to help on the phone. Something terrible has happened to her.
そりゃ何十時間前
And
に
how many
話
hours
した
was I oh, what was that?
私が君を
Do you
助
know
け
how
て
much
から
time
何
has
時間
passed
経った
since I
と思う
saved you? How much longer you think it would be lasted down there if I
井
hadn't?
戸の中の君が
She shakes her
遅
head,
すぎるよ
then declares coldly,
彼女は
It's
とっ
too
くに
late.
死んでるだろ
She's already dead. Don't expect
誰もが
everyone to be as
君ほど
lucky as you.
あんたは
You heartless. Koji growls, unable to suppress his
あ
anger.
の井戸で俺の死体を見つけても
If you'd found me dead in that well, you wouldn't have thought anything of it, would you? No, I don't know you. Like, I don't know
ま
you.
さか生きてるとは思わな
I
か
was
った
prepared for that, of course. Ryoko says, shrug, unfazed by Koji's ire. I hardly expect to find you alive. It's futile to argue with a woman like this. Koji realizes her values are fundamentally different than his own. Nothing he can say will ever move her. Koji gets out of bed and stands in shaky legs.
どのくらい
How long have I been asleep?
ざっと半日ば
About
か
half a
り
day. I envy your ability to
消耗
recover
した
so
後速
quickly.
やかに休息が取れるってのは
Privilege of
羨まし
youth.
いね
So enjoy it while it
若いう
lasts.
ちだけだよ
Koji
そういう
looks at
無
his
茶が
watch
効くのは
and sees it's 4 in the morning, which means that it's already been early evening when Ryoko rescued him. He can't believe that he survived in that well for the last 2 days. For almost 2 days. It was 2 days? Now the gaps in his memory has been filled with the sense of time that has returned. He realized that it's already Sunday morning, Ryoko's right. A lot of time passed since he spoke to Yo on the phone. Koji grabs his sport drink and 2 jelly packs from the bag of food that Ryoko brought, then head for the door. His legs are still a little unsteady, but he can compensate with that with his sheer willpower.
念のため聞かせてもらう
Just make
が
sure. Mind telling me where you're going?
東京へ
Tokyo, Koji replied brusquely. His tone is hard as
筑波
hers.
陽はまだ間に合うかもしれない
Tsukuba might still be alive. I'm gonna save her.
人の話を聞かないやつだ
You
ね
just don't listen, do you? You're gonna find her to be a blob.
聞く耳持たないのはお互い様でしょう
You can say I'm saying about you. Koji is expecting Ryoko to watch him go with that cold, mocking smile of hers. Instead, however, she sighs heavily and rests her jaw on her hands.
もう少し待つ気はないか
And to wait a little longer,
こいつ
somewhere in
の
here.
どこかに
she thrusts her chin at the mountain of papers in front of her.
王外が鞘と名付け
Is
た
the
も
answer
の
to
が
what
何だ
this thing is
ったか
called Saya
答えが
is?
隠されてる
I
はずだ
think you should wait until I figure out
そい
that
つを突き止
and
め
come up with a
て
plan to
ちゃ
deal
ん
with
と
it.
対策
筑波が死んでると決めてかかってるあんたなら
You would think that,
当然そう思う
since
でし
you're
ょう
already
ね
convinced that Tsukuba is already dead. In truth, Koji is extremely uneasy about going alone. At the same time, however, he knows that he mustn't depend on Ryoko. She made it clear that she doesn't care about saving lives. Teaming up with her will only make it difficult to salvage anything out of this nightmare.
殿君
Tono, Ryoko calls out to Koji before he steps the door.
仮にも一度は殺さ
You
れ
almost
かか
got
ってるん
killed
だ
once already.
もう二度と
Don't let it
殺さ
happen
れる
again.
な
She picks something up from the table and tosses it to Koji. Koji catches it. He feels its solid weight fill his hands.
これは
God, this is... Koji stares at menacing shape of the cold metal. It's a revolver, the same one that clenched in Ogai's skeletal
あ
fist.
と4発入ってる
Has 4 more
安全
shots.
措置はない
There's no safety. Just pull
引
the
き金
trigger to
を
fire.
引くだけどこでどう使うかは君の判断に任せ
How
る
you use it, it's up to you. Koji were his usual cautious self, he would not hesitate to reject the dangerous offering. The only time you truly need a gun is when all hope is lost. He preferred not to fight a losing war. And yet, without knowing it, Koji has already set foot into Ryoko's world. Choosing an instinct over reason, he accepts a small but deadly weapon and stuffs it into his pocket. Don't just stuff that in your pocket. It has no safety. Stuff that in your pocket has no safety. There's no question that Koji intended to save Yo and bring Fuminori to answer for his crimes. In the back of his mind, however, he can hear the footsteps of ruin approaching. He's gonna go it alone. When he steps out of the cabin front door, Koji shivers as the wind tears into his skin. To his surprise, the outside air feels colder than the mud at the bottom of the well. Perhaps the cramped space mitigated the cold somewhat. Pretty much does. If he had been exposed to this chill all night long, he was surely froze to death. Koji finds 2 cars parked in the yard. It wasn't a motorcycle? What? Smaller car next to his must be Ryoko's. When he sits behind the wheel of the car, he gets some relief from the feeling that he's taken the first step, however small, back into his world. He sips the sport drink, wetting his parched throat, then washes down some jelly. His stomach rebels at the sudden influx of food after 36 hours on empty, but he managed to force down the urge to vomit. Koji needs the energy, no matter how hard it is. He must regain what stamina he's to overcome the challenges ahead. After forcing down as much food as he can handle, Koji leans back in his seat, and takes a short break. When he begins to feel himself again, he reaches into the back seat and pulls his spare cell phone out of his bag. That's right, he had another one. That's right. He never expected that carrying 2 phones would ever such a stroke of luck. As he calls up Fuminori's number and prepares to hit send, Koji is overcome with a flood of emotions. Rage, despair, sorrow, pity. He's unable to decide what to feel towards a friend. I wouldn't call him. Why the hell would you call him? However, There is no time to dwell on the past. Every second lost diminishes the chance of saving Omi and Yo. Koji refuses to consider that it may be already be too late. He steels himself and presses the button, then holds the phone to, I guess, to call to say don't do anything to her, hoping that if they are going to do something right now, we could stop it, but the shrill sound seems to go on for as longer than it ever has in his life. Right now, Fuminori's phone must be displaying the name of the caller. Koji wonders what his reaction is when he sees it. The call goes through. Silence on the other end of the phone. Koji senses surprise, apprehension, and dark fury. Feeling slightly gratified, Koji delivers the first jab.
Yo.
What? You weren't expecting a call from a dead man? I'm surprised. How'd you manage it? As Koji is about to answer, an idea suddenly comes to him. There's a secret passage in the well, Koji says. A plan formed rapidly in his mind. It led to a hidden underground lab. He paused to let it sink in. Then, with satisfaction filling his voice, he says, I met Ogai Masahiko. He's here. Come see him. Fuminori gasps to tell Koji that the advantage is his. Keeping his voice bold, he decides to further exaggerate the truth. I know it all. Everything about Saya. You're finished, Fuminori. I've got all the proof I need to blow this whole thing wide open. You won't even see it coming. You son of a bitch. It's obvious from Fuminori's tone. The rage is overwhelming his reason. Koji bluff is working perfectly. His victory is tainted, however. Fuminori's response to the name Saya brings a cry of anguish from the corner of his heart that still wants to believe his friend can be saved. Sakisaka is involved in whatever Saya is. Ryoko's words play back in his head, sounding even cooler than before. He's already past the point of no return. I mean, he just tried to kill you, and he's possibly killing somebody else. I don't think we're at the point now where there's a chance he's savable. He mustn't allow emotion to sway him. Where's Omi and Yo? Koji suddenly switched topics, trying to keep Fuminori off balance. It all comes down to this. Depending on your answer, I'd be willing to cut you a deal. If you swear not to cause any more harm, I'll forget about what you did to me. About what I found in the cabin. I don't want anything more to do with you and Sai anyways. All I want is Omi and Yo to be safe. Omi and Yo? Fuminori's voice trails off. He's obviously trying to decide how far Koji can be trusted. And whether there's room for negotiation. Fuminori has been called out. And now it's time for him to show his hand. I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, don't know anything about Omi. She never came by my house. Yo, on the other hand. Fuminori paused. Then gives a knowing chuckle that sends a chill up Koji's spine. Well, I wonder if she'll really want to leave. She with you, isn't she? Koji is relieved to learn Yo's location, and that she is at least alive? I don't know about that. At the same time, however, he remembers that horrifying phone call. It is clear now that Fuminori played some part in Yo's suffering. Had she already fallen into his trap back then? What had happened? What has happened to her? How is she being treated? Her wish has finally come true, Fuminori says with venomous sarcasm. She's my property now. I guess you and Omi got what you wanted after all. Koji feels despair settle over his soul. It's all your fault, Koji. How much lower will this man go? Must Fuminori seek out and destroy every member of friendship that they once shared? Let's Tsukuba go. When I'm sure that she's safe, I'll destroy everything I have on you and Saya. How can I trust you? First, I want you to. I'm not giving you a choice, Fuminori. Koji instinctively realized that it's dangerous to push his bluff any further.
後でまた連絡する
I'll call you
そ
later.
れまでによく考えてお
You
く
can. That's a sucky thing. Is that again? If she's like a blob thing, it's like send her out there. She's gonna get killed anyways. I'll call again later. You have until then to make up your mind. He hangs up without waiting for a response. Fuminori doesn't know that Koji is still at the cabin in Tochigi. Right now, he's probably worried that either Koji will show up in 1 hour and 1 minute, or 1 minute. Koji hopes that he'll be able to take advantage of Fuminori's confusion. 3 hours. That's how long it will take to race all the way back to Tokyo. Koji is afraid that his body won't carry him through such a long drive. His mind is clear, but his limbs still feel half asleep, like they're weighed down with lead. Although he knows that he will stay resolute, Koji still longs for the peace that he had a few days ago, when his life or death struggles were further from his mind. Back then, he could never imagine himself fighting to rescue a friend from the clutches of a madman. With each passing moment, he feels like he's becoming less of a person. He feels himself becoming less like the person he was. When all this is over, will he be able to return to his old life? Or will he change continue until it consumes him utterly? I think with 2 people already gone, yeah. Again, he doesn't know what's happening with Omi. Time is against him. Every second that passes is wasted. Even so, he decided to allow himself just 5 minutes of weakness. For exactly 5 minutes, he leaned against the steering wheel and cries. And when his tears have run dry and his heart is calm, Koji starts up his car and drives away. But his car doesn't start up. He tries to start his car, but it doesn't start. I stare at a silent phone in my hand. There's anger, of course, but something cold and heavy holds my emotions in check. The sense of danger. To be honest, I'm surprised at how calm I was. Damn it! I thought we were done with all of them. Master? This girl's gone. Yo looks up at him apprehensively, her head between his thighs. She was attending to his thing throughout the call. He's on the phone call with him. She's just going at it. Perhaps we second my silence for annoyance. She desperately rubs her chest against his thing and attacks the thing with her tongue. The remaining fragments of her memory seem to have joined together as she has regained some degree of speech. Upon realizing this last night, Saya began to teach her language once more. I assume she finds their pet efforts amusing. I am now head of the new Sakisaka household, as well as its only male member. It is my duty to protect, comfort, and ensure the happiness of the women living under the roof. With that in mind, I know that I mustn't show fear or confusion that would only cause them distress. It is clear that he has made a grave danger when he failed to finish off Koji. Fuminori, you never when you make love to me. Well, oh my gosh. Again, it's always a 2-punch. It's always a 2-punch. I always forget that it's a 2-punch. Ah, that was good. You're so greedy, Saya. I say, smiling wryly as I look at Yo, who's lying limply on the floor. You're always keeping it all to yourself. Of course. I won't forgive you if you give it to any other woman. After baring her teeth at me grumpily, she burrows her face into my stomach. I'm serious, okay? It's adorable how Saya goes from angry to pleading like this. I find myself reaching down to muss her hair. Don't worry. I won't. Now then, we better get ready. Yep. Yep. We can travel light and take Suzumi's family car. I'd better withdraw everything that's left in the bank account and carry it as cash. I'd also need a weapon, something more reliable than butcher knife. Koji will most likely follow. He thinks that Yo can still be saved. However, I'm not abandoning this house just to run away. As long as Koji knows our location, we're stuck on the defense. Leaving gives me a chance to regain my initiative and deal with him at a place of my choosing. The next time we meet, I'll kill him with my own 2 hands. I'll make sure to wring every last drop of life out of his body. Damn. Yusai needs correction. The shiver runs through me as I anticipate the battle ahead, and my bloodlust burns like orgasmic fire. Damn. He's super happy. Ryoko looks up in the morning sun is already streaming through the window. Tired from hours of poring over files, she removes her glasses and massages her aching eyes. Her dreams were always filled with horror, yet the night that she had spent was more nightmarish than them all, and it's not over yet. She has only just set foot on the threshold. Localizer cooked on the translation. As expected, the flies left by Ogai Masahiko were not the sort that Ryoko could simply pick up and read. Well, the files, not flies. Fortunately, Ogai had been too old-fashioned to put his trust in electronic media. If he encrypted his files on a computer, she'd have to find a hacker and decipher them. In fact, he not employed any kind of code in his writing. That would have been too time-consuming by hand. The method obfuscation he had used was quite simple. Of the files Ryoko pulled from the underground lab, the majority turned out to notes of Ogai's days as a student. Important paper were the diaries, the research notes that he had scattered throughout the piles of worthless scrap. At first, she was unable to understand the documents that she had found. Each sheet was covered with text on one side and blank, and on the other, each line was completely unrelated to the next, making it impossible to glean any meaning from the whole. The trick revealed itself, however, when she was sorting through the pages that made no sense. She found that each line continued the same of the different page. In Ogai's diary, for example, the first page, we don't need a whole explanation of all this stuff. First line in the next page. Similarly, the second one, the second line, and the third day, and the third line, set forth. After filing through all the lines of pages, Ogai had turned them out and scattered them amongst the other files. There was no regularity to how the pages were numbered, of course. Unable to locate any sort of key legend, Ryoko had no choice but to figure out the page under order manually. Despite knowing the task would be exhausting, Ryoko set valiantly. After separating the loose leaf sheets from the jumbled files, she began painstakingly processing, linking pages together according to contents of her first line. She found that Ogai had dismantled and scattered the diary, and she completed the number of days equal to the page of the blah 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 blah. The diary was then easier to restore because the entries varied in length and letter pages and larger number. This is the worst part of this entire visual novel. I don't care. I don't care about that stupid code. Ryoko's perseverance has paid off. She's already succeeded in restoring several volumes of Ogai's diary. As she reads them, she feels despair draining from her spirit, as it has so many times before. This cursed feeling of powerlessness it comes to knowing hidden truths. Those who have tasted it once shall be beaten down by it once again and again, until the day that all the secrets are connected, after all. Once you have glimpsed even the tiniest fraction of the world's true face, you have no choice but to watch in horror as the veil rolls itself back inch by inch. All that remains is to wait until the day that insanity will crush you and your reason under the ever-mounting weight. I've succeeded in communicating with the organism. It shows enormous curiosity, and the intelligence is beyond doubt. See research notes to confirm the vocal patterns of the body language. Its appetite for knowledge is insatiable. And its learning speed is off the charts. However, it exhibits absolutely no desire to be recognized as an individual. Its ego appears to be quite weak, suggesting a psyche wholly unlike that of a human. The speed of the organism's linguistic development is astounding. When I laughed at its mispronunciations, it immediately picked up on the conception of puns. Ever since then, it has been employing an entire vocabulary in an attempt to find puns that will make me laugh. Perhaps in a few days' time, it will have learned enough language for us to communicate freely. The organism's command of spoken languages is sufficient to facilitate higher-level discourse, but although it has regaled me with questions all day, it remains unable to answer any of mine. Your reply suggests that it has gained awareness only after materializing in this universe. It has no knowledge of where it came from. Materializing in the universe. It kind of implies a summoning. While I'm disappointed in the fact that it's has reached this level of intelligence only 1 week after starting to think. While I'm disappointed, the fact that it has reached this level of intelligence only 1 week after starting to think tells me that there is no end to what it can learn from it. Hypothesis: it is not naturally occurring organism, but was created by an even more sophisticated sentient life form. This would explain why it has no ego, yet possesses such a hunger for knowledge. It might be some sort of reconnaissance drone that's sent here from another world. Well, again, it was playing the idea of a interuniversal thing. It just kind of stops at Earth. Let's say they consider doing an anime adaptation of it. I think I've seen something about a possibility, but I don't think it was probably a made-up thing. I don't think they would adapt this. Ryoko smiles humorously for the umpteenth time since starting reading. How wonderful it would have been for if she could laugh the diary off as delusions of a madman whose work as science fiction author. Alas, she knows far too much. When she thinks back at how many horrors Ogai brought into her life, the word before her takes a chilling credibility. I have confirmed the organism's brain power far surpasses any human's. This morning, I taught it about prime numbers after I explained Lucas Lemur tests for Merson's primes. It immediately began to list examples that it had calculated in its head. I was only able to confirm by memory up to number 10M889, but it continued to list further examples without any trouble. I left it to its calculation, and when I returned a few hours later, I discovered that it has written down more than 70 of them. Computers all over the world are currently working to calculate Merson's primes, and last one I remember being around the 39th back in 2001. When I entered several of the results in the laptop and ran the test on it, I found that every one of them was correct, the same, no doubt, true with the rest. After all, the American organism has never shown any pathological need for respect that would lead to it to lie about its accomplishments. I see no reason to doubt its veracity. That kind of leads to the idea that Sai wouldn't lie? Like, she has no reason to ever lie? Could reveal to the world expedient method of discovering the primes. The prize money would make me a billionaire. Of course, my current research is worth far more than the sum of money. I must keep it secret. The organism's computational speed exceeds that even the most powerful supercomputers. I can only conclude that its cognitive faculties are beyond anything human can imagine. At the organism's request, we have begun a new field of study. Despite its immeasurable aptitude for mathematics, it now desires to concentrate on sociology and the natural sciences. Perhaps our math problems are simply too elementary for it. It has shown keen interest in the means of which organisms reproduce and multiply. Yeah, sure. As it possesses nothing that it could do to call emotion, I hesitate to use this description. But when I learned about DNA, it seemed somehow excited. In fact, the organism itself seemed surprised by its reaction. In fact, the organism The organism itself seems surprised by its reaction. When asked about the nature of this impulse, the organism decided to label it instinct. If this description is indeed accurate, then this is extremely significant development. It would mean that there's more deeper level to psych than that's just knowledge. It acquires since coming to this world. If it can use this discovery to trace its roots, it might be able to learn what it truly is. Note: candidates for the plane of world of the organism's origin are discussed in my writings, The Silver Key, filed separately. I spend the whole day carrying books into this room. Apparently, the organism is no longer satisfied by the knowledge I am able to impart. It should come to no surprise considering its linguistic prowess, but the speed at which it consumes text is astounding. The narrative continues for some time, chronicling the intimate relationship between Ogai and the organism. Him giving her deposits. In the back of her mind, Ryoko imagined the old doctor climbing down the well in the middle of the night to hold congress with some inhuman creature in a bizarre laboratory. The image is disturbing, similar to nightmares that have shattered the silence of many nights with her screams. When she was attacked by this thing? Was attacked by Saya too? What follows, however, makes even more her worst nightmares pale in comparison. Or was she tested on by Ogai? The organism has made a very strange request. This is the first time it has asked for anything other than food and reading materials. I can hardly believe it, but it wants to consume the sperm of living creatures. This is separate from its desire for food. Once again, it has described this impulse as instinctive. Now that it has declared itself a life form that requires the seed of males, it has begun to identify itself as female. After today, I mean, that was, again, it was the idea that this thing looks like it doesn't really necessarily do one or the other, because it was going crazy on somebody else. After today, I suppose I shall have to start calling it an organism a she. Is the personality that she has begun to exhibit really just an imitation creation created for her amusement? Ever since she started to immerse herself in our literature, she has been acting astonishingly human. She identifies herself as female and already possessing an enormous store of culture knowledge. Is she trying to create human identity for herself based on these? I have seen her laugh, grow angry, and today she cried. She's just copying the emotions displayed. If not, then she's already... Is a soul something that intelligent life forms can acquire? I feel that I am witnessing something more mysterious than the genesis of life itself. Today is her birthday. Although it is a year late, I want to give her a special gift. Saya was the name of my mother's cat. In childhood, she probably ate it too. In childhood, she was my sole friend and my beloved. I decided long ago that I would never, that whatever ever blessed with a child, I would give the name to my daughter. Happy birthday, Saya. Let this be the name of your soul. You have earned it. The ability that Saya had discovered in herself is showing more extraordinary results each day. I have no doubt that she is a kind of artist. What exactly is it that she created in her body from that rat I gave her? At this point, I can only surmise that this type of retrovirus, a reverse transcriptase enzyme that creates exactly what she desires. Huh. That rat must have been transformed by her art. The rats that have been transformed by her art are so very beautiful now. The many enzymes secreted by her body and the various appendages she uses are discussed in detail in biological observation filed separately. Here I will say this. By witnessing Saya perform her operations on several rats, I have gained the confidence in my theory that her body is designed specifically to manipulate the biology of other organisms. Yeah, I've seen that. Ryoko looked grimly at the still unsorted mountain of research notes. When she finally managed to separate those papers, she'll probably find the many other files mentioned in the diary. Ogai's biological observations. At the very least, she wants to look through those before facing the thing called Saya. Under no circumstances does she want to go into battle unprepared. She looks at her watch and sees that it's already 7 in the morning. Assuming Tenno Koji made no stops, he should be arriving at Tokyo about now. Now that it's too late, she wishes she'd stopped the stubborn fool for leaving, even if she'd had to shoot him in the leg to do it. My gosh. Koji pulls up 2 blocks away from Saka's house and stares at the silent building. In the bright light of the morning, the house is shrouded in a dark miasma, like a black hole torn in the landscape. It's like a fragment of Koji's imagination. The figment of his imagination. Every window is closed, offering no glimpse inside. Koji has no way of knowing whether Fuminori is at home. A pedestrian walks his dog down the street, glancing back at Koji through the windshield as he passes by. Koji is surprised by the attention. Isn't surprised by the attention. He hasn't bathed or changed clothes since spending the night buried in mud, so he must look like a vagrant inside his car. When he looked into the rearview mirror, he sees a haggard visage of a man 1 foot in the grave that stares back at him. It's hard to believe that the tired, unshaven face is really his. If he stays here for too long, someone might report him to the police. He better pull himself together and get moving. He drives up slowly to the front of Fuminori's house, quickly checks to make sure no one's around, and gets out of the car. Anyone who might have been in the house probably heard the sound of the engine, but there's no point in worrying about that now. Koji walks up swiftly to the gate of the yard and the front door. He puts his hand on the doorknob, forgoing the bell. This time, such pleasantly has passed. The door is unlocked. The knob turns easily in his hand. He puts his ear to the door and listens for any sign of life. Acting like a thief, he realizes that with some shame, but that is the least of his worries now. No sound from within. After checking the street again to make sure no one is looking, he quickly opens the door and disappears inside. Why would you go inside? These people have to go inside. An indescribable stink immediately assaults his nostrils. He's already prepared for anything. However, so rather than discourage him, the stench only sharpens his caution to razor's edge. He has crossed the threshold many times in the past, and his memories of days spent here are still bright. So why does he feel the same ominous, chilling aura that permeated Ogai's home in the cabin? Anger and sorrow seize Koji's heart, as though a dear friend's grave has been defiled. Koji doesn't remember his shoes before entering. He knows why he's here, and is not going to be polite. Every storm shutter is closed, filling the house with a gloom, and he can see nothing but pitch black darkness throughout the open doors in the hallway. He should have brought the flashlight from the car. He thinks ruefully, then remembers that he dropped the light when Fuminori attacked him. Is still lying in the backyard of the cabin in Tochigi. The house might be empty, then again, it might not. Each particle in the air seems charged with a silent menace. Is an enemy lurking somewhere in the darkness? It's not hard to imagine Fuminori waiting in the chance to take him by surprise and finish off where he failed to. Koji walks down the first floor hallway, then climbs the stairs and checks the second floor too. My battery's going out. My mouse is dying now. He moves slowly and carefully, keeping his senses sharp, but he feels nothing watching him from the shadows. I would assume that he left. After completing his round safely, he's convinced that the house is empty. Oh yeah. He suddenly realized that his right hand is touching the cold steel of the gun in his pocket. Did he intend to draw his weapon upon encountering Fuminori? Of course. Now that Koji thinks about it, his own actions seems mysterious to him. What does he plan to do when he meets Fuminori? Will he lay into him with curses and epithets? Will he force himself to turn himself in, or Koji shakes his head. This isn't the time for such hopeless questions. If he keeps thinking, he'll stop moving. If he stops moving, fear will paralyze him forever. His only choice is to keep marching on. He has to close the distance between his prey. In any case, Fuminori isn't home. What form their reunion takes will probably be decided the moment of their meeting. All Koji has to do is not hesitate when the time comes. Still, why does his whole house smell like stagnant water? I'm not surprised that he's not like more getting into the idea of like the walls and stuff like that being covered in rotting corpses. Did they clean it out? I mean, I'm pretty sure the other girl's seen the rotting flesh and stuff on the walls. It's been 3 months since Fuminori has distanced himself from his friends. Just what kind of life has he been leading this whole time? Koji enters the living room and feels along the wall for light switch. Okay, I thought that he searched the house. The moment he flips the switch, the answer to the question is revealed. I got the impression he checked the house. How far is Fuminori gone? Koji realizes that the first time he has encountered Fuminori's insanity in visual form. From the dust piled in the corner of the room, it's clear the paint was not applied recently. How many nights Fuminori spent surrounded by a madness array of color? They sort of imply this was actually like guts and stuff that was smeared on the wall. Now it's playing it out as if it was paint. That makes me believe that everybody that comes here is seeing something different. Why, if such oblivious signs were available, why did Koji realize that something was wrong before it got this bad? Why didn't he? Was he deaf to dying screams of Fuminori's sanity? Was their friendship really so worthless? As he stands petrified in an unfamiliar living room, Koji directs his anger entirely on himself. If he could, he would like nothing more than to apologize to Fuminori for failing to help him through his suffering. Koji feels that he might be able to save his friend. Perhaps he was arrogant to think so. But if so, it is arrogant, born of kindness. Koji passes through the living room and opens the sliding doors that leads to the kitchen. When he enters, he finds the most disturbing of the house's many stenches is the strongest here. Blood. The room is redolent with the smell of countless layers of blood, grown stale over time. He peers in the well-used sink. Around the rim, he sees faint, brownish-red blotches that water alone couldn't rinse off. Even more obvious, the stains in the dish rag. Such stains are proof that the rag has been used and reused countless time, but that couldn't have been used to make it that stick. What could it be? What could have been used to make it that sickening, begrudgingly color? Koji stares at the refrigerator next to the counter, as though it were the monster waiting to swallow him whole. He stands motionless until he is able to work up the courage to simply touch it. Then he stills himself, grabs a thick handle, and opens the door. He'll check the freezer, then the refrigerator. The freezer is packed with frozen meat of various shapes and sizes, as each piece is wrapped tightly and frosted over plastic. He can't tell what kind of meat it is. The meat in the refrigerator, however, has already been thawed for consumption. Nice. For a while, he can only stare in disbelief at the 5 fingers beckoning for him to back from the back of the compartment. They are the long, slender fingers of a woman, their bluish tinge giving them appearance of waxworks. I'm guessing I don't know. Would he be able to recognize Omi's fingers? Koji is unable to remember what Omi's fingers look like, even though he has kissed her finger countless times. I mean, it could probably be the wife and neighbors. When he finished crying after his conversation with Fuminori, Koji promised himself that he would not cry again, and in fact, he does not. He regrets his decision, however. He indulged himself too early. He should have saved his soothing tears for this moment, for now he knows that truly nothing is sacred. At least, doubts about Fuminori's have been utterly obliterated. Koji pulls Ogai's revolver out of his pocket and wraps his hand around the grip like he would a charm. Its definite presence, its promise of merciful annihilation, is the only thing keeping his sanity intact. He will surely use it to kill Sakisaka Fuminori. Not for revenge, not for justice, but to make the world once a place governed by reason. For that purpose alone, he must eliminate the anomaly. He breathes deep, exhales, then lifts his hand before his face and stares at his spread fingers. Alright, he's not shaking. He's prepared to face his new objective. Koji sticks the revolver back into his pocket and pulls out his phone. Oh, another choice? Another choice. I think Ryoko, like... Because going straight Fuminori, I don't think he's going to have enough information that he needs. Because what Ryoko is doing is trying to figure out how to stop Saya. But do I want him to stop Saya? It's like last time I was just going the Saya route. Now it's like I'm on the other side. Do I sabotage him? Do I sabotage him to keep him from being able to stop him and Saya? This is basically pro-Saya. This is anti-Saya. Yeah, let's just go straight to Fuminori. Let's go straight. Just go straight Fuminori. That way he fails. Because I think the way to stop them is have to go Ryoko. It's time to finish this. Just as he promised earlier, Koji calls Fuminori again. The call goes through immediately. Fuminori must have been waiting for it. Hey Koji, where are you? What's the difference does it make? As soon as Koji responds, a shrill ringing fills the house. Startled Koji spins around looking in the hallway. The house phone is flashing and signal incoming call. I see. I figured he'd be at my house. Koji fell for it. Fuminori is the one calling the house. And now he knows exactly where Koji is. He must have predicted that this would be Koji's first stop. That Koji would call him upon finding it empty. So, I guess you've already seen everything. Yeah. Koji keeps his voice bold to conceal his horror. When did Fuminori become so cunning? It's like you've become quite a meat eater since we last met. Just how many people have you killed? Actually, I've only killed one so far. Fuminori replies unapologetically, in his tone upbeat. I've taken apart 3 or 4, though. I'm getting pretty good at removing the tendons and draining the blood and such. Koji no longer feels the sadness or horror when faced with Fuminori's inhumanity. There's only a cold desire to kill the creature speaking such revolting words with his friend's voice. You killed
近江を
Omi, didn't
殺
you?
したな
You bastard.
知らないって
You
いう
were
のは
lying when you
嘘
said
だ
that earlier. You hadn't seen her. I wonder. Fuminori muttered, seemingly somehow embarrassed.
正直言うとね
I guess the first one I ate might have been Omi. It was the same day that she disappeared, come to think of it. The body wasn't in the shape I could identify. Koji had already abandoned hope, but this was still a shock to hear from his lovers, hear of his lover's brutal end.
つくばもか
Sukabatu? No. Fuminori says, exasperated chuckle. She's here, like I promised. I'm no fool. I need her to trade with you, right? I won't waste her.
声を聞かせろ
Let me hear her voice. I think that's possible. She's in no state to talk. I'm still alive. I don't know how much longer because I'm starting my. It's starting to get to the point where I can't read this stuff very well anymore, so I'm probably gonna call it here in a minute. I don't think that's possible. She's in no shape to talk. Fuminori's dismissive words further sharpen Koji's
言っ
bloodlust.
たはずだぞ
You forgot what
彼
I
女を無事
said.
に解放しないなら
If you don't let her go if you don't let her go unharmed, come on, be happy. She's still alive. Or you'd rather have Yo as a corpse? I'm too close to call it. I doubt it. I think that's what people say when they want you to keep going. You're almost there. You're almost there. Let's get this straight, straight, Koji. You bring your evidence along with all the files you've gathered. When I'm satisfied that they're the real thing, I'll hand over Yo.
いいだろう
Fine. It's obvious this deal's a sham. In all likenesses, Fuminori is planning to kill him and bury his secrets forever. Moreover, Koji doubts that Yo is even alive. Her meat could very well be somewhere in the refrigerator right in front of him. However, Koji isn't particularly interested in Fuminori's true intentions. After all, he has no intentions of making a trade either. His only goal is to get close enough to destroy Fuminori and whatever is pulling his
場
strings.
所は
Where? Remember Dr. Ogai's house? The one you followed me to? Let's meet there tonight at 7. Come along.
おい
Hey. Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response. Perhaps Fuminori has sensed the opponent's intent. If so, then he has realized that Koji is not just the haunted, but now the hunter as well. So we're like duelists maneuvering for advantage. Koji smiles grimly as he pockets his phone. It's astonishing how much their relationship has changed. The question is whether or not to comply with the 7 o'clock rendezvous agreement. If there was serious negotiation, then it would be wise to avoid preempting Fuminori in any way that could provoke his anger. What Koji and Fuminori are really doing, however, is trying to lure each other into a deadly trap. Koji doesn't want Fuminori's plans to do between... Doesn't know what Fuminori's plans to do between now and then, but he's not about to let his enemy keep the initiative. The fierce bloodlust that has taken root in his heart is more than enough to energize his exhausted body. Plus that sports drink. Koji leaves the death-filled house, his strides more determined than before. Oh, back to his view. Today was the first time I've driven since my accident last summer. The proposition was always too dangerous to consider, even my ability to recognize the roads and cars. Oh, that was that answer we had earlier. Things have changed, however. In the 3 months I've had to adapt to my condition. I know what cars and pedestrians look like now, and even though I can't exactly see colors, I've learned to decipher lights and turning signals. Still, can't read signs, of course. Nonetheless, I managed to make it safely to our destination with Saya and Yo in the back seat. It was Saya who came up with the idea for our new hideout, an abandoned building she discovered while living with Dr. Oga. In these hilly suburban residential areas, it's not hard to find thick patches of undeveloped forest just off the beaten path. Saya's old playground is located in such a secluded area, unaffected by a flow of everyday life. It used to be privately operated sanatorium hidden amongst the silent trees. After the owners went bankrupt, it remained unsold and was eventually forgotten. After I left Saya and Yo at the hideout, I returned to the town to make some preparations. Now I'm finally back to our new refuge. I like this ruin from the moment I saw it. Mountain of constructed materials and garbage littered in the front yard, forming a serviceable barricade. I got a nice barricade for there. This place was even less likely to receive unwanted attention than our house. You have no idea what it was about. Yeah, you're gonna be totally lost at this point in the story. We're technically like 7.5 hours in. So my brain sees humans as revolting monsters. Places like this have been tend to stink or seem covered in filthy slime. Ruins like these long empty. Since my brain sees humans as revolting monsters, places they've been tend to stink or seem covered in filthy slime. Ruins like these, long empty of life, are the places I find the most restful.
Tadaima.
I'm back. I call out to them, knowing I'm not to let them know that I'm not a stranger. Then I go down to the basement where they are hiding. I bet they're doing some crazy, freaky stuff too. Welcome back. Were you okay with the car? It was no problem at all. I figured out how to tell which roads are one way. As long as I keep my speed down, there's nothing to worry about. How are things going here? I took a look around. As I thought, there's no signs of anyone that has been here. I found this place. It's safe. Since I found this place. I see. Let's hope it stays that way. I'm a little worried about the this abandoned building could become a hangout for biker gangs or homeless people. It's probably because the trash pile up front. Most people won't get anywhere near that. Don't you think? I guess. It doesn't bother me it doesn't bother me at all. I rather like the place. In fact, but of course, normal people would feel differently. So how was your shopping? Did you find something good? Sure did. A slime axe. A proudly unwrapped weapon. I just bought from Camping Goods. A 1 meter long wood axe. The biggest and sturdiest I could find. I like how it was right next to the sign saying that long knives are illegal. Seems like you could do away with more damage with one of these things. That's always the weird oddity in that kind of stuff. Grip the axe with both hands, testing dependable weight, then swing it like a baseball bat. The deadly steel blade sweeps through the air right in the person's neck would be. Yo, who sprawled out on the floor, flinches at the sound and curls herself into a ball. How sharp is it? Want to test it on Yo? God dang, dude. I don't think that'd be a good idea. Definitely wasn't expecting Saya to suggest something brutal. I mean, she literally transformed her into a blob monster, presumably. You don't need to worry. Her new body can heal pretty easily from such cuts and such. But I'm sure it'll hurt. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Soka. Must have slipped her mind completely. Her smile at the oblivious Yo, as if to hide her embarrassment, then says, "But her screams are pretty adorable, don't you think?" I just wasn't. Yeah, I guess. Well, I just wouldn't feel right using an axe on a human. Really? Then what about Koji? That's easy. Should be obvious. But I guess that Saya still doesn't understand. I don't see him as human. I'll have to no trouble cutting him to pieces. That really makes a difference? Yeah. Humans have a conscience, you see. No matter how much you hate someone, you can't help but think twice about killing them. And that's how I'll win.
本当に
Really? Sai seems awfully subdued. I guess she's concerned about what'll happen when I have it out with Koji. He's bigger and stronger, so I might not have a chance against him in a fair fight. But what's just slaying a monster to me is murder to him. This is big. He'll definitely hesitate when it counts.
なんだか不安なんだよね
I'm a little worried, Saya says softly, staring at the floor with unusual gravity. You can never be sure how someone will react. It's dangerous to rely on that. She raised her head and looked straight at him.
ね
Or
えやっ
me.
ぱり私が
So used to
買った方が
flipping it
良く
whenever I do
ない
Mushoku Mondays. Do you think it'd be better if I hunt him? Again, if she's like totally like crazy killer, but that whole thing with that dude kind of threw a wrench in that. So I'm probably upset. He just basically said he could kill him easily based on how he looks. Yeah. I appreciate Saya's consideration, even though it could be interpreted as a lack of faith in me. She still pulled me into safety of hers. She's still putting my safety above hers. I'm getting to the point where I can't read anymore. I don't know if I can do this. I can't read anymore. Is it kinetic? No, because I've already had 2 choices at this point. With your strength, you might be able to overpower a girl like Yo, but I think it's hard. I think it'll be hard for you to take down a guy. A bitter memory of Saya. Yeah, I guess that technically is a good point. She's only technically killed 2 females and was overpowered by a guy. I guess that's the difference there. Saya falls silently for a moment, seeming to understand what I was thinking, but then comes right back, stubbornly press her case.
でもねあのおじさん
The
も
first attack went
最
fine
初
though.
の不意打ちは
Most humans
う
go
まくいっ
limp
たの
as soon as they see me.
病院だってそうだった
Yeah, technically she
平気
beat
で話し
him
かけてき
first
たのっ
time.
て文則だけだよ
The same in the hospital. You were the only one who could talk to me. I guess you have a point. Can't imagine it personally, but I suppose it's possible. Saya's appearance is shocking enough to make some lose their nerve. Suzumi is able to gain that advantage because he had the same condition as me, which let him see Saya as a cute girl. Fear doesn't necessarily make people weak, however. Depending on the situation, it can send somebody into berserking rage and make them hard to put down. In other words, such a tactic would be same as a sort of gamble that Saya worried about. Alright, Saya, how about this? I tell Saya a new plan that just popped in my head. Her gloomy frown turns to a bright smile.
それめ
That's perfect. You're so smart, Fuminori. Oh, stop. Not exactly a great plan, but I guess it'll be lessen the risk of me getting enough to excite her. She's so easy to please, but that part of her that makes her so cute. So, when is Koji coming? I got a call from him this morning. For now, I've sent him on a wild goose chase. I'm thinking I should shake him up a little bit.
やっぱり暗くなって
It'd
か
be
ら
best to
がい
take
い
care
よ
of
ね
him after it's dark, don't you think? Yeah, when the time is right, I'll lure him here and finish him. We won't have to worry about witnesses here.
せっかく人間一人分の
I think
肉
they're
が
at the
仕入れられ
house.
るのにここだと腐ら
Finally
せちゃ
going
う
to
ね
get more human meat. Too bad it's just going to be rot without a refrigerator.
他の動物を誘う餌に
Is
で
there
き
a
ないか
different flavor?
野良猫とか
Why
カラス
don't
を
we
引
use
き
it
寄
to
せさ
trap other animals? Could be bait for stray cats or crows.
それ危ない
He's
よ
he's gone full into
万が
this.
一取り逃した時よ
That's
そ
too
に持って
dangerous.
いかれて
If an animal to get
他人
away
に
with
使
the
った
meat,
ら大騒
someone
ぎ
might
にな
find
る
it and
よ
wonder where it came from.
そっか
Probably read on your own.
それもそうだ
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's probably... I'd assume at this point there's 8 endings? First choice makes it 2. Second choice makes it... I guess that would make it 4. There might be a third choice. It's too dangerous. Oh, yeah, good point. Humans are extremely dangerous, and they're filthy. Stinking bodies make me sick just by being nearby. Ironically, however, nothing tastes better than their meat. I truly regret having to abandon our well-stocked fridge.
まあ
この辺だ
Forest
と
around here is full
森
of
にも
animals.
いろい
I
ろと
don't
住
think
ん
we'll
でる
have
から
any trouble finding food.
3人分だよ。
We have
大丈夫
3
かい？
months to feed. Are you sure?
任せて。
We have 3 months to
これ
feed?
でもさや、狩りは得意なん
Oh,
だか
3
ら。
mouths to feed.
頑
Months
張
to
っていっ
feed.
ぱい捕まえてくるよ。
Leave it to me. I may not look it, but I'm a pretty good hunter. I'll be sure to keep us on the well fed.
そうか。
Okay. It's like you're going to have a breadwinner.
今日
You
から
gotta be the
は
breadwinner of the
鞘が
family.
一家の大黒
へへ。
Saya giggles happily at my praise. I find these childish qualities of hers adorable.
今度はどのぐらい
I wonder how long we'll
のんび
be
りで
able
き
to
るかな
relax this time. Because of the usually casual way she says it, I almost miss the emptiness to her question leads. Almost miss.
どのぐらい
Yeah.
かな。
Saya's right. This won't last forever. No matter how safe a hideout might seem, we always have to abandon it eventually. The slightest mistake could put our lives together in jeopardy. Just like when I failed to silence Koji. Later, Patches. Some dumb kids might decide that this old ruin is a good place to test their courage, or land might fall to target to new development. In order to be together with Saya, I've chosen to live apart from society. We'll find lasting peace in the world teeming with humans, not unless we could somehow escape from it.
長い旅だと思えばいいさ。
Think of it like going on a journey, just the two of us. Pull Saya into my arms and fold my hands around her slender shoulders, and then whisper,
どうせ人生なんて旅み
"Life
た
is
い
like
な
a
ものなん
journey
だ。
anyway. Nothing stays the
永遠
same
に変わら
forever.
ん時の流れを
The
見
only
送るか
difference is whether
自
time
分自
passes
身が
me
流れて
by
いくか。
or you get swept up in its flow."
そうだよね。
Guess you're right. Saya smiles softly, perhaps in resignation, perhaps in sadness. Either way, there is a peace and contentment in her expression.
それでも
But we'll be
一人ぼ
together,
っちじゃないし
so I'm not lonely. You're not lonely either, are you?
あ
No. I have no regrets. As long as I can hold Saya in my arms, I will gladly pay any price.
それにね、
And besides, she adds brightly, trying to cheer me up,
いつかは
one day
私
we won't
た
have
ち
to
が
hide
人目
anymore.
を忍ん
I
で暮
promise
ら
you
さな
that.
くてもよくなる日
I
が
wonder if I should just turn him into one of her.
それは約
I would
束してあ
assume
げ
that's
るから。
probably the end to it. But I don't think she wants him to become like her because she wants his deposits. Sounds like a fairy tale. But for some reason, she seems absolutely certain.
それは明日かもしれな
That
い
day might be
し、
tomorrow,
ずっ
or it might
と
be
ずっと
far
先
off in
の
the
こと
future.
かいつ印が来るの
My
か
first time.
私にも
So
わ
I
から
even
ないの。
so even I don't know
初
when
め
the
て
sign
の
will come.
ほんのちょっぴり怖いんだけどね。
She talked about leaving? Again, I think they kind of imply that she's an alien. So she might have a ship coming. I have no idea Saya's prophetic words mean, but this isn't the first time she said or done something mysterious. She performed any number of miracles already,
僕らにも
so there's no hope. So there's hope for us too. Yeah, she says with a cheerful nod.
きっとそれが
It'll be my
さ
last
やが
present
みのり
to
に
you,
送ってあげられ
Fuminori.
る
My
最後
first
の
and
プレゼ
final
ン
duty.
ト。
My first and final?
最初で最後の務め。
She sacrificed herself for him. Koji has nothing to do but wait. He has spent, well, I guess he's not at the house. He has spent almost half a day in a dark, empty study, breathing still air choked with mold and stains. He strains his ears for the slightest hint of movement below. Few people could endure such vigil? Such a vigil? But Koji has accomplished it without complaint. If anything, the suffering is welcome, for it keeps his nerves honed to a razor's edge. Without a doubt, his single-minded focus is the only thing allowing him to push the limits of his stamina. Koji understands this and embraces the pain. His closest friend has shattered his world like glass, and now Koji feels hate towards the madness that has replaced it, and towards himself for allowing it to happen. Self-loathing is a more reliable source of willpower than a faith of resolve, no matter how noble. When he arrived at the Ogai house, Koji snuck inside carefully, hoping to perhaps take his enemy by surprise. It was only after he got inside they realized the house was still abandoned. Even so, Koji was sure that Fuminori would arrive earlier than promised in order to set up an ambush. He's just sitting there waiting because he's still not coming. However, the light streaming through the windows turned red, then faded in darkness. With no signs of anyone coming, Koji's patience had grown weaker and weaker by the moment. And now the appointed time had arrived. Just as Koji's frustration is about to peak, his phone begins to vibrate and flash. From Fuminori. He called rather than showing up himself. Rage threatens to overwhelm him in an instant, but Koji manages to keep his voice calm as he answers.
どういうつもりだ
What's
文
going
野
on here, Fuminori?
いいよね
Well, I was worried that you might be wasting energy or on something silly, like planning an ambush.
お前のことが
Fuminori
心配
says,
になってさ
chuckling scornfully.
遅くなったがそろそろ本当の待ち合わせ場所を教えておかなくちゃと思ってさ間に合ってさ
Kind of late, but I guess I should tell you the real meeting place before you lose your mind. Did I make it? Did I make it?
ふざけた真似を
Son of a...
まあ怒る
Come on, don't get
当
mad.
然の用心だろ
I'm just being careful, all right? Fuminori laughs with unrestrained malevolence, as though to emphasize that he's seen through Koji's
お
plan.
前が大貝教授の家ま
Assuming
で
that
来て
you're
るんだ
Dr. Koji,
そこ
Ogai's
から
house,
ほんの少し
there's a place nearby, within
歩
walking
いて行ける
distance.
距離の場所
You and
だ
I are there.
ま
I'll
ず
give
は
you the
車に
address.
戻ってカー
You
ナ
should
ビ
be
を
able
見
to
ろ
find it on your
どこの
car's
番地教え
GPS.
てやるから
今度こそ信用できるってい
Yeah,
う
because
保
they
証は
they don't have phone GPS back then. He's probably got a flip phone. No, because they keep showing these old Nokia phones. Yeah, proof it isn't another trick.
疑わしければ来なくていい
If you're paranoid, you don't have to
執行ま
come.
で逃げるがいい
Just turn tail and run. Fuminori hangs up immediately after speaking his challenge. Koji leaps out of his chair and kicks it across the room, unable to find any outlet for his rage. He has no choice but do as Fuminori says. His stamina is already exhausted. Only his obsession is keeping him going. If he allows himself in a moment's rest, he fears he'll never be able to find the strength to face this madness. Tonight... Oh! I just hit the right click button. Tonight is the only chance to kill Fuminori. Koji knows, of course, that his enemy is planning to ambush him. Fuminori isn't going to fight fair. But then, neither is Koji. Because he has a gasp weapon. With the unsteady stride of a man half asleep, Koji leaves the Ogai house and heads for his car. Only the base of the foothill has been developed for housing. The address Fuminori gave Koji is outside that area, in the thick forest that still covered the mountain face. It's probably one of the other two houses. His car's GPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, there's an old, abandoned sanatorium there. It's definitely a place where no one could find, not even by accident. Maybe the next stop really will be the last. Koji drives the steep incline, soon leaving the residence neighborhood behind, even though the hand of progressions are right at his doorstep, and the underdeveloped forest is darker than he expected. This looks like a great place to live in secret, or to kill someone and hide the body. A place like this, lost and forgotten, aren't found only in the deep dungeon and the hidden valleys. Holes in the world are everywhere, even in the midst of civilization. A broken down gatepost suddenly appears in Koji's headlight, like a ghost rising from the darkness. It looks like a final stop. He rolls up to the gate, turns off the engine, giving himself silence in the horse. His phone starts reading almost immediately. He doesn't need to check who it's from.
着いたぞ
I'm here.
あ聞こえて
Yeah,
た
I heard you. Welcome to my new
よう
home.
こそ我が新居へ
Fuminori is nearby, close enough to hear the sound of the engine. A shiver of excitement shoots up Koji's spine.
中に入ってこいよ
Come inside.
よ
He was
う待
waiting.
ってる
Fuminori hangs up without a word. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove compartment and checking the revolver still in his pocket, Koji opens the door, gets out of the car. You know what's so sad is because, like, I can see somebody like Koji who lives in Japan probably has never ever seen a gun up close. I wouldn't doubt if, like, he hasn't even checked to make sure it has any bullets in it. Like, it might have just had one bullet for Ogai. I mean, there's a chance there's nothing else in it. And would he know if there's nothing else in it? I mean, revolvers are easy to check, but, you know. Mounds of trash litter the front yard, forming a surfable barricade. Koji sees everything from a small refrigerator moped to huge chunks of concrete plaster that must have been abandoned by construction workers. The fact that they could get away without leaving all this stuff behind shows how remote this place is. The moon is brighter than usual, allowing Koji to walk through the front yard without tripping over debris. Staying alert, he heads for the building beyond the mountain of trash. Something must be buried underneath the piles of garbage, because the whole yard is filled with a sharp stink of chemicals. Even the homeless probably wouldn't come to this place. If you need to get out of the wind and rain, there are plenty of shelters more suitable. How many times he stood like this, alone, ominously silent place, far removed from his everyday life, sneaking into a deathly quiet house to find traces of unimaginable happenings has become a normal as going to class. Yeah, things have happened over the last week. The houses that he has explored before were like freshly shed cicada shells, empty and dilapidated, but with traces of life they had sheltered. This place, however, is different. A perfect ruin, its walls and pillars rising from the dark forest like an army of ghosts, with no sign of at all that people once lived or worked there. The structure resembles a skeleton more than a shell. Time and the elements have stripped it of its former shape, and now there's only death. Koji has gone as far as he can. This must be the final stop. What will Fuminori's next move be? He must be planning to kill Koji, but how? As he's about to turn on the flashlight, Koji reconsiders. What could it be? If he wanders around with a light on, he'll be broadcasting his exact location. That will give the advantage to Fuminori, who's probably lying in wait for him right now. He holds up the light before him in his left hand, with his finger pointed on the switch. In his right hand, he raised the revolver, keeping it pointed in the same direction. Now ready to fire, when he turns on the light, Koji steps quietly into the dark rooms. It takes a while for his eyes to adjust, but when they do, he has only moonlit streaming through the empty windows to guide him. Everything appears gray and indistinct. However, Fuminori has to deal with the same conditions if he is hiding here. Yeah, I would see that his eyes are more adjusted, though. This is a battle of nerves. Exhausting and deadly. Where is the first to make the sound? No. I wonder if, technically Fuminori would be able to see better, because obviously he's seeing, mounds of flesh and stuff like that. It's a battle of nerves, exhausted and deadly. Where the first make a sound and give away their position will lose. The rooms on both sides of the hallway are open. Some are even missing their doors. Koji creeps up to each entrance, checks to make sure no one's inside, then carefully proceeds on. The stink that he notices in the ground has changed, and the garden has changed. Now it smells more organic, like rotten meat. It's the exact same smell filled the Fuminori's house. Squeesh. Koji freezes, stares down the hall. It was a wet sound of that he'd heard just now, like someone dragging their feet through the swamp, and it came from the room at the end of the hall. I bet that's Yo. Is her name Yo? Something is here. Something alive. Koji creeps towards the sound. His light and gun are ready. Because I could totally see Fuminori doing that, just to get at him, is to use her in her new, which again I'm assuming she has a new form. What's her name, right? I actually made a key so I know who's who. Yeah, Yo. I bet it's Yo. Because I'm assuming that he turned her into a blob. Squish, squish. Now a sound is coming from squeezing. Sounds like it's squeezing mud through their fingers, and it's getting closer. Koji begins to hear breathing. Could it be Fuminori? No, that's not possible. He should be waiting for him a chance to ambush Koji, not making careless noises. As he proceeds, the strange sound is coming through the cracks in the concrete wall, growing clearer. It's totally her. It's totally Yo. Before he knows it, he is standing on the threshold. The room is filled with thick, vicious darkness, just like every other room he's passed. There's more than just darkness, however. Something is there. He can hear pain breathing, like that is a wounded animal, and what sounds like sobbing. Sobbing?
誰だ
Who's there? He whispers in the darkness. Now that he's given away his position, he might as well turn his light on. For some reason, however, Koji feels like feels that to do so would have disastrous consequences. The question is Yo in her new form just as vicious as Saya? Last time I heard her voice on the phone, she was sobbing. The wheezing suddenly stops. And then a whisper comes from the darkness. Though not a human's voice, not by any measure, it speaks some blasphemous semblance of human words. A nightmarish flash of insight connects the dots in Koji's mind.
つくば
Tsukuba. Can't be. It doesn't sound like this. She doesn't smell like this. Please, Koji, kill me. If it's not Yo, then how does it know his name? Why is it begging for him for help? No, it can't be Yo. She's human. Not some creature that slithers and hides in the shadows. It hurts. His body always hurts. Save me, Koji. The thing wriggles closer. His reason cries out, imploring him to switch the light on before it's too late, or turn and run if he cannot. But Koji is unable to make either choice. He can only call out in vain to the amorphous shape in the darkness.
つくばなのか
Is it you,
No.
Tsukuba? Is it really you?
まさか
Let me die. No more, please, kill me. Like, she's playing along with them, but she's not happy. Something soft and slimy slides over to Koji's toes. Instinct overrides his will, forcing him to turn on his light and shine it at his feet. The white beam reveals something, the merciless truth that finally shatters Koji's sanity. Terror wipes his mind, all but 2 words, gun and trigger. His finger responds with instant obedience. I mean, again, if she's a massive blob, there's like really no helping her. There's an explosion of light and sound, both more intense than anticipated, and the destructive forces are swallowed up by darkness. His ears are still ringing from the banging, but he hears a weak voice coming from the shadows. Hurts. Koji screams and pulls the trigger again and again, certain that salvation can come from the barrel of the gun. And he's gonna waste all of his ammunition, and that's probably what Fuminori wants. That's exactly what Fuminori wants. So I'm kind of wondering if Fuminori even knew that he had a gun. Light and darkness, explosion and silence. They dance before him 3 more times. Koji doesn't even need to aim. The horrible creature is right at his feet, far too close to miss. Ryoko warned him how many bullets are left in the gun. Well, I guess there you go. But that information has already been driven from his mind. Even after the cold, heavy gloom wraps itself around him once more, Koji keeps pulling the trigger like a man possessed, paying no heed to the clicking of the empty weapon. And there you go. All out of ammunition. His panic-stricken legs suddenly give out, sending him down hard on his backside. Even then, he keeps firing the empty gun, He knows no other way of erasing the memory of the thing that he had glimpsed in the beam of his flashlight. The light, which fell from his hand during the attack, is now pointed a different direction. Through all 4 bullets must have hit their target, and though 4 bullets must hit target, there were Koji's last card to play, which leaves him alone in the darkness with no way to defend himself. And just as he realizes this, a mass of rotting flesh rolls over to him like a tidal wave. It hurts, obviously. It can no longer even scream as the thing pushes him onto his back. Is that her face? No, that's his hand. I was trying to see if it's his face. Fear seizing his throat in an arm grip. Koji struggles desperately against the monster as it crawls up his body towards his face, covering his face with his face with his left hand. He scrabbles wildly along the floor with his right, searching for a way out that doesn't exist. His mind is that of a feral animal, empty of everything but primal terror. And that is why, when his right hand closes around something hard at the last moment, he recognizes instinctively as a weapon. Putting every ounce of his strength into his arm, Koji swings the heavy object at the creature on top of him. Here's a thud of a blunt object striking something soft and wet. Then Koji's attacker rolls off him. As soon as he's able to move again, Koji leaps to his feet and grabs his new weapon with both hands, brandishing it like a charm to ward off evil. Only now does he realize what he is holding, a rusty steel pipe. The monster is still sobbing. The cry that is part scream, part roar. Koji raises the steel pipe and brings it crashing down on the cowering creature. He hears a wet sound and feels the blood-chilling sensation of a thick, soft flesh absorbing the blow. These combine to invoke an instinctive loathing and wipes his mind of all but the urge to destroy. Die! I'm guessing it's going to be Fuminori that's going to be like, hey dude, you just killed her. I mean, it seems like he's acknowledged that it might, or at least that it's talking like her, but assumed by the same desperation which kept firing the empty gun, Koji rains blow after blow down his enemy. After the 10th blow, it stops sobbing. After the 20th blow, it stops moving. After the 30th blow, it begins to feel and sound more like he's beating a puddle of viscous liquid. Rip yo. Koji doesn't stop thrashing the creature until it recovers enough of his senses to realize that whatever it might have been before, it is now nothing but a corpse. Pipe in his hand, covered with unidentified fluid and filth, suddenly feels unbearably heavy. 20 years of memories in the light of the sun. They are indeed precious to him. Then he should never have come to this place. Black flames of despair rise within him, consuming fear, revulsion, and pity. Only rage and hate remain. Every cell in his body cries out for revenge, for the blood of the man who poisoned him with the truth and tore him from the wound of innocence. And then Koji, slave to hate, hears the sound of someone sneaking up behind him. Koji rolls, swinging a pipe with the force all the force he can muster. His enemy hastily leaps back to avoid the strike, surprised by his failure to catch Koji off guard. Twisted shadow danced in the beam of light on the floor. Averting his pipe for the next blow, Koji faces off against the sound of the second attacker. Saki Fuminori. For this moment, Koji could never have imagined that he would ever speak his friend's name with such hatred. Fuminori's like, hey, dude! Hey, that was a pretty heavy swing just now. Trying to kill me or something? Even now, Fuminori is smiling, as though his huge axe in his hand is just a sick joke. Damn, Koji. I thought you would hesitate. You thought I'd hesitate against you?
貴様に
Koji sneers too, unable to contain his contempt for notion.
貴様近江をどうした筑波に一体何をした
How'd you kill Omi?
そ
Piece
れを
of...
考えてもまだ俺が貴
What did
様
you
を
do to
殺すのに
Tsukuba?
迷うだと
After all this, you expect me to think twice about killing you?
そいつは言いがかりの
That's my
つけ方
line,
が
Koji.
逆だろコージ
Fuminori growls, looking sadly at the pile of dead flesh at Koji's feet.
コージの分際で僕の
Do such a horrible thing to Yo. I'll make you suffer before I kill you. And that's the creepy thing. I mean, he's doing some horrible things to Yo. But to Koji, he's just killed a blob. To Fuminori, he's standing over a bludgeoned corpse that is a human. He doesn't care. Blade of I mean, he literally put Yo there to get killed, obviously. Or at least to be bait. The blade of Fuminori's axe carves a murderous arch through the darkness, glittering menacingly in the faint light coming from the floor. Koji raises his pipe to block the ferocious swing. The heavy impact numbs his arms, but his large frame takes the blow without giving any ground. Fuminori pressed the attack, delivering a second blow, a third. His axe, designed for chopping down trees, is deadlier, more durable than the piece of pipe that Koji had found discarded on the floor. Each strike Koji blocks sends chunks of rust flying at the makeshift weapon. He can't win this, as he is on the defense. He needs to create an opportunity to attack. Bastard. Koji blocks the crushing downward swing, then pushes back hard before Fuminori can pull away, throwing off balance. Fuminori stumbles backwards, then plants his feet to steady himself. I bet in the end Saya's gonna save his butt. It's probably gonna put it like Koji's gonna win. Like he's got the upper hand, and then Saya's gonna show up. Taking advantage of the opportunity, opponent's temporary mobility, Koji delivers a punishing low kick to Fuminori's outer thigh. Gah. Fuminori grunts and retreats, swinging his axe wildly to prevent Koji from following up with another attack. Koji, however, does not press his advantage. He just stands there. He is calmly spearing Fuminori with his stare.
お前喧嘩に
You've
慣れ
never
て
been
ね
in
え
a fight, have you? Fuminori roars, comes in for another attack. The damage to his right leg seems to be slowing his swing, easily blocking the axe with his pipe. Koji waits for Fuminori to exhaust himself. Die, die! Fuminori delivers blow after blow, howling savagely all the while. What he does not realize, however, is the situation now favors composure, not brute force. Fuminori raises his axe high yet again for another attack. Koji sees all the movements have grown dull enough. See the opportunity? Koji charges into Fuminori's range, grabs the haft of the axe with his left hand. As Fuminori recoils in fear, Koji swings a pipe at his enemy unprotected side. He feels the crunch of his ribs breaking. Gah. Pain drives Fuminori to his knees. Staring down at Fuminori's defenseless head, Koji, surprised by his own lack of emotion, raises his pipe high to deliver the finishing blow, and then Saya. Which and when something wraps itself around his ankle. Or if... I don't think it's Yo. It's gonna be Saya. I don't think Yo's there anymore. I think she's gone. What? The instant Koji panics at the unexpected sensation, something soft yet strong winds itself up his right leg and drags him to the floor with it before he can resist. He twists his body and tries to swing the pipe at the unseen enemy behind him, but his right hand, too, is seized by the same flexible force. He wasn't able to feel it through his pants, but now his blood turns to ice cold, slimy sensation of the thing wrapped around his uncovered wrists. The monster's still alive? It's Saya. Yep. It's Saya. Fuminori says encouragingly. Even while kneeling on the floor, his face twisted in pain, he managed a terrible, victorious grin. Saya. This monster is Saya. Koji struggles desperately to free his limbs from the creature's slimy grip. More tentacles swarm over his body, stealing his freedom of movement. Happy ending. The horror has already driven Koji half mad. Just imagining the creature's appearance is enough to send him into a mindless panic. His scream is suddenly cut off by a slimy appendage seizing his throat. This most deadly tentacle isn't just cutting off his windpipe, it's trying to snap his neck, and it's getting tighter. It's not going to show it? It's still not going to show it? They really don't want to show Saya. They really don't want to show Saya. My mind hazy from the pain, I watch as Saya feeds upon her slain prey. We've won. It was hard, and I wasn't able to do it alone, but together we have defeated our enemy. The price was steep. At least 2 of my ribs are broken, sending a sharp pain through my chest every time I breathe. Then there's Yo. I didn't expect her to fall to Koji so easily. I suppose that, unlike Saya, she might have been unfamiliar with how to use her new body in combat. My injury must have fueled Saya's anger. Her slaughter of Koji was merciless and complete. As soon as her prey stopped moving, she sank her teeth into his vital organs and ruthlessly extinguished the last embers of life. Gotta make sure he's dead this time. You failed to make sure he was dead last time. Through her brutal, grisly actions were becoming of her girlish appearance, Saya's face, covered in blood and gore, was that of a victorious queen of beasts, lording over her defeated foe. There was something noble and sacred about her primal ferocity that made me reluctant to disturb her. I don't know how long I've been sitting there watching Saya feast. I've nearly fainted from the pain several times. To be honest, I'm not used to violence. If he has some cracked ribs, he's gonna have to get the doctor or something, a hospital. The wounds I suffered in the car accident were worse, of course, but the broken ribs are most severe injury I've ever deliberately inflicted upon me. You'd think that Saya could show a little more concern for my condition. Koji is already as dead as can be. There's no reason for her to be so greedy. Suddenly realized that Saya has stopped eating. Now she's lying on her back, rolling side to side. Has she eaten too much? It's been several days since we had fresh, unfrozen meat. So I understand that her enthusiasm is coming from, but still, I'm wounded here. She could give me a hand. Because I'm preoccupied with unselfish wants, I'm slow to realize that something's wrong. Did Ryoko plant something in him? Or did he poison himself? Saya isn't resting. She's trembling in agony. My blood goes cold, and pain from my broken ribs is suddenly forgotten.
Saya!
Saya? I jump to run to her side and cradle her fallen body in my arms. Her face is pale, drenched in sweat, and half-closed eyelids and lips are shivering like she has a fever. What's going on? Was she wounded in the fight? Could the meat just have been poisoned somehow? I don't understand. All I know is that something terrible is happening. Saya. The only thing I can do is call her name with all of my strength. Saya slowly opens her eyes and gazes vacantly into my face.
Fuminori.
Sorry, Fuminori. I'm fine, really.
ただちょっと
It hurts.
痛い
Hurts a little.
だけ。
何なんだ
What's wrong? What is it?
どうしたん
Come
だ
on, Saya.
しっかりしろ
There's no way she's fine. It's glaring obviously that her condition is dire. Even so, I'm the only one who's panicking. Saya's expression is serene, as though she understands everything is happening to her. She even smiles softly up at
びっ
me.
くりしちゃった。
Can't believe it. I never thought it would come so soon. Oh, she said that there was something coming up.
時が来るなんて。
Is it like a cocoon thing? I might lose Saya. The thought is unbearable. Terror and despair are quickly overwhelming me. A feeling of utter helplessness that I cannot resist.
怖がらないで。
Don't be afraid. Remember what I said? This is the sign.
だよね。みのりと
This is our only hope.
どういうことだよ
What are you talking about?
わけわか
I
ん
don't
ないよ
understand.
さや
Stay with me, Saya.
しっかりしてくれよ
Saya answers my tearful entreaty with a smile like the mother comforting her child.
さやはね
I did it. I decided to do it
頑張
myself.
るんだって
I did my best.
みのり
After
は
all, you said you loved me.
綺麗だって
You said that I was pretty.
やめようよさや
Stop this. Whatever's happening, I just can't sit and watch it. Because Saya is such agony.
もういい
Please,
無茶しない
whatever
で
you're
くれ
trying to do, I don't want to
何をす
see
る
you
つもりか
suffer.
知らない
ひどいな
Don't be like that. She chides me. Please understand.
分かってよ
A soft voice, she reveals her secret.
生まれるんだよ
They're going to be born, our children.
みのりの
For a moment, my mind goes completely blank.
そんな
What? But when did you?
私もね
I'm surprised too, Fuminori.
びっくりねえふみの
Saya's
り
labored breath speaks into the terrible pain her tiny body is suffering. Even so, she wraps her arms tightly around my neck.
外に
Take me outside to an open place under the sky.
広いところ
I nod.
空の
What else can I do?
下に
If I speak, I'm afraid I'll be unable to hold back my tears. I mustn't cry. Not when Saya faces torment so bravely. She can like spawn a bunch of eggs. It feels like Saya is burning up in my arms. I fear the terrible convulsions that shoot through her at intervals will tear her frail body to pieces. Praying for her safety, I scoop Saya up and carry her swiftly out the ruined building. Could the cold night air will soothe her fever? But the hope is futile, cruelly dashed by as her breathing grows shallow and moans through bruised lips.
さや
Saya, we're
そう
outside.
だよ
In response to my call, she opens her eyes once more. Her gaze is cloudy and unfocused. She can no longer see. Nevertheless, Saya looks at me. I can tell that she is imagining my expression, where my face should be.
約束した
She says, "Promise, this is
これが
my final present." I know.
喜んで
I hope you'll like it.
嬉しいよ
Of course I will.
もちろん
It takes every ounce of my willpower, but I manage to make my voice light and cheerful. In Saya's mind, I know that I'm smiling. She won't have to see my face streaked with tears.
みのり
Fuminori, to you who love me,
星を
I give this
あげ
planet.
ます
It's gonna infect the entire planet, which I guess makes sense if they were trying to put it like a what was it, dandelion? Like all the seeds like fluttering in the wind, going in the desert, and if it's given some sort of resource, it will grow. So the idea, if she comes to this world, finds that one thing that nurtures her, and then eventually she will weed out. Like this massive weed just kind of grows on the planet, and everything gets infected by it. I bet she's gonna like just blossom out these things that infect everybody, turn everybody into her. Then everything looks normal to him. Just everything's a blob in reality. Saya's whisper is weak and pained, but there's ecstasy in her voice, ecstasy and joy. Her back suddenly shifts, then bulges outward.
この世界は
This world will be beautiful, she whispers, exultation.
さやと
A world just for us. Oh, she got pretty wings.
世界
And then Saya blooms. What else can I describe it? How else can I describe it? Flower petals, long and wide, spread out from her back like wings of newly formed butterfly. Their brilliant glow comes from countless tiny scales that cover each petal like particles of light.
さよならなのか
Is this goodbye? I asked her, careful to keep the sorrow from my voice.
ううん
Nope, not goodbye. This is the beginning.
これ
Saya's
が
pain must already have left her, for her expression is infinitely peaceful and content.
私と
Beginning of our world. Radiant motes rise on the wind, painting rivers of light in frozen winter sky. It's beautiful, overwhelmingly painfully beautiful. Victoriously in their freedom, the shining seeds of life are released into the vast and fertile land. Their songs herald the coming of a new world and the destruction of the old. It is boundless healing. It is eternal blessing. We shall fill the world with our joy.
これからは
Now we'll be together forever, won't we?
と一緒だね。
Embracing Saya's pitifully shrunken body, I gaze into the shining sky and let my tears flow freely. Thank you. Thank you for this final gift, Saya. She was worried at first. How long will the preserved foods in the underground storeroom last her? But now it seems her fears are unfounded. It's the liquor she should have worried about. By savoring each drop of spiritus as though they were her last, she thought that she could make her flask hold out a little longer, but she must be consuming more each day than she realized. Who could blame her? This must be Ryoko. She's probably like hiding out as the world's all screwed up. She must be consuming more. I could blame her. There's no way that she could have gotten through it without intoxicating herself in distilled alcohol. After Ryoko chased useless emotion like hope and despair from her mind, she found herself spending the most peaceful day of her life. As resignation set in, even hate and fear left her. Now she feels only awe for what Ogai Masahiko did and respect for the depths of his intellectual curiosity. After all, neither she nor this world has any reason left to deny his research. Alone in the mountains, Ryoko killed time by bringing order to the documents that Ogai left behind. She took the scattered, enciphered papers and wrote them in more readable fashion, eliminating redundancy and adding indexes and tables of contents. Ryoko did not intend for anyone to read them, of course. She knew full well how meaningless her actions were. With a reason to live gone, however, having something to devote her time to was at least some relief. And now, as the last congratulatory drops of spiritus vodka burned their way down Ryoko's throat, all of Ogai's research lies before her in a single volume. She has finally finished transcribing, annotating the last of his writings. Enjoying the satisfaction of pointless job well done, she idly pages through the manuscript that she has completed. Oh no, it's gonna be another one of these. Another info dump. I shall conclude by summarizing my theory as it currently stands. The life form that I named Saya did not appear in our universe by chance, nor even as a result of my summoning, but because of the instincts that were programmed directly into her biology. She was created to fulfill the same ultimate purpose that all life shares: reproduction. Saya and her kind procreated by spreading their seeds to their other dimensions. Other dimensions? This is not alien. This is like multi-dimensional. Was a probability that they will discover a doorway to another world. Even if they succeed in doing so, the chances of being a world being suitable for reproduction must be even more minute. In order to make the most of the scant probability, evolution has granted them a certain advantage, none other than the astonishing ability that I have witnessed in Saya. To wit, they select the most prosperous life form that they encounter, take control of it, and in doing so, gain dominance over the planet's biosphere. In other words, they hijacked the entire species. They do this by analyzing their target's genome, then overriding its genetic code to make it in their own image. Saya's biology is more than capable of inducing such dramatic and widespread mutation. I mean, yes, they've already established that Saya can turn others into her. I mean, she did that to Yo. Is he then, of course, the one that was selected? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, she would have to spend time changing each individual person into it. Now, granted, at the very end, when she's finally doing that morphosis at the very end, I'm assuming that's where she's going to spread the seed to everything, and everything is going to change into what she is. There's a significant probability the target species will have evolved into intelligent life. This element may be necessary to gaining control of the planet's environment. Therefore, Saya and her sisters... There's more than just Saya. There's more than just Saya. And her sisters also plunder their target's culture and psychology. Her extraordinary learning ability and intellectual curiosity are likely and distinctive tools that enable her to inherit the target species' entire wealth of knowledge. In fact, it may be that Saya's kind has always had its sights set on intelligent life. Perhaps they wait patiently for some foolish, extra-dimensional species to gain knowledge of other worlds, and in an attempt to satisfy its curiosity, make contact with the outer universe in which they dwell, rather than send Saya and her kin on their dimensional journeys with only luck and their own strength to depend on. Would not waiting for such contact greatly increase the chance of finding a world worthy of conquest? Just as I, having acquired the Silver Key, fancied myself an explorer of the unknown, how many intelligent life forms on other worlds have thoughtlessly congratulated themselves for discovering Saya's sisters. Taken by the sudden urge to go outside for a change, Ryoko gathers the manuscript and heads to her car, which is parked in front yard. She has completed her self-imposed final duty. There is no longer any reason for her to remain holed up in a mountain cabin. She drives a little further up the mountain to an open place that offers scenic view of the land below. Early days of the change. There it is. Ryoko often kept this spot to watch helplessly over the mutating city. The one flaw in my theory comes from none other than Saya herself. After using me to learn everything she could about humanity, Saya should finally have been prepared to begin the last stage of her invasion. However, she never carried out her mission. Why? I hypothesized that Saya was irregular amongst her kind. It is said that the human race's intelligence has allowed us to conquer our nation's our natural instincts. Perhaps in absorbing the human psyche, Saya accidentally inherited the disease that infects our entire species. What is human love, really? What behavior could be more than a hindrance to the efficient propagation of the species? I am reminded of how, at the end of her studies, Saya consumed vast quantities of romantic literature from all over the world. She tried to understand romance as an integral part of the human reproductive process. As a result, she might have been unwittingly neutered her own unparalleled reproductive abilities. After all, she had not known love. But then he showed it to her, and then desired something. She had come to this world to rule in our place, and had studied human to fulfill the purpose. But ultimately, she could not share love with a human. Without love's blessing, Saya was unable to find a passion to fill the world with her kind. And learning all there was to know about mankind, or humanity, she herself becomes hopelessly human. Weary in loneliness, she despaired of the world. How pure her maiden soul must have been. If this hypothesis is correct, it means that I have failed as her teacher. I cannot help but feel ashamed for having spoiled such an extraordinary organism. Saya. Next to Ogai Masahiko, Ryoko now knows more about that entity than anyone else. No, when the young man named Saki Saka, I hate his name, Saki Saka Fuminori is added to the running. Perhaps she only comes in third. In the end, she never encountered the creature face to face. She would have liked to have met it once, though. If Ogai's analysis of Saya's psychology is correct, then it must have been Saki Saka who restored her desire to conquer the world. Perhaps as Saki Saka's chief physician, Ryoko played the role in bringing this lonely young man and Saya together, in which case she should have at least had the right to attend their wedding to end all weddings. The wedding to end all weddings. She might even charge them a matchmaker's fee. Yep, everything's covered with it. I have a dream that one day my daughter will know the blessing of love. I pray there will come a day when her heart burns with the flames of passion and her world becomes bright and joyous once more. When the day comes, Saya, your terrible, irresistible purpose will surely consume us. That your progeny may flourish. The whole world will know your love and be reborn. Ah, what wonders the future holds. I deeply regret that I must end my life before I could see the day come. But the footsteps of those who would destroy my dream grow closer by the hour. If I seal my lips in death, then their grasping hands will not reach you. Please forgive me, my daughter, for leaving you all alone in this barren world. With the knowledge that you may now possess, I know that you will find your own path. The radiance of your hard-won soul shall light the road ahead. Have no fear, have no doubts. March onward until you reach your answer at last. And I, Saya, will dream forever of the world that you will create. Perhaps it is an insulated environment or the mountain air. Maybe she's just more resistant to the change. Whatever the case, Ryoko has not yet become an inhuman as the creature wriggles throughout the city below. She does not know exactly how many people on this planet could still be called human, but she's one of what must be only a handful of survivors who are left to watch over the end of mankind. Of course, it's only a matter of time before she changes too. It's been 3 days since she chopped off her right hand, which had been seized to function as anything resembling a human hand, but the itching that has spread across her entire back is now growing more intolerable by the hour. She could look in a mirror. She could look in the mirror and see how, what she's becoming, but she doubts that would make her happy. Ryoko thinks that maybe it would be best to just go to sleep here, with the world spread out before her. When she awakens, perhaps she will be ready to ascend the mountain and join the city's revelries. Or maybe she won't even need such resolve anymore. Whatever the case, Ryoko thinks dreamily as she licks the very last drop of her flask. Even after I stop being human, I hope I'll still enjoy the taste of booze. It's probably gonna taste like crap if it's like his whole situation. That's it? Is Fuminori dead? Is Fuminori like just going back to school? And everything in his view is changed? What kind of ending is that? I'm guessing that's the bad end. Even though I went the full Saya route. I can't skip this, can I? Go faster. Go faster. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's like a separate ending to it. I guess that could be. I'm guessing right now, because the first selection was, do you want to be fixed or not? And I chose the no, I don't want to get fixed, which I would assume is the Saya route. Because I imagine if you go the fix me route, she would fix him, and then she'd become, in his eyes, a monster. And then he'd probably go back to being normal. I guess he could still hang out with her as a blob, but there is also a chance that if he chooses to be fixed, she would then kind of going back to try to find some, or she could probably still go on as trying to take over the world. The second option, going down don't fix route, was if Koji was going to hang out at the cabin or just go after Fuminori. Which again, I figured him not waiting for Ryoko would be the Saya route, because obviously Ryoko was going to be needed to stop this. He chose not to wait, thus he's not going to have the information on how to stop Saya. He's going to go there and get killed, and he did. So with that route, I guess waiting for Ryoko, she would probably discover how to kill Saya, and then that would leave probably killing Saya and then Fuminori just going nuts. Probably locked up in a mental mental hospital or something. Which he was kind of talking about at the very beginning. So I don't know. Should I go after the... No, I don't want to quit the game. I just want to go to the main menu. I mean, I know you're all like trying to make sure everybody sees your credits, but I don't really care. Is this really a quit? It's like a full-on... Let me see. Okay. I don't know if it's going to close the game or if it's going to just get out of this. It just closed the game. It closed the game. I just wanted to skip the cast scroll. Damn it. I watched it and save that I completed it. Because I think you can start back at the choices. I don't know if I want to sit here and go through all the choices, though. We'll see. Just to make sure the thumbnails don't have anything naughty on them. Let me make a censor screen up. Load. No, there's none. Oh, yeah, there is. So this is the first one right here, right? So it auto saves where you have the choices. That's kind of nice. Load save. I think I chose don't need it anymore, so I want all back. Well, of course, I answer without thinking. If it's possible to go back, then I want to, I think. I've never wondered if there would be any other answer. I stopped dwelling on this question a long time ago. If I had been asked before I met Saya, I would have hesitated. But what about now? What does it mean for a wish to the past? Wish for the past? And could it mean that me and Saya, as soon as these questions occurred to me, my true feelings become unclear? The hurried answer I gave was less certain than I thought. Oh yes, of course you would. Saya smiled softly, her expression an unreadable mixture of what seems to be sorrow and relief. Seeing it filled me with a sudden unease, as though I wounded her deeply with my careless words. Hey, Saya, It's okay, Fuminori. Don't say anymore. She mad. So yeah, choosing to get cured makes her upset because obviously you're not going to be able to see her no more. Saya silences me with another kiss and thrusts her tongue into my mouth with even greater passion than before. As the sweet softness of her tongue clouds my mind, I begin to feel an urgent need to say what she prevented me from saying, to speak the most important words. Saya. Can't speak for some reason. Is she going to kill him? Can't speak for some reason. My mind is hazy. My consciousness is slipping away as a euphoria from our kiss spreads to my entire body. Sleep well, Fuminori. I hear Saya's whispers softly from far away. Don't worry. When you wake, it'll all be over. Oh, she's just gonna straight sleep him and then blossom. Unless she's actually gonna plan on... She could fix his brain. That was the whole purpose of this. She was gonna fix his brain. So maybe she's sedating him until she can fix his brain. Is this a bad end? Game over? Okay. I have to tell you something before I sleep. Just one thing. My efforts are meaningless, however, as oblivion calls me into its embrace. When I woke, the first thing that greeted me was a terrible stink. Mr. Suzumi's body was covered in flies, and I could smell a rotten stench that you can expect from a corpse. The night had ended, but Saya was nowhere to be seen in the morning. Aside from the blood-covered floor kitchen, it looked the same as had before the accident. Yeah, it looks like everything's back to normal. However, the colors that had been soothing the day before now serve as a stark reminder of what distant world had been living in. Despite knowing that it would be futile. I wandered the house searching for Saya for almost an hour. I tried in vain to deny reality. And I called the police. When the operator answered, I couldn't stop myself from crying. It had been such a long time since I had heard human voice other than Saya. As it became clear, Mr. Suzumi had murdered his family before I killed him. Unable to give the police a satisfactory explanation, I was arrested for all 3 murders. Okay. And when they found the remains of Omi in my house, a 4th was added to the charges. During the interrogation, I told them everything exactly as it had happened, in every detail. The detectives didn't believe me, of course, but the doctor who came later did. He had moved me to jail, from the jail to this much cleaner white room. That's right. This room looks just like this looked as white to me as it does to everyone else. In the end, they declared me incapable of answering for my actions. Everything that had happened to me was real, but part of reality is incapable of with the rest of the world, incompatible with the rest of the world. So the doctors gave me a space all to myself, a place where I could live on my own in my own world. I'm sad that I wasn't believed, but I know that it couldn't be helped. In this world, reality is what the majority says, and I had the misfortune to step outside that box. The walls of my room are undeniably white. That, at least, I can be thankful as I live the rest of my life here. Everyone said there was never a girl named Saya. Well, so be it. Saya probably was never part of their world. But why shouldn't I be able to hear Saya's voice here in my room? This is my world after all, a continuation of the very real time that we spent together. How long did I wait for such thoughts flowing through my mind? One night I awoke to the sound of something crawling down the hallway, the sound of what would not normally have woken me. But I must have had a premonition that night, sleeping lighter than usual. I had waited for her arrival, and so I knew instantly that it was her. Saya? Blogger blogger. Do we finally get to see her? Never gonna get to see her. She did not answer, but I could feel her outside my room, at my door, struggling with some internal conflict. Why won't you let me hear your voice? After a long silence, something small slid the narrow bars of my peephole. It was a cell phone, the screen already showing a notepad with freshly entered text. My voice will sound strange to you. I could express the chuckle as Saya's uncharacteristic display of shyness. I don't care about that at all, I said, sending the phone back to the bars. I just want to hear you, see you. After a short pause, the phone returned to my side. Please let me stay the Saya you remembered. I say, okay. Sorry to suspect that I'd be so. In the hell my eyes had made of the world, Saya alone had looked normal. I thought that she was somehow unique. In truth, however, she has probably been a different kind of unique than I imagined. It wasn't my senses my senses hadn't distorted her appearance, that she had been so unusual as to seem normal to my twisted mind. Saya's true form was something other than that what I had known. Now, however, I could see her as she really was. But Saya didn't want that. I mean, that was what it was saying. I mean, he was the only person that would call her, beautiful or whatever, cute. And so she doesn't want to ruin that. I just had to accept the girl's need to keep some things private. I tried to say something to you that day. Do you remember? I slid the phone back to her. I was hoping you'd forgotten. I smiled wryly at the text on the screen, wondering if she really thought me so heartless. How could I forget? No one was listening, but still, it would have been embarrassing to speak the rest out loud. So this time, I typed on the phone. GHIJKLMNOTUVDE XYZ. Oh, WXY MNOTU. So the phone back to the slot. I can sense her trembling outside my door. I couldn't hear her or see her, but still, I knew. Saya was crying.
僕は構わなかったんだよ。
I was ready, you know. Perhaps my words offer no comfort, spoken so late. Even so, I was ready. I had wanted to return my own life, true. I would abandon that wish for Saya. I know that I would have gone with her, hand in hand, as far as we could, even to the most forbidden places. Saya, too, must have known that I was prepared, and because she knew, she stopped me from saying those words. If I had spoken that oath, there would have been no going back. I'm sorry I was a coward. Seeing those words on the screen, I shook my head.
君だけが悪いんじゃない。
It's not your fault.
あの
If I hadn't hesitated,
君だって勇気を出
you would have found the courage.
そうだろ
I was afraid of you, of how you were changing because of me.
う。仕方ないさ。
It's no one's fault. This is actually kind of the good ending. I mean, technically, it's a good ending because she didn't want to change him. And they kind of showed that it was, yeah, literally right after the selection, which I feel was kind of jarring with his character, was the selection, because he immediately goes like killer mode, and it feels so off, and it kind of seems like she doesn't like it at very first, because I think she realized that she was changing him. So I couldn't bring herself to take everything from me, and I couldn't bring myself to give up everything for her. We were too weak to find
さやは
happiness.
これからどうするんだい。
What will you do now, Saya? I'll keep searching for my dad. He'll know how to send me back to where I came
そう
from.
か
I see.
帰りたいんだ
You do want to go home, don't you?
さや。
A short time passed with no words or message exchange. I wonder how many times that brief silent yes and no changed places in her mind. Yeah. And the phone finally returned. The characters on the screen seemed strangely uncertain.
そうか。お
We'll
父さん
help you find your father.
見つかるといい
I'll
ね
do my best. Time had come for our parting. She had chosen her path, and I had given my blessing. There was nothing more to be said.
もしも気が変わったら
Change your mind. I will always be here. You can come see me whenever you want.
いつ
Oh,
で
well,
も
thank you.
来ていいからね。
Goodbye, Fuminori. I read her final message and returned the phone to the other side.
さようなら。
Goodbye, Saya.
さや。
She gently slapped my door in response, and then I heard a sound of her sliding down the hallway. And I was left alone in silence of the night. I think the only time we ever actually got to see Saya was when she was messing up Yo. I don't think we ever seen her other than then. Ever since that day, I've been waiting. Perhaps Saya really did return to where she came from. Perhaps she was still wandering today, looking for her father. It must be hard. She must be lonely. When she could no longer stand being alone, she would surely return to me. I'm the only one who will comfort her and whisper sweet nothings in her ear. And so I wait, dreaming of her face and her voice. I wait, forever in my white world. The endo. That was a quick route. That was a quick route. Like I said, I think that's technically the good ending. See, now I have to do this again in order to get out of here, because it won't let me leave. Why do you not have a skip button? Why do you not have a skip button? Game. Alright, go back to here. Exit the entire game. Oh, these old games. Poor game design. Reopen the game. Start game. Readjust my window. Wait for it to load. Nitro Plus. It's in the game. Alright. And I go back over here. Okay, it came out. Good, good. Load. So there's only three endings, it seems. Load. Oh no, this is a different spot here too. No, this was it. Because he leaves the house and then... Or he leaves the cabin, comes here, and then I think it's when he calls Ryoko. I called Fuminori last time. Okay. I wonder if this is longer. The ringing of her cell phone interrupts Ryoko's labors. When she sees that call from Tono Koji, she unwittingly breathes a sigh of relief. This is Tombo. What is it? I searched Fuminori's house. Even over the phone, Ryoko can hear the change in Koji's voice. His is a dull, flat voice of someone who has had all the energy beaten out of him. Fuminori has murdered people. He's killed too many people to count, and he's eaten them. His first steps into Ryoko's world had already brought him face to face with something particularly gruesome. Consideration of his probable state of mind, she decides to say nothing. Omi is dead, Koji continues. Tsukuba too, probably. Doctor, I was wrong. If you're still alive to make this call, as you haven't made a fatal mistake yet. Ryoko praises Koji in her own way. Whether he is comforted or not is up to him. Anyways, don't screw up this time. Do nothing until I return. What we're dealing with here isn't going down easy. With her understanding of Saya's deepening by the hour, Ryoko is able to make a declaration of a new confidence. Fuminori already knows I'm alive. I didn't tell him who rescued me, but he's definitely on guard. See? Koji's actions were rash. There's no point regretting them now. The more proactive approach would be to use the pressure that he's placed on Fuminori. Ryoko's involvement is still secret. That makes her a wild card. Depending on how she plays it, this advantage could be decisive. Have we found anything yet? Not enough yet. Ryoko answered, glances sidelong on the loose leaf pages scattered across the table. Let's see. I'll wrap this up this evening and return to Tokyo around midnight. You stay out of trouble until then, got it? Yes. The lack of emotion in Koji's voice is actually reassuring to Ryoko. He's a machine now, able to do whatever it takes to accomplish a single goal. The extermination of Sakisaka. I hate that. I hate that name so freaking much. Extermination of Sakisaka Fuminori. He's even willing to accept help from Ryoko. His principles hardly mesh with his. Praiseworthy change indeed. After she hangs up, she gloomily counts the stack of loose leaf that still need to be restored. There's no time left. She'll only be able to get to the general picture. If she has to go into battle with only a fragmentary knowledge, then there's one thing that she absolutely must decipher: Ogai's biological reports, which should contain information on the strengths and weaknesses of an organism called Saya. All she can do now is pray for luck as she dives back into the mountains of papers. Today was the first time I've driven since my accident last summer. Proposition was always too dangerous to consider, given my inability to recognize roads and cars. Things have changed, however, in the 3 months that I've adapted and conditioned. I know what cars look like. Oh, I've already seen this stuff. Is it all the grade text that I've seen before? Lines, signals, backseat, signs, camouflage, new hideout. Yeah, we've found all this part right here. Used to be privately operated sanatorium. Yeah, we've done all this part. Done this part.
Tadaima.
I'm back. I'm a stranger and down the hall. This part. This new? I'm back. I called down to let them know that I'm not a stranger. Yeah, but this part of it. Okay, yeah, this is where y'all comes in here with the axe and everything.
そうか。ならいいんだけど。
多分。で、
あ、もちろん。
Got my new axe.
刃渡り15センチ以上のナイフは10。いや、それはちょっと。
心配いらないよ。今のような体だったら。
いや。
そっか。うん、そうだね。でも。
いや、 そりゃだって奴は僕には人間
I'm
に見
afraid
え
I'm gonna skip something.
そうさどんなに憎い人間だろうと
本
I'm
当
not gonna
に
rush it. I'll
体格じゃ
get
あ
to
い
there
つだってで
eventually.
も僕
なんだか不安なんだよね。そういうシーンねえ、やっぱり私が
サヤの腕力だとさようみたい
で病院だってそうだった。
まあそれも一理ある。じゃあさサヤこういうのはどうだろうか。
それめえ
何もそこ
Okay, he's
ま
got
で
his plan.
で
わからない。いずれ奴の方から電話があると
Okay, this is where yeah. So it's actually
そし
bringing
たら
out
ここに誘い出して
what I've already read. So when's Koji coming? I don't know. He'll call sooner or later, and then I'll lure him here and finish him. Koji will come. I know that he won't leave us alone. Keep running now that we've started. But I want to eliminate Koji as soon as possible. Therefore, when he contacts me, I intend to meet him unless it's an obvious trap.
せっかく人間一人
Apparently
分
going
の
to be
肉
more
が仕入れ
human
られ
meat.
るのに
Too bad. Yeah, we already got this part two.
それ
そっか
ま
3人分だよ
ま
そうか
ひひ
Hee
今度は
hee.
どのぐらい
どのぐらいかな。長い旅だと思えばいい。どうせ人生なんて時の流れを見送るから。
You literally made me stop for one freaking sentence.
それでも
あ
I'm guessing the next part's gonna be after this.
またそれはいつ知るほんのちょっぴり
At least it shows you when the text is new.
きっとそれがさやが文則に送ってあげられる最後のプレゼント
This is definitely new.
さやの
The hands of his watch move with agonizing slowness as he counting down the end of the world. In the hours since contacting Ryoko, Koji went back to his apartment, showering, changing clothes, and even getting a first full meal in days. He wanted to take a nap, knowing that he needs to rest, but no matter what he tried, sleep never. I don't think right now I don't think I'd be able to sleep. Forcing himself to relax only made his nerves more colder and sharper. With nothing else to do, he starts wandering the city until nightfall. Downtown Tokyo is bustling, surrounded by smiling pedestrians, bright lights, and windows decorated early for Christmas. He feels as if all the happiness in the world has been gathered to this very single place. Koji takes in it all, burning it into his memory, like it's his last thing he'll ever see. Is the world so beautiful because of the horrors that lurk in the shadows? The glow of the city can no longer warm him. Perhaps that is why it seems so precious. Koji watched the city for hours. It feels unreachable distance, like reading obituary of someone you loved long ago. His phone rings at 8 p.m. It's Ryoko. Their conversation is short. She hangs up as soon as she decides where to meet. Or they decide where to meet. And so ends Tono Koji's final night of peace. It's time for the showdown. Ryoko arrives at dinner at 1 a.m. At the diner at 1 a.m. 1 hour later than agreed upon. She has a heavy-looking duffel bag under her arm. Koji doesn't feel like asking what the bulge represents.
すまんね
Sorry,
いろいろ
had
と
to get a
準
lot
備で
together.
手間取った
Ryoko doesn't sound at all apologetic, but Koji decides to just nod expressionlessly. Only a few tables are filled at this hour, like lonely islands in the midst of a vast restaurant. After sending the bleary-eyed waitress away with an order of 2 coffees, Koji and Ryoko are left all alone in the corner of the dining area.
で調べ物
So
は
you
終
find
わ
what
り
you're
ました
looking for? Koji asked bluntly while sipping dutiful from his 3rd cup of watery, tasteless
待
coffee.
たせただけの甲斐はある
I like to think that I didn't make you wait for nothing at least, though I'm still not sure of anything.
文則も相当
I
じ
think
れてると思
Fuminori
い
is
ます
under a lot of stress.
こちら
I've
か
been
ら連
hanging,
絡すると言ってきり
been hanging.
丸一日放
I
置
left
し
him
て
hanging for a day since I told him I'd call.
そんなにも彼は
Really think
君
that
と
you
の
have an
接
edge?
触を意識して
I'm on the edge.
サヤっていう名前には
His reaction to the name Saya was very clear. The silence follows. Koji tries to soothe his parched throat with another mouthful of weak
そ
coffee.
うか
I see, Ryoko mutters.
や
So
は
it
り
is
さやな
Saya.
のか
It's obvious that her grimace isn't for the coffee.
今なら
You
田
know,
んぼ先
don't
生
you?
は
Koji
もう
asks,
答えを知ってるん
his
です
tone almost confrontational.
サヤと
You
いう
know
のは
what this
何
Saya
だ
is? Ryoko tries to ignore Koji's question by nursing her coffee, but the only works for her until the cup is empty. Staring in the brown stain bottom of her cup, Ryoko says, her voice hard and flat.
君は私の忠
You were
告を無
foolish
視
enough
した
to
愚
ignore
か
my
者
warning
は
once,
もう一度だけ
but I'm just as stubborn as
証
you
拠
are.
にもなく言わせ
So
て
I'm
ほ
going to
しい
say this one more time. Go home, Kono, and forget everything that has happened.
証拠りもないですね。
You're really stubborn. Koji replies, smiling bitterly instead of glaring at her like he did before.
俺がまだ先生や文則と
Are
は
you saying that I still haven't crossed the line separating you from me from you and from Nori?
君はまだ
You
一
still
番致
haven't
命
been
的
the
なも
most
のまでは見
damning
てい
part
な
of
い
it all.
君に
Still
とっ
haven't
て
been to
こ
the
の
most
事
damning
件
part
は
was. I just skipped that
無
part.
二の親友がいきなり
As
正
far
気
as
を
you're
失って
concerned, Ryoko
目覚め
continues
たって
with a
いう
disparaging smirk.
ただそれ
Your
だけ
best
の
friend
内容なん
in
だ
the whole world suddenly went crazy and became a cannibal. That's all this thing is to you, isn't it? That's all? The thing that Fuminori has done are all horrifying. That Koji's only recourse, his only hope of coping, is to kill the man who was once his friend. Yet despite that, Ryoko makes this nightmare sound like it's just the beginning. Koji still doesn't understand where her morbid cynicism is coming from, nor does he want to.
それだけじゃないとしたら
Well, it goes to
残りは
the
先
entire
生の
world
妄想なんじゃないです
being
か
killed. See, there's something more, but aren't you just imagining it?
そう思えるならまだ
See,
君
that's
の
how
傷は
just
浅い
that,
っ
see
て
that
ことさ
see that's how I know your wounds are still shallow. Her brusque tone says that she doesn't care whether or not Koji is satisfied with her explanation.
今ならまだ
If you
時
back
間
out
が
now,
君の傷を
they'll
癒
probably
して
heal.
くれるだろう
Given time, you haven't crossed the final line yet.
最後の一線を踏み越えていない
She's seen some stuff. Koji considers Ryoko's words calmly, without letting himself get emotional like before. The final line, true, Fuminori is somewhere beyond that. Though Koji has gone far enough to be willing to kill Fuminori, he has no intention of eating his enemy's flesh once he's dead. That, at least, still separates the two. Then what about Ryoko, who's treated Koji like an ignorant fool ever since she saved him from that well? How close is she to Fuminori?
先生の傷は
You're saying your wounds are deeper than mine? In response to Koji's biting question, Riko's mocking smile turns inward.
この銃はね
This
実
gun
家
is
の
my
父の
father's,
も
you
の
know.
なんだ
Riko pats one of her duffel bag bulges.
こいつがロッカーから消えたせいで
His hunting club
父は責
kicked
任
him
を
out
問われて
when it
地元の
disappeared
猟
from his
友会
locker.
から申し訳ないと思ってるよ
Feel bad about that.
私は
I
両
feel
親
bad
に
about
とっ
that.
ては自
My
慢の
parents were
娘なん
always
だ
proud of me. They probably
So
never
much
even
people do
suspected that I was the one that took it.
そうするだけの必要が
So you had a
先生
good
にはあった
reason for taking it?
いいや全
No,
然
not at all. Her quick denial isn't what Koji was expecting.
その頃にはもう
The
オ
time-
ーガイのことは一見
The
落着
Ogai
してい
mess,
た
the Ogai mess had
少なく
already
とも
ended.
私はそう思
At
ってい
least that's what I thought.
た奴は姿を消
He
した
vanished
きり
without a trace.
もう二
I
度
was
と
sure I'd never
私
see
の
him
前に
again.
はこの銃で何かを撃とうとか
I didn't steal this gun because I needed to shoot someone.
じゃあなぜ
And why?
眠れなかったんだ
Because I couldn't sleep, that's all.
ただそ
Riko
れ
pauses, perhaps needing some time to decide how to explain it.
それまでは
Until then,
ベッドサ
she
イドに
continues,
ナタを隠
choosing
し
her
てお
words
いたん
carefully.
だ
I was sleeping with a machete next to my bed. I couldn't stand being alone at night, you see.
どんなに世界が
I
底抜けにめ
I
ちゃ
need
くち
to
ゃにな
know
っていこうと
that no matter what
悲
horrors
鳴
the
を
world
上げて
might
逃
get
げ
a
回る以
hold,
外の選択肢が
I
自
still
分
had
に
the
は
power
あるんだ
against the madness.
そう納得させるた
I
め
need
に
a
はね
weapon I could count on. Koji doesn't know what to say. He's amazed, impressed, even, that someone with such a serious case of delusional paranoia would function as as one of T University's top doctors.
でもそれ
It
じゃ
didn't
大
work
した
though.
効き目は
My
ない
nightmares kept getting worse.
安眠するには
A machete wasn't enough to get me to sleep peacefully. That's when I stole my father's
こ
gun.
んな風に重心を詰
By
める
cutting
と
the
ね
barrel down like this,
散弾が
the
もっ
shot
と
spreads
広
over a
範囲
wider
に飛び散る
area
ように
and
なって
causes more
アメ
damage.
リカでも重罪になる
I
改
swear
造
that
なんだって
in
さ
America, I hear that even in America,
私はそれを
carrying a
クロー
sawed-off
ゼットの
shotgun is a
奥に突
crime.
っ込んで
But
それ
with
で
this
よう
gun
やく
sitting in
眠
the
れ
back
るよう
of
に
my
なった
closet, I was finally able to
3
sleep.
日に一晩ぐらい
One night out of 3, that is. At this point, Ryoko seems to have gotten everything off her chest, smiling like someone who just finished a hard job she had.
銃はいいよ
A gun is a great thing to have, you know. It really is.
相手に向かってぶっ放すもよ
You
し
can use it to blow your enemies
それ
away.
でダメなら
If that doesn't
自
work,
分の
you
口
can
に
always
突っ
stick
込ん
it
で
in
引
your
き
mouth
金
and
を
pull the
引く
trigger.
っていう選択肢も
先生
Doctor, you need help.
端的な感想ありがとう
Thanks for the honest opinion. You won't be able to talk like that for much longer,
君
though.
だって他人事じゃ
Not
な
if
く
you
ない
go any further.
これ以
Koji's
上
already
先
doubtful.
に進む
What
ん
the
だ
hell did Ogai do to this chick? What the hell did Ogai do to this chick? I'm assuming he maybe experimented on her. Koji is already doubtful that meeting with Ryoko was the right thing to do. The one thing that he and Ryoko have in common is an unwillingness to leave Fuminori to the proper authority. Fuminori is not only killed Koji's lover and friend, but even went so far as to file their corpses. Koji isn't about to give him a chance to get off with an insanity plea. I just did, sorry. Just technically did just now. No matter what crimes he must commit, Koji will end Fuminori with his own hands. If he doesn't, he knows that he will never sleep again. It helps to have a partner in crime, but only when that partner doesn't cause trouble. Ryoko talks big about exposing Ogai's secrets, but she might have a head full of delusions. If so, Koji needs to rethink the whole thing. You tell me to leave this to you, Koji says with unflappable determination. Then give me some reason to trust you. Prove to me that there's a reason for you to be so obsessed with Ogai. Show me what he did.
そこまで言う
So I guess that's why the other route leads to the failure to stop them. Possibly because Koji going there without Ryoko leads to her getting the last remaining food that she needs. Because she might have been holding off on eating more, but because she was so infuriated by Fuminori getting harmed, she probably overate. So your determination will go all the way then? It'll go all the way. Oh well. So your determination to go all the way. Oh well. So you're determined to go all the way and to read right. Ryoko smirks and shakes her head ruefully, but puts no further resistance. She pulls a stack of paper from her bag and hands it to Koji. The loose leaf sheets are bound with a string.
一行読んだら
After you read one line, it continues on the same line of the next page.
ま
Always.
あ触り
Anyways,
だけ
just
でも
skim it.
読んでみるといい
As directed, Koji looks through the handwritten pages and gives up after less than 3 minutes. Is it a draft for a horror novel or something? I didn't think Ogai had such a childish hobbies. Koji deliberately scoffs at the document, doing everything he can to show contempt for what he just read. At the same time, he tries desperately not to remember the mountain of bones in Ogai's bathtub and the unidentified smell permeating from Fuminori's house.
1年前
The specimens that Ogai brought to the hospital 1 year ago were just
その
as
文章
unbelievable.
と同じぐらい突拍子もないものだった
Ryoko says, coldly ignoring Koji's disdain.
奴は大学の機
Apparently,
材を
he
無断で
continued his
使って
research in
こ
secret,
っそり検査をし
using
よう
our
とした
supplies without
だ
permission.
がドジを踏んで露見した
But he made a mistake that
そこから
and was
先は
discovered.
もう大騒ぎでね
That's when things got crazy.
オーガイが使おうとし
Judging
た
by
機
the
材から
equipment that
察
was
するに
he was trying to use,
奴はそいつ
he
を
meant to treat his
P3 レベルの
experiment
バイオ
with
ハザードとして
P3 level
取り扱う
biohazard
その程度
as
の
a
用心
P3
で
level
十分だ
biohazard.
ったのかどうか
To be honest,
知れたもんじゃ
even
ない
that
だ
might not have been sufficient for what he was dealing with.
近隣の住民を退去させるべきだったんだ
You
が
should have evacuated the nearby
Ah, so what?
civilians,
偉い
but
人たち
big
が偉い
shots
人
did
なりに
their
頑張って
thing and made the
全部
whole
なかった
mess
ことに
disappear.
してくれたよその代わり私
In
たちは
exchange, we were
キャンバ
left
ス中のネ
with
ズ
the
ミを
task of
一匹も
exterminating
取らず
every
駆除
single
する
rat
羽
on
目になっ
campus,
た
including the
ネズミ
things
と
that used to
か
be
つて
rats.
ネズミだった何かをね
At their first meeting, Ryoko brushed Koji's off when he asked about Ogai Masahiko. Now, however, she was telling the whole story, her voice as flat and emotionless as machines.
事の究明に
In
は
the end, everyone
結
gave
局
up
皆
trying
が
to
サジ
explain
を
what
投げた
happened.
オーガイが持ち込んだ
One
資
could
料
figure
が
out
どういう期
where
限
his
のものだ
materials
った
had come from.
誰にも突き止めること
No
は
one could figure out where his materials came from, or what they were.
まあ結局
In retrospect,
みんな賢明だったわ
they
け
did
だ
the wise thing.
理性は理性
They knew how to
ざれ
keep
言
the ざ
は
line
ざれ
between
言
reality and fantasy where it should be.
でもあいにく
I unfortunately was not
当
wise.
時の私はそこまで賢明じゃなかった
Ryoko paused for a moment, then grins in self-disdain so maniacal that it strikes Koji's like a blow.
あれこれ探って
I searched everywhere for Ogai, flushed him out, and
私は
finally
オーガイ
learned
が何をしていた
what
の
he had
か
been
知った
doing.
彼が関わっていた
I
連
found the
中や
people he had been
彼
dealing
を
with
そそのかした連
who
中も突き
encouraged
止め
him to
た
perform these experiments.
ナタと添い寝するようになったのはそ
That's
の
when I
頃から
started sleeping with a machete. I learned just how absurd, how hollow, how worthless our precious reason is. As though fleeing from their quiet insanity that keeps glimpsing in Ryoko, Koji finds himself paging through the loose leaf in his hands. He reads a line at random. The organism's flesh is not fibrous, but reticulated. Put simply, it is an extremely tough substance that expands and contracts, not in one direction, but in all directions. This means that slashing or piercing damage has very little effect. Since the flesh can contract in any direction freely, any wound will be sealed instantly. So she's like a slime. Like a slime. It's nonsense. What else could it be? He lets himself believe it, then everything else, all logical rules that define the world, will be rendered meaningless.
じゃあ先生は信じるんですね。
Do you believe what this, do you believe what's in this, Doctor? I lost any reason to doubt it a long time ago. Ryoko reaches into her duffel bag again, this time removing stainless steel thermos. It looks able to hold about 500 cc's of liquid. This is a secret weapon that will let us defeat Saya. It was a pain to get, but it should work like a charm.
ついていけません。
I can't take this anymore. Koji snaps, no longer able to discuss this, disguise his frustration.
サヤが何だろうと
I
もう
don't care
どう
what
でもいい
Saya
です。
is. All I care about is killing
俺は
Fuminori.
ミノリを終わ
I
らせる
can't
こ
leave
とが
this
で
to
き
you.
そうか。
I see. Now that she'd given up on persuading him, her ascent is swift and cold. At this moment, Koji's fate is likely ceased to matter to hers. Alright then, you do everything you can to take Sakisaka down. I'll take advantage of the opening you create. I won't get in your way, and I'll even take care of things when you screw up. Despite the determination in her voice, Koji can't bring himself to trust the paranoid doctor completely.
あなたの持ち合わせてい
Do you
る
have
理
reason
由
to
で
kill Fuminori?
潔癖症なんだよ、私は。
I like things
ああ
neat
やっ
and
て人
tidy.
の世界の
I
拉
can't
致がに
stand people
隠れ
like
住ん
him
でい
who
るよ
lurk
うな
outside the
奴らは
world.
寝室のゴ
Like
キブリだ。
cockroaches in your bedroom.
枕元
Can
で
you
カサ
sleep?
コソ這い回
Can
る
you
音を
sleep
無
with
視して
them
眠る。
scuttling underneath your pillow?
見つけ次第殺し
The
て
moment I
駆逐す
find
る。
one, I kill it and
そうせず
stamp
に
it
はい
out
られな
all
い。
trace of existence.
私の精
I have
神衛
two
生上
for
の
the
問
sake
題
of
だ
my。mental well-being. Her reasons are similar to Koji's own. He doesn't want to bring a murderer to he doesn't want to bring a murder justice, nor does he want revenge for Omi and Yo. If he did, he could have left everything to the police. The reason he can't is that the villain is Fuminori. The man he believed was his friend had turned this whole world upside down. Everything and everyone with part in this madness is to blame, and that includes himself for allowing the betrayal. His self-loathing, his desire to destroy, it's what's keeping him on his feet.
それじゃあ
Okay,
チェックメイト
let's
に
move for
駒
the
を
checkmate.
進めよう。
Go ahead and call Sakisaka
さ
out.
きさか君を呼び出すと。
Koji nods, pulling out his phone, and calls his friend for what will be probably the last time. Time for the showdown. The call goes through quickly. Fuminori must have been waiting for it.
待たせたな、フミノリ。
Sorry to keep you, Fuminori.
こっちの準備は整
I
った。
finished my preparations. Koji, where are you?
今どこにいる？
Fuminori must have been quite anxious to hear from Koji. His voice is hard and completely motionless.
お前のすぐ背後
Let's just say I'm right
と
behind
で
you.
も言っておこうか。
Koji can't help but smile at Fuminori's disappointment. Perhaps Ryoko's maniacal sadism has rubbed off on him. Well, have you decided to let Tsukubo go?
ああ、千人
Yeah,
ならば
I suppose I have no choice. He's lying. Koji thinks, remembering the contents of Fuminori's refrigerator. Just what part of Yo did you eat, huh? Did you carve out the poor girl up like a pig?
お前は
Bring your evidence along with the files you've gathered. When I'm satisfied that they are real, I'll hand Yo over.
いいだろう。場所
Fine.
は
Where?
まずは応戦の Y
First, come to Y Station, O line.
そこでお前が一人なのを確認してから詳しい場所を教える。
念の言った話
My other monitor plug just fell down from my table over here. First, come to Y Station, O line, where I'm sure you're alone. When I'm sure that you're alone, I'll tell the exact location. Being awfully careful.
妙な細工はなし
No tricks. You have 45 minutes.
以内に来い。
Fuminori hangs up without waiting for Koji's response.
俺が単独なのを確
He
認
won't
す
tell
る
me the location
居場所は
until
教
I'm
えないつ
sure
も
he's
りみたいです
till he's sure I'm alone.
ただの医大生にしちゃ心得てる
Not
な
bad for a medical student. I'm
感
impressed.
心だ
Ryoko's praise sounds serious, drawing a glare from Koji.
私の車はここに置いていこ
We'll
う
we'll leave my car here.
君の車
Is
の
your
トラン
trunk
クに
able
人
big
一人が
enough for
入る隙間がある
for me to fit inside?
大
Should
丈
I
夫
hide in
で
his
す
trunk? I never stuff.
正気です
I was expecting to read for my
映画の
stuff.
見過ぎですよ
Yeah, but are you serious? You've seen too many movies.
そんじょそこいらの映画よ
This
りは危
adventure is
険
more
な冒
dangerous
険なんだよ
than anything you've seen in the movie. With those bold words, Ryoko grabs her duffel bag and raises it from her seat.
でこの店を待ち合わせに
Were you the
選んだの
one
は
who chose
君
to
だ
meet here?
そうですが何か
Yeah, why?
コーヒーの責
Take
任を
responsibility
取れ
for the coffee. She says, toss him a check. Cold-blooded. You're paying. The coffee was terrible. You're paying. Even after Koji arrives at the Y station as directed, Fuminori calls him and makes him change location 3 more times. Koji is beginning to doubt Fuminori is watching. He might just be using time to guess when Koji arrives at each designated location. Nevertheless, Koji can't let down his guard. Fuminori might choose any moment to make sure that he's alone. If he makes a mistake and puts Fuminori on alert, Ryoko will lose her chance to take him by surprise. She'll just have to put up with the cramped trunk for a little bit longer. At the nature preserve and the dry riverbed, the 4th location to which Fuminori sends Koji is a thick forest atop the foothill, high above the developed area at their base. His car GPS shows a road that leads nowhere, but according to Fuminori, there should be an old abandoned sanatorium there. The park and river is empty, is late at night, but during the day would likely be considered would have considerable traffic. This time, however, his instincts is telling him it's definitely the place where no one could find, not even by accident. Looks like this is the final stop. Koji drives the steep incline, soon leaving the residential neighborhood behind. Even though the hands of progress are right at the doorstep, an undeveloped forest. Yeah, because this part we've already been to again. It's a great place to live, or someone to kill and hide a body. A place like this, lost, forgotten, in jungles and hidden valleys. Blah blah blah. We've done this part. Do 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 do.
着いたぞ
聞こえてた
Welcome to my new home.
ようこそ我が新居へ中
And
に入っ
here's
て
the
こいよ
engine. Come inside. Yo's waiting. After grabbing his new flashlight from the glove department, and checking the revolver still in his pocket, Koji opens the door, making sure to pop the trunk at exactly the same time. Koji shouldn't need any more explanation than that. Ryoko shouldn't need more explanation than that. Realizing that the interior roof light will stay on and broadcast that the trunk isn't closed, Koji quickly unscrews the bulb, then gets out of the car and deliberately slams the driver's side door hard. Mountains of trash litter the front yard. Okay, the surface. Okay. Glancing sidelong to rear of his car, Koji sees no movement inside the barely open trunk. Ryoko knows what she's doing. She'd probably wait for Fuminori's attention to focus on Koji before making her move. When he reaches the gaping doorless entrance at the building, Koji glances back where he came. His car, parked at the gate, is hidden behind the mountain of trash. Even if Fuminori is watching from inside the sanatorium, he shouldn't be able to see Ryoko crawl out of the trunk. It looks like she'll get her chance to take him by surprise. How many times now that he has stood like this, alone in some ominous silent place, removed from the... Okay, yeah. Sneaking into a deathly quiet house, unimaginable. We've done that one already. I wonder if he's still going to end up having to kill Yo with the gun. And then once Fuminori attacks... It seems like it's playing out the same. But Koji, I think, is still going to be caught off guard by Yo. He's probably going to blast the heck out of Yo. I think Fuminori's going to attack. He's going to still fight him with the pole, and I think what's going to happen is Saya's going to attack him, and then that's when Ryoko's going to jump in. I wonder if it's going to play out pretty much exactly the same thing. It's just now you have Ryoko with him, and she's going to counter Saya at the end. The organism's flesh freely expands in a manner that renders piercing damage meaningless. Oh, now he has the info, though. He's got the info now. Koji grits his teeth as he forces madman words out of his head. I'll go cut him from taking them seriously. This isn't the time for such useless squish. He freezes. He stares out in the hall. What sound he heard. Yeah, this is going to be when Yo comes in here. Squeeze, squeeze. He proceeds further. She starts calling out to him. Squeeze, squeeze. Koji. Poor Yo. Yo's like the biggest tragedy of this entire story. Yo is legit like the biggest tragedy of this whole story. No, never mind. The dude's daughter and wife. The neighbor's daughter and wife. The Yosuke family. Suzumi family. He's still gonna waste all of his bullets. So it's still gonna play out exactly the same, even though he thought about that. Grab the pipe. He's still gonna kill Yo in the end. Honestly, if he doesn't kill Yo either way, she'd end up in like some plant or some research place getting prodded and poked. It's not like she'd ever be able to be changed back. You haven't even seen the most damnable part of it all. Ryoko's voice plays in his head. At the last, he knows how merciful her warnings were. Now that his eyes were open to hers, he is able to laugh in contempt at his own foolishness. And that's when Fuminori shows up. Sup, broski, I got an axe. Now he's gonna lose to Fuminori. Or he's gonna be beating Fuminori, then she's gonna show up. Bust his ribs. And then Saya. Nani? So wrapped around his wrist. The monster's still alive. That's it, Saya. Fuminori calls out. Saya, this monster is Saya. Struggles desperately to free his limbs. Yurag. And then Ryoko shows up, right? Koji is certain that this is the end, but just as the vision begins to dim, an explosion brings him back to his senses. With a horrifying inhuman scream, the creature releases Koji and retracts its tentacles. The first thing he sees after regaining his mobility is Ryoko running down the hall with a smoking shotgun in one hand and a silver tube in the other. Doctor. Ryoko responds by tossing him the tube. Though still lying on the floor, he manages to snatch it out of the air. It's the thermos she sewed him at the restaurant. The one she called the secret weapon. Put on that thing, Ryoko shouts Koji. At the same time, she aims her gun at Fuminori, who's still on his knees 5 paces away. The double-barrel shotgun still has 1 shot loaded. The monster just attacked, that attacked Koji is writhing in agony. It hasn't yet recovered from Ryoko's shot, but he's already seen the bullets enough, are enough to kill the creature. Now is his only chance. What are you doing? Fuminori growls, gritting his teeth against the pain in his broken ribs. Forcing himself to be calm, Koji stands and carefully unscrews the lid from the thermos. There's no question in his mind that something extremely potent is inside. As soon as he unseals it, a thick white mist pours out of the thermos that surrounds the air and freezes. Oh, it's gonna be like dry ice? Instantly guessing what's inside, Koji lobs the thermos at the pile of flesh convulsing on the floor. The thermos sails to the air, spewing white fog like a baptism in font showers its liquid contents upon the hellish creature. Screams this time, incomparable to before. The monster thrashes in agony, rather than white smoke. Its screams are joined by Ryoko's cackling. It's minus 197 degrees, you moron. How's it feel? Cold, hot? Not so tough now, are you? Perhaps the joy of vanquishing her nightmare was worth the last remnants of her sanity. The manic glee blazing in her eyes can belong only to shattered mind. Monster, kill you. Fuminori staggers onto his feet, roaring black curses. His rage seems to have drowned out the pain of his broken bones. Ryoko's not one to be underestimated, the threat posed by the axe. Her mad laughter fades away, leaving only a cold smile as she pulls the trigger. The shot bursts a dark flame. Ryoko's gun sputters and dies. Her gun sputters and dies? What? Ryoko, not an expert in firearms. Never occurred that a shotgun shell needed proper storage. Oh, you got a dud? And besides, she's always expected that the situation of her gun would be necessary. Would also be the last that would not survive. Cursing in anger and dismay, Ryoko breaks the shotgun open and awkwardly pulls out a dud out. Meanwhile, Fuminori stalks towards her like a vengeful demon, the head of his axe screeching as it drags along the floor. To stop him, Koji tries to charge Fuminori, but only succeeds in sending himself sprawling. One of the shoes stuck on the floor, frozen by liquid nitrogen. As Ryoko stumbles in her pocket for a new shell, Fuminori closes the distance between and raises his axe with both hands. Damn. Koji curses as he rips his shoe free from frozen concrete, but he knows that he'll never make it in time. Ryoko thrusts a new shell into the chamber, his shotgun snaps it closed, and looks up to find his new target. Fuminori is right above her, too close to evade, and his axe is already crashing down, wind howling in the wake. Stop! Sound of bones shattering, tendons snapping, the flesh tearing blend together in foul harmony. Gah. Thick blade enters Ryoko's left shoulder, plowing through her collarbone. Shoulder blade smashing several ribs and popping her lung like a balloon before stopping at the center of her chest. That is an extremely powerful swing, dude. I'm sorry, that is an extremely powerful swing. There ain't no way in hell that guy can pull that off. Her expression frozen in shock by the impact, she sprays a geyser of blood from her mouth. Yeah, that's inhuman strength to be able to pull that off. She'd have died instantly. Not really. I mean, except by shock, but you wouldn't die, you would go into shock. Some unimaginable force of will, Ryoko clings alive for a few seconds more. Gritting through blood-stained lips, she raised her shotgun. Not from the front, but the side. Beyond the barrel of her gun, wearing 77-degree Kelvin mist-like cloak of death, is a weakling Wriggle Saya. Fuminori's screams vanish into a roar of the shotgun. Destruction is absolute. The impact of the shotgun pellets obliterate half of Saya's body that fell prey to liquid nitrogen. Frozen particles of Saya's shattered flesh drift onto the floor like snow. Even the creature's special biology is insufficient to seal a wound of its size. From the opening pour out internal organs, a tide of liquid, slime, and fat, whose color is far too foul to belong to a living creature. Oh, Saya! The monster convulses, wailing in a weak, pitiful voice.
Saya.
Saya. With his axe still buried in Ryoko's body, Fuminori stares at the dying creature, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Koji grabs his pipe and prepares to attack Fuminori from behind, but freezes when he sees the emptiness on the face of the man he hated. Fuminori pulls his axe out of Ryoko's corpse, then looks at Koji with glazed eyes. There's no recognition in them, no more hate nor rage. When Koji meets Fuminori's blank stare, he knows there's nothing left in him to kill. Fuminori grips the axe closer to his head, raises it high, the blade towards his face. Koji doesn't know whether he should interfere, but even if he wanted to, what could he say to stop Fuminori? Fuminori pulls his head back slowly, then drives his face in the blade of the axe like a spring-loaded toy. Crunch, his skulls cave in with a dull, wet sound. Spray of blood catches Koji's face. Despite Fuminori's utter lack of hesitation, his first attempt at suicide succeeds, only in transforming his face into a hash of crimson. Fuminori pulls his head back one more time, even slower than before. Then, with every ounce of his strength still left in his body, he slams into the blood-stained axe. The sound is wetter than before. Fuminori's body goes limp, then tumbles face first in the floor. Koji stares at the two mangled corpses for a while. He feels completely left behind, like he can't remember why he's standing in this place, with a steel pipe in his hand. The stale air filled the ruined building, becomes choked with the stench of blood. The crimson puddle gradually spreads across the snow-covered floor, yet the tranquility of the scene makes it seem like a painting. A soft, slimy sound breaks the silence. Koji looks at the mortally wounded monster, the creature on its death door. But even so, it moves slowly, feebly. It drags its broken body through the sea of blood. What's she gonna do? What's it gonna do? It's coming for Fuminori. Koji had forgotten his anger, but now it comes surging back at full force. Die. He growls and stabs the monster with the end of this pipe. It convulses in agony, but keeps crawling towards Fuminori. Koji explodes in a frenzy of rage. Die, you monster. What the hell? Die, you monster. Just die already. Stay the hell away from him. Again and again, he smashes the helpless, fleshed beast with his pipe. Something tells him that if he doesn't stop it here, he will truly have lost. The monster, however, never succumbs. It struggles on beneath its blows, until finally it reaches Fuminori's corpse. Don't touch him. Don't touch him, damn you. It gives you the right. Clutch keeps swinging, his fury unbated. Even as he tears apart the pool of his starts to pull in his eyes. Tears start to pull in his eyes. The monster's slime flies through the air, joining with the blood already covering his face. The creature extends one thin, trembling tentacle to touch Fuminori's shoulder, then lovingly caresses his blood-stained cheek, and then stops moving. It's so sad. So messed up. So I just want to be with Fuminori. Even in its final moments, the monster would not let Fuminori go. It died, joined with him. At last, Koji knows that the world he loved is gone forever. Hey, Naomi says enthusiastically, exposed bones of her face clattering. Why don't we go somewhere where we can skate for the ski trip? Oh, this is like way back there. It's like the beginning part. Chunks of her bodies are missing, as though something has been nibbling on her. It makes her look like a lot thinner. She's been worried about her weight recently, but now she shouldn't need to diet. Fuminori laughs at Omi's crazy suggestion. That's right. You started skating recently, didn't you? He sounds amused. It's hard to tell from his expression, since his face has been cleaved in two by an axe. Many people started skating in their 20s, you know. I was scared when I was little. Those shoes look like big knives. Yeah, I know. Someone kicked you in the face with one of those things, you'd probably end up like me. Omi and Yo laugh at Fuminori's dumb joke. Yo never used to laugh such an exuberance. She seems to truly happy now that she and Fuminori are officially together. This must be just like Koji's gone mad. Probably in a padded room. But you were able to kill him with your first try. That's amazing, Omi. It's not like I was playing baseball. Swing hard and let the weight of your axe do the damage. He made killing him sound easy. I figured I'd give it a try. And it was fun. What's his feeling? Something's wrong. Though Koji can't put his finger on what. Oh, well, I want to try eating Omi too. Oh, that's it. When he sees Yo's envious smile, Koji finally realizes what's bothering him. Hey, Tsukuba. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you normal? Yo tilts her head quizzically. She doesn't understand what he means. Normal? I'm always normal. But back then you were... Oh, I get it. Yo nods in understanding. You're talking about when I looked different from you. That was such a long time ago. It was? Of course she replies, deflecting Koji's confusion with an uncannily cheerful smile. After all, you're one of us now. Oh, of course. Koji looks down and is satisfied as he sees wriggling tentacles where his arms and legs should be. When he opens his eyes, his mattress and pillow are soaked in sweat. It's always the same nightmare. He doesn't know how many times he's had it, but at least he's not leaping out of his bed screaming anymore. So he's pretty much just going crazy like Ryoko was. He's going to probably talk about him getting a machete or something for his bed. He sits up clutching his throbbing head. It's 4 in the morning. He hasn't nearly enough getting enough rest, but he probably wouldn't be able to get back to sleep. Time for a smoke. A full pack can last him until dawn. Now where did he put that pack he brought yesterday? Koji wanders sleepily into the den, where yet another old friend of his is waiting for him. You look like hell. Doctor, you're here too. Ryoko chopped up corpse sitting in the dining table, at his dining table, looking as deathly pale as ever as she sips coffee from a mug. He can't be getting much sleep, tossing and turning like every night. It's like always like this, Koji says amicably, as he sits across from her. If I take some pills, it usually helps for now. Hallucinations like this are always easier to deal with than elaborate nightmares like he just had. They should probably worry him though. If you listened to my warnings back then, you wouldn't be in such a bad shape now. Stop talking about this. What's done is done. Ryoko chuckles, smiling the same cruel, manic smile that she used when she was still alive. Her left arm hanging from half-severed shoulder, dangling like forgotten wind chime.
そう
Sounds like you've come to terms with it.
先生だってそうだった
You were the same, weren't you? You managed to pass yourself off as an elite neurosurgeon most of the time.
上辺だけ取り繕うだ
It's
け
not
な
like
ら
keeping up an appearance.
そんなに難しい
You have
こ
to.
とじゃないからね
It's not that hard to keep up an appearance when you have to. The corpse shrugged her intact right shoulder and grimaced in disgust as she takes another sip of her
で
coffee.
もね多分
Well, it's
この
only
先
gonna
は
get
もっと
worse,
悪く
you
な
know.
心の傷は時
Time
間に
heals
癒して
emotional
くれる
wounds,
けど
but with you, it's more like you've been
君はまあ
poisoned.
言ってみれば
She's probably right.
毒に感染したようなもの
Everyone dreams at night. No matter how dim the memories may get, the nightmare will always be there to tear you into Koji with fresh fangs. The insanity that has taken root in his heart will grow, eventually consuming everything that is left inside
俺の
him.
場合
my
先生
case,
っていう前例を見て学んでますから、ね、
If I've
抜かりはありませんよ
I've had you I've had you to learn from. I'm ready for everything.
そ
Is
う
that so?
なの
Koji nods, smiling confidently. Then stands and walks to the bathroom, where he retrieves the weapon that he keeps hidden behind the mirror. Ogai's revolver, the one souvenir that Koji brought back from the other world that night.
ものすごい苦労したんですけど
It was tough,
結局
but I finally
よ
found
うや
someone
く
who
その
deals
筋
in
の
these
人と
things.
渡りを弾も買ってあります
Bought bullets for it.
驚きましたよ
Can you believe that ammunition is more expensive than the gun itself?
おやおや
How about that? In the mirror, Koji sees Ryoko, with her axe-inflicted gash reversed. She raises her mug in a toast to Koji's resourcefulness.
何発買
So
った
how many
わけ
shots did you buy?
勝つだけです
Just one. This time, it's Koji who shrugs his shoulder. He uses both, exercising his privilege as a survivor.
それ以上必要になるような状況
You
は
see, I never want to be in the situation where I'll need more.
うん
Oh? The corpse in the mirror nods sagely, her smile approving.
ほんと
You really do
わきまえ
get
て
it.
るんだねトノー君
There's a brief silence. Koji doesn't really feel like getting all melancholy with a dead woman.
ねえ先生
Hey, doctor,
いい加減ファミレスのコー
let's
ヒ
get
ー
the
はやめ
diner
ましょう
coffee
よ
arrest.
な
If
ん
you
なら
want,
新しいの入れ
I'll
ます
put
か
on
ら
a new pot of... When Koji turns around, halfway through his sentence, he realizes that the room is empty before the silence of the night. And so, Koji returns to the world of the sane. He lights his first cigarette of the night and takes a deep drag while sitting alone in his den, puffing on his smoke. He stares at the gun in his hand. He knows just how precarious a cliff he's standing on. The final line of which Ryoko spoke is now one step behind him. Koji no longer has anything to protect his soul. No longer anything to protect his soul. Now that Ogai Masahiko's fantasies and Tombo Ryoko's delusions have all become tangible horrors, he knows that what insanity and despair truly are. Back in the real world, Sakisaka Fuminori is wanted for several gruesome murders. It didn't take long for someone to discover the stockpile of human meat in an empty Sakisaka and Suzumi's homes. In the two refrigerators were found remains of Suzuki Yosuke, his wife and daughter, and Takahata Omi. They found at least he finally got a confirmation about Omi. They found the clothes that were the effects of Tsukuba Yo, but were unable to locate trace of her amongst the various body parts, a fact that made Koji's nightmares all the more vivid. Dr. Tombo Ryoko of the T University Hospital vanished mysteriously around the same time. Because she was Fuminori's chief physician, the police had been investigating her connection to his crimes. I would probably make more of an assumption that he may have killed her too. As for the two corpses secretly buried in the backyard of a certain ruin, well, they'll probably never be found, and this incident will become just another cold case. Koji alone knows what really happened, and he has no intentions of revealing it, not now, and not ever. Ogai's writing were not nonsense, which means that everything else was. What a fool was it? What fool was it who said that men are the lords of creation? Those who can't believe in paltry things like human wisdom and valor are those lucky incidents who have not looked into the abyss. Koji can no longer share in their blessing of ignorance. He knows he had been defiled by the insanity called truth, and he will never believe it again. Never believe again. He has been poisoned, as Ryoko's ghost said, and that poison is none other than truth itself. Just as pure oxygen is harmful to the body, the naked truth has the power to destroy the mind's mind. Only by diluting it with lies and taking it in small doses can humans maintain a healthy soul. No matter what horrors the world might hold. Were once spoken by the living Tonbo Ryoko passes through Koji's mind, assails some power against the madness. That, without a doubt, was the comfort that she kept hidden in her bosom, the only thing that allowed her to face her dreams each night. Koji has taken his predecessor's lessons to heart. He prepared for anything. One bullet is always behind the bathroom mirror, promising him salvation. Damn. What's up, Obscure? That's it. That should be it. I think that's all the choices. 100%. And I have to close the damn game out again in order to see it. I guess I'll let it see if it can scroll the entire thing first. I don't know how long the stupid cast scroll is, though. Shouldn't be too big. Let me think. I'm trying to think what's the best ending. I mean, Saya and Fuminori's ending is probably the most, like, fulfilling and conclusive. I do think Fuminori being fixed by Saya is probably the most, I guess, overall satisfying. Let me correction here. Saya blossoming route is probably it feels like the true ending. That feels like the Jinrabuchi ending. The ending where Saya gets like fully blossomed and changed the entire world into something that Fuminori would actually he'd be able to see normal again through that route. That one seems like Jinrabuchi's ending. Like, that's probably the ending he was going for. The other ones seem like they're probably made just as kind of dead ends. But I think probably the more proper end is Saya fixing Fuminori's mind and him going to a mental institute. That's probably the more, like, normal world ending. What was the other endings we had? This ending. So there's only 3 endings, right? Yeah, I think there's only 3 endings. I'm thinking. Yeah. 3 endings. And then there's this ending. This ending's probably the most unsatisfying. I really think the killing Saya ending is probably the least satisfying ending out of all of them, because it's really just Koji comes in with the Ryoko, and Ryoko freezes it, and they blast it, and then Koji goes nuts. Koji becomes Ryoko. This is probably easily the least satisfying ending. Like, I almost feel like I didn't even need to go through this ending. So I'd probably tier it. Number 1 is Saya blossoming. Number 2 is Fuminori going to a mental institute. And then number 3 would be Koji becoming Ryoko. The darkest ending is probably, the last one with Koji becoming Ryoko. Everybody dies and Koji becoming Ryoko. I have to censor it real quick so I can check the CG library, see if I got all the routes. Yeah, that's all the CGs. So that's all the endings. This is the best ending. The Blossom is the best ending. It's the one that feels the most unsatisfying in a way, because how it ends is that she blossoms, spreads the seed everywhere, but it doesn't tell you anything about what happens after that. It cuts over to Ryoko, and Ryoko's like, well, the whole world's gone to crap. Like, where's Fuminori? Did Fuminori die? Did he end himself? I don't think he'd be happy. Is he sitting there with her blossomed and she's just there as like a plant that's blossoming? Like that's what makes this ending feel really inconclusive. Like it just doesn't feel like an ending. But again it feels like what probably Jinrobuchi wanted the ending to be, is her blossoming and everything becoming distorted. Thus, you presume that Fuminori is able to see a clean world again. It's converting the world rather than fixing his brain. That's the Saya cures Fuminori route. They catch him for all the people that died. He gets all pinned on him. They claim insanity. He gets to a mental hospital, and then she comes by regularly as she's trying to find her father, which we know is dead already, because she's trying to figure out how to get back home, which we know now she probably has no way of getting back home because she's been melded into this world. That we don't know what makes them transfer the worlds. They're multi-dimensional beings, the Saya sisters, and then she just come across this world, and then she's supposed to blossom in this world, but then she discovered what love is, and thus she's not working right. So her coming here, checking on him on a regular basis, claiming that she's looking for father to find out how to get back home, he doesn't know. Ogai doesn't know. And I'm guessing she doesn't know that he doesn't know. So I'm guessing that she would just continue to eat things until eventually she finally blossomed while he's here, which would mean that there's a possibility that eventually he would die, or he would eventually, when she blossomed, he would eventually turn into a blob, and that would be it. This feels like the most sane ending. This is the most sane ending, but it feels like the most, like, is obviously the quickest one. Like if you went this route, it would be like not even an hour long visual novel. This is like a very quick ending, and it's very early. This dude's easily probably the most Jinrobuchi moment of this entire visual novel. The neighbor getting like brain jacked by Saya and killing his family, and then the moment seeing Saya being the only thing not distorted in this, what he views as a nightmare. Like he feels like he's in a nightmare. And the moment that he sees Saya, he becomes like lustful. And I felt like that was like this moment where I felt like the story could get really interesting with the concept of the manipulation that she has done in his brain, and how he turned from terrified and lost in a nightmare into lustful. That she was this only pure being within a nightmare. And she, after the whole situation, tells Fuminori that she was trying to make somebody like him, but then he turned into something evil and not caring like he was. Instead, she was attacked. And I really wasn't figuring out why Saya allowed herself to be attacked by him. It sort of implies later on that Saya cannot overcome a male, easily jumped Omi, was able to take them down, but this guy, the neighbor, a male, was able to overpower her. Even later on, she's able to take down Koji. She's able to kill Koji later. So it doesn't make any sense why this neighbor somehow overcame her and attacked her. That part is still kind of weird to me, because it almost felt like they wanted to do something with the story with this character, with the idea of what she broke in his brain, why she wasn't able to overcome him. I almost felt like maybe Saya was allowing herself to be taken down by the neighbor in order to, I guess, facilitate Fuminori's desire to protect her. I don't know. That's probably, again, the most screwed up Jinrobuchi moment. This dude killing his entire family and all that kind of stuff. Probably the most unsettling part of the entire visual novel was this whole segment. That went dark real fast. This whole thing went dark real fast. This whole segment was super dark. I feel like the stuff with Yo wasn't as interesting as I thought it would be. Yo going in there and getting transformed by Saya just to become a plaything. Another one where I think they probably could have done something more interesting with it, but it kind of just evolved into her being a pet, and eventually just something to distract Koji later on. I think the lot of stuff around Ryoko I think could have been a little bit more fleshed out as well. I mean, she was kind of interesting in the idea that she was just somebody that's obviously Ogai did something horrific with her, and I mean, it was all around the experiments that Ogai was doing, but still, it didn't really get into details on that stuff. Anywho, finally say that I finally read Saya no Uta, and people can leave me alone. I will admit, after reading the whole thing, I think early on it was extremely intriguing, but I will admit that I don't think it's that great. Like I'd probably give it like, I'm the worst person to I don't have like a vast knowledge of like visual novels, but like as a story overall, I'd probably give it like a 7 out of 10. But I think this is I don't think this is as great as people made it out to be. Maybe I hyped myself up for it. I do like Jinrobuchi stuff though. I'm glad I finally read it. It was entertaining We had some WTF moments in this overall. I had a lot of fun trying to censor the censor moments because it got super wild. It got super wild, and I had to figure out how to read certain parts without later YouTube posting not getting mad at me. Trying to censor the hentai was the best part of the dude. Trying to speak about this. Speaking over the hentai part, or the censoring the hentai parts is like the worst part, because it wasn't just me trying to figure out what to say in replacement of what it's saying. Trying to explain what it's saying without being explicit, while at the same time trying to talk over the moaning and stuff. So I'm gonna have fun going back and listening to myself trying to talk over Saya moaning or whatever. It was dorky. It was a lot of fun. Anywho, that was a very precious and very Christian visual novel that I really appreciated going through. So thanks to everybody that suggested it to me. Even though none of the people that have been hounding me to read this visual novel for the last 8 years were here to watch me play it. That's how it typically goes. People are like, read this, do this, and then you do it, and nobody shows up. Which is fine. It's mostly because nobody wants to go on Twitch. But like I said, I didn't want to live stream this on YouTube because I didn't want to get banned. So hopefully when I post it on YouTube, people will enjoy. Is that visual novel 8 years old? I think it's like 20 years. It's probably like 20 years. Originally it released in 2003, so it's 21 years old. It's older than most college students. That's crazy.